And see, one thing that hurt you is that when you knew they was closing everything down, then you should have just went to the court clerk who was up there at the desk. Hey, look here, I've been here. I was Summers. The day's supposed to be my day, court date. Hey, you need to give me something right and stating that, hey, you know, that y'all close this, my case is discharged or something, because I've been here all day. You know, so in other words, if you just let them just do what they want to do, and you don't, yes, that's what I was surprised they didn't put a warrant out for your arrest.
They did. I got arrested and put in jail. I was in jail all last night for 12 hours because of the warrant for arrest for failure to appear.
And see, that's what happened because it went right on the docket as you failed to show, because no one had a record of it. You didn't see that they had a record of it, you know. And in other words, it's just, let's make an example. If I know I got to go to court tomorrow, and I go there and no one hear my case, and I know I'm supposed to be there, so I go there. It's not even on the docket. They don't address it. I'm going to that court clerk. I'm showing them my information. Look here, I'm supposed to be on this case today. Here's my docket showing I'm supposed to be here. Y'all didn't call my case. I need you to stamp this, and if this case is discharged, or take it to the judge and do something with it, because I'm here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At least Larry finally came up with a decent answer. I couldn't believe that this guy doesn't have that simple common sense to say, hey, you know, I know all these courthouses have video cameras. I know it'll clearly indicate that I came in at 8:33 a.m. I guarantee. I went through a metal detector. I guarantee somebody at the front gate remembers me being here. I guarantee there's a videotape of every single person who walks through this metal detector on file somewhere. And I guarantee there's something for me leaving. So, but like Larry said, that's all you had to do at the end of the day before you left. What, you just get up and go home? It's just like, oh, it's 5 o'clock, I'm going home. What did you do, just get up and go home?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what to do.
Why didn't you wait until you were thrown out of the building?
Okay.
Did some security guard guy say, hey, get the hell out of the building?
And they all would have remembered you as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
They did that to me. They did that to me and the mother of my children one time in court. They didn't call us. We sat there until they threw us out of the building. And I said, oh, no. We're going to walk to this courtroom. I'm Summers to appear here in room 201. You are going to walk to this courtroom with me. He says, I'm telling you, there's nobody left in the building. Nobody left. You are going to walk to that room with me. It was pitch black. And when I have to use you as a witness, I'm going to call you as a witness that at 5:34 p.m., we walked to that room, and that room was empty. And I sat out in this lobby all day from 8 o'clock in the morning. He said, that won't be, necessary. I said, oh, you want to bet? I said, you're going to walk to that courtroom, or I'm going to walk to that courtroom. And I'm going to prove that that courtroom is closed, or the building is empty, or I'm walking in there.
Right.
That's like, I'm not going anywhere. Because you want to throw me out, me and the wife, the mother of my children out of the building. It's like, no, we ain't going nowhere. We're Summers to appear here. You get paid to be here. I'm Summers to be here. I'm staying here until I'm Summers to come forth into the courtroom right now. And he said, I'm telling you, I said, how do I know the judge ain't going to come back at 6 o'clock? How do I know?
Right.
I said, I'm not going to hold myself liable. No, I'm here today. I'm going to stay here today. Like it ain't midnight. I ain't going nowhere.
And that's the beauty of CCTV footage. It's not just there for you to be picked on. It's also there to save you as well. It's there for proof. You can say, well, go back and look on this old CCTV footage.
All right, so where do I go from here now? I'm going to have to, I need to file a claim against Randy, who is the one who gave me the criminal contempt charge that is their case. And he is trespassed. I don't know how to write the claim. Is there any way I can donate to have Carl help me with this situation?
Yeah, on the website, Broadmine one or Uncommon Law.
Broadmine.org. Do I need to put any specific information for him to help me, or?
Yeah, I mean, send him an email. and
just
say
myself
you
up.
rang you.
Hey, you guys should be able to help him with this one. Bill, Larry definitely got this one. I mean,
I live in North Carolina. Is anybody in that I could talk to, or anybody that can help me? I can talk to phone numbers to help me. I mean, I'm kind of like in the middle. I'm not a novice at this, but I'm not on Carl's level. I understand about I'm a man. In common law, but like I said, I've never filed a claim for something I've never done. When you don't do something the first time, you're always nervous about making a mistake and not doing it right and not doing it properly.
Okay, let me ask you this: what makes you think you need to file a claim against the judge?
Because he unlawfully detained me because I didn't harm him as a man. I didn't cause a wrong to him. And he harmed me.
It was the policeman that detained you, right?
What was that, Pally?
It was the policeman that detained you, wasn't the judge, though, right?
Well, the first time the judge, that's what the criminal contempt of court was when they called their case. I came up to the bar, and I stopped, and I was going to ask him a question. And he just yelled at me, come forward. And I went to ask him a question again, and then he immediately said, you're in contempt of court. They rushed me, took me down to the jail, and then they gave me this saying that, well, here you have a court date, you have to come back for this criminal contempt of court charge. And this is all about is the criminal contempt of court.
Okay, let me say this, because I heard you say you know about the man stuff and all that, and what I'm hearing you say one thing, and like I said, being a man is a lifestyle.
Hang a second, Larry. Why didn't anybody jump this guy's shit and say to this guy, hey, what's the question you asked the judge twice that held you in contempt? Did you tell him, hey, Judge, are you fucking my old lady? I mean, did you ask him what the question was that held him in contempt? What was the question that held you in contempt?
I asked him if before entering this bar, am I entering in, I was trying to ask him, I didn't get it all out because I was going to ask him, if by passing this bar, am I entering into their jurisdiction?
You're always in their jurisdiction.
Well, yeah, he said that was before.
What does jurisdiction mean?
Whether or not they have the right to hear your case or not.
No, control.
So control, yes.
You're in the public, man. That's part of their domestic authority. They have the right to control you, just like when you walk into my house. I got the right to control you. Are you under my jurisdiction when you're in my house? You better believe it. Are you under their jurisdiction when you cross your threshold and enter into the real world, enter into the street? You better believe it. That's a ridiculous question. Of course you're in their jurisdiction. Are you in your house? No. Well, then that's pretty self-evident, then, ain't it?
Right.
It's not your freaking house. But did you claim it to be your house? Did you claim it, say, hey, this is a public courthouse. I'm the public. This is my public courthouse. You're my public servants. This is my court. This is my house. No, you didn't do that. You just come up with this silly nonsense, and it's like, you know what, I got time for this shit today. It's like, you want to pull this shit you watch on YouTube videos, you want to pull this shit, you better think about what you're doing before you come back in here with this YouTube video bullshit. I don't blame the judge holding you in contempt, not a bit. You don't know the rules of the game, then don't play it. It's like you're walking into a basketball arena, a basketball court, a tennis court, and you're just walking out of the field. It's like, hey, buddy, do you know what you're doing here? No, but I'm just going to walk over here and pick up this ball. Oh, really? You belong back over there somewhere. You belong over here. What are you doing? There's some reason why you didn't put this in writing way before you walked there, before you walked into that courthouse. Is there some reason why you didn't put it in writing and give them all fair warning and notice of who you are and what you expect when you walk into that building? Is there some reason why you just thought you were so smart you were going to wing it?
Because I was uneducated at the time.
Lazy, because you're lazy.
Well, I didn't fully understand.
You're too lazy to put it in writing. If you heard my show,
I didn't do it
if you've heard my show, if you've heard my show before, the moment that you get a citation, a ticket, a summons, anything, you immediately write a fair warning to the other side. You immediately write a letter. You immediately give them a notice on who and what they are dealing with. You don't wait till the day of the trial and think, oh, well, I'm just going to crash this little party, this little game here, and I'm just going to do what I want to do. And they're just all going to bow down and kiss my ass. They're going to be like, dude, you know the rules. Send us a fair warning. Give us a notice. Make a claim. Come in as a man.
Okay.
It's that simple. Yeah, it's that simple. It's just sloppy and lazy. That's all it is. You watch a YouTube video, you guys say, hey, you know what, walk in the court and say, hey, am I entering into your jurisdiction? You don't know what the freaking word jurisdiction means.
Yeah, I mean, that was back before I actually had found you just after this had happened, and that's why I'm trying to go back and correct my mistakes.
That's why I just loved it. I love trying to listen to Bali answer this. It was ridiculous because Bali should have said, hey, you know what, dude? You have no effing clue what you're doing. You need to go back and listen to Carl's stuff from way back when, because there's no freaking way in the world you can ever listen to any of his shows.
Oh, that's what I was finna tell him. That's what I was just finna tell him.
Oh, I knew Larry's got it. I didn't say you didn't got it. Larry said Bali, man. I couldn't believe Bali was actually answering this guy.
Bally was finna go to sleep, man. You know Bally over that time.
I'm going to be asleep in about 10 minutes.
I'm just trying to help Bali out in the future. When you get somebody who has no effing clue, just tell them to go watch the videos. Don't waste our time. You know, just tell them to go back. You know, say, hey, have you ever bought any of the videos? No. Have you ever made a donation? No. Have you ever watched and listened to any of these shows? No. Well, then, you know what? I'd recommend you start at the beginning. And then come back in a week or two.
30 of your old shows that I've downloaded. I've been listening to them, and I've learned a tremendous amount since then. You know, I made a mistake then. Now I've got more knowledge of what's going on now. Okay,
yeah.
but
well, like I said, it's not so much I'm worried about helping you. I'm trying to help Bali handle phone calls from now on. Like when people like you, it's like, Bali, when you see somebody being evasive about, well, I asked the judge a question, and then he said, da-da-da-da-da. And then I asked the judge again, and then da-da-da, I sound like contempt of court. Okay, what's the effing question? Did you ask the judge that really pissed him off? You know, how did you get your ass behind the bars, man? What did you do? And then when you hear him say this stuff, then you say, dude, obviously, you know, you have no idea what you're doing. Obviously, you've never listened to this show. Obviously, you have no clue. And should you be held in contempt of court? Absolutely. Should you turn around now and sue the judge? Hell no.
No.
Why? Because you're slack and lazy? Because you don't know what you're doing? Okay, maybe you've been the world's greatest architect or the best baker, the butcher, or the candlestick maker in your town, but you have no effing clue how to act in public, and you have no clue how to act when you go into a courthouse. It's not the judge's fault. He's got nothing but himself to blame. If he wants to blame somebody, go blame his mommy and daddy, go kick his mom and dad in the ass. But other than that, he's got nobody to blame. He certainly ain't, the judge ain't got nothing to be remorseful for. The judge was like, man, I ain't got time for this. Oh, this guy watched a YouTube video. Oh, another free man. Yay, yippee, hooray. Another tree hugger. Yay. Get him out of here.
So what is my recourse from here?
What's great about that, you should give the judge you should send him some, like Bali says, some candies or something. Like say, thank you. Thank you for kicking me in the ass. Because you know what, Judge? What out of the judge said, hey, sir, you know what? You're absolutely right. What are we doing to you? We got absolutely no jurisdiction control over you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. You would never have listened to any of my shows then. You would have never learned how to do anything about law. You would have just said, oh, wow, that was cool. I just have to keep walking in the courtroom all the time and say, hey, you got no jurisdiction over me. I ain't doing it. I'm going home. And said, oh, Judge says, okay, that's right. That's fine. That's lovely. Go home. Everybody in the courthouse, go home. That's right. Society, just do whatever you want. That's right. We're not here to help control the society of the masses. That's right. What the hell am I thinking? I love talking to the lawyers before the trial, because then the lawyers, like, they look at themselves like, what the hell is this sitting across the, what the hell is this guy going on about? Holy crap, he makes a lot of sense, but holy shit, what's he doing? What's he saying?
Right.
It's a lot of fun just watching like lawyers, man, trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing, what I'm saying.
Hey, you know what would be nice, Carl, man? You get you one of those little cameras, like a little button that's on your shirt that's really a camera, so you can record these lawyers, man, when you tell them that kind of shit.
Oh, yeah, just like I did with the Indiana, the lawyer down there. That was a lot of fun. She apologized like an hour into talking to him, the client and me. He said, I want to apologize, for the way I treated you for the first 20 minutes. I said, yeah. I said, I get that a lot. And I was like, yeah, you're a lot smarter than you look, Mr. Lentz. It's like, yeah, I do that on purpose. Mm-hmm. I try to, it gets you guys off guard. You guys, I said to the guy before I walked in, I said, watch my style, man. I'm going to stutter like crazy. I'm going to do like Columbo. I'm going to be like flicking my fingers and like Columbo, Peter Falk show. I was like, oh, what was that again? What would they would call that? They would call that form of like, not deception, Mr. That way they would call that, and and it was so funny, man. Then the lady would fill in the blank. And see, that's what I say. You try to act like a little stupid, so they feel like they're coming to your rescue and filling in the words, so you're filling in the blanks. It's hysterical what I do, man. Oh, it's so funny.
Okay, you can make your eyes cross like Columbo too while you're doing it, man.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. It's like, like I look like I'm totally clueless, like totally like out of it, whatever. Like, nah, and it's so funny. And I get them to just open up and say so much stuff that they would never say. It's so much fun.
It's funny, man. It's funny because these attorneys don't know anything about that. They never learned about common law. All they do is they go to the law school and they learn procedures and shit like that, man. They don't learn law.
If you sit across from a lawyer and all of a sudden you just start saying, it's like, well, in accordance to the common law, blah, 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 they will shut up so fast, they will throw you out of their office, they'll shut that thing down like you have no idea.
Oh, yeah. You know what I've been learning, Carl? Carl, is like this common law is like kryptonite to these bar members, man. Bar associations.
Right. So you got to dance around a little bit. You got to be like, let me see, what would that be? What would that kind of be like? And then you start, letting them give you a hint. What they think would. I was like, yes. Wouldn't it be something like that? You let them kind of steer you. Right. And the next, man, you're just dragging them around. And they're like, holy shit, I think I just see what this guy just did to me. It's like, yeah, do you think? Yeah. There's a lot of... But like I said, you can't come at them saying, common law this, common law that, common law this. They will shut up. They will clamp up. They will so fast on you. You got to give them a little... You got to give them a little leeway, make them think they got a chance. Right, you're going to make them think that they're the smart ones. They got they got the scholarship hanging on the wall. They're the ones who want the law. They're the smart ones.
Come in there acting like a caveman, man. That'll throw them off.
Coming like Columbo, man. Like, what was that again? Where's my pencil? Anybody see my pencil? Where's pencil? No. Wait a second. I haven't used a pencil since 1982. That's right, pens. I like pens. You got a pen. Just totally goofy, man. I brought in there. I said, look, man, I'm not like spazzing out or acting retarded, man. I said, this is an act, though. I said, so don't freak out, thinking, you bring me to your lawyer and I'm doing all the stupid stuff. I said, there's a method to my madness. So we walked out. We laughing our asses off. He's like, holy shit, dude, that was funny as hell. And I was like, yeah, man, it ain't a lot of fun, man. You get them to say it for you. And the next thing you know, you just got them answering like, holy cow, did I just say that? Yeah, Leah lawyer, dude, he did say that. Holy cow. Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Now how you going to back out? It's a lot of fun. Right. I just have too much fun when I go talk to lawyers.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's a con job. All the bullshit they're doing is just all a big con.
Yeah,
but you don't pull them out, man. You let them say, well, say, wait a second. If you do that, the da 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 da. It's like, did I just say that? Yeah, you did say that. You did say nobody did anything wrong. Well, if nobody did anything wrong, then why can't you help this man? Why am I sitting here? Why are you his attorney, and why can't you make the court aware of this? Why am I sitting here?
Well, I mean, the attorneys, their job is to maintain this. Well, I don't want to call it a fraud, but I mean, it is what it is. They want to keep this trickery going. But that's why anytime you have a problem, they tell you hire an attorney because they know what's going on.
Yeah, maintain status quo.
Oh,
maintain everything.
Like you said,
everything
before.
Right. They're doing it for the benefit of like a one world order. You know, they're doing it for the benefit of mankind. That's the bullshit they all believe.
Yeah, they're doing it for the benefit of someone else, the bar association, who they work for.
Well, as far as they're concerned, it's, you know, the whole world is going to be under one legal code society, one code world. You know, so everything's going to be under code, and everything's going to be uniform, and everything's going to be fair and just for all of mankind from all over planet Earth. I mean, that's the rhetoric bullshit they say to themselves. You know, whatever helps them get to sleep at night, I don't care. If that's what they believe, that's what they believe.
Yeah, the funny thing about it is, though, isn't there already a system like that to protect man? It's called something like common law? Is that what common law? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I never use that word with those people. You know, like I said, common law is the customs, the practices, the policies, beliefs of a man or the society in which he exists at that moment in time, in that location on, you know, in the universe, on planet Earth, wherever. So I'll just say to him, I said, is something simple like, wait a second, isn't it true that when we go to court, and, you know, any man goes to court here in the United States, and somebody said that he's done something wrong, doesn't he have the right to have that man or woman sit across from him so he could cross-examine him and ask, you know, and again, how did I do wrong to you, and how did I hurt you, and when did you make me aware that I harmed you and hurt you, and when you did make me aware, didn't I compensate you? Didn't I write you out a check? Didn't I try to negotiate with you? And didn't I try to, you know, cure and give you a remedy? Didn't I try to do all that? Stuff like that. And then you know, it's so much fun. It's so much fun when I sit there and talk to lawyers. Because all I'm doing is talking common sense. It's just pure common sense. And there's no way out.
Right.
It's just common sense, and they don't know how to argue common sense. It's just, yeah, call you right. Oh, good. So, you know, somebody wrote, you know, made a claim that he's done something wrong, and, you know, they put a dollar amount what they want for compensation. It's like, well, no, this is like a criminal act. Oh, really? So somebody made a claim that he hurt somebody, he harmed somebody, injured somebody. Well, no. Well, then how do you believe you have jurisdiction over him? He was in his house. He was under his domestic authority. But who brought those guns and drugs into the public? The police. So aren't they liable for exposing the public to a danger? This man had him securely locked down in his basement. The public was at never any time a danger. Not until the police brought it out to the public. Then there was a danger, a possible danger to society. But until then, no, everything was fine. Nobody in his neighborhood knew what he was.
Carl, let me ask you something. What's your thoughts on difference between making a claim against a wrongdoer? Let's just say like a man acting as a public official, your public servant, making a claim as opposed to getting, let's just say, like a declaratory judgment from a court.
The declaratory judgment is you and I could be sitting in Detroit, and I could be wearing you'd be wearing a hat, like a Detroit hat, and we'd walk. I'd say, hey, man, that hat makes you look fat. And you'd say, what? Bullshit. And we'd pull the first person over, and we'd say to this guy, hey, does this hat make this guy look fat? And he'd be like, yeah. He just gave you a declaratory judgment. A declaratory judgment has no impact on either party. It's just when you're going into a court and you're asking a judge or a magistrate, hey, you know, we think we have a controversy. No, we do have a controversy, and we just need somebody's opinion. But right now we don't want to sue each other. You know, there's no money involved here. We just want to get an opinion of the court to see whether or not we should waste our time litigating this in an open forum, or if we just have a frivolous and we're just being silly. And that's all the declaratory judgment is. Like, can you give me some sort of a guideline? Can you give me some sort of opinion on this before we go all out to war, before we all throw by lawyers and before we all wide open? Can we just have an opinion? And then when they come back with their opinion, the other side will say, yes. The judge will say, there is no doubt about it. You know, in 312 cases out of 312, that hat makes you look fat. So what's the odds of you taking me to court and arguing with me over it? You're not going to. You just say, wow, okay. There is a lot of case law and precedent to back up, you know, that this hat makes me look fat.
Now, Carl, is it the same like when you make a claim? You know, at the end of your claim, you put in the order. Can you put in the order with the declaratory judgment after the judge gives you
the declaratory judgment has no impact on either party. It has no force or effect. It has nothing to do. It's an opinion.
Okay.
You're making way too much out of this DJ nonsense. It's just an opinion, a learned opinion.
Right.
You want opinion? You want opinion to, you know, will this put these springs in the car? Will it make it ride harder or softer? We're going to go to a mechanic and we're going to ask him, hey, give me a DJ. Give me a judgment call on this one. What do you think? And he's going to weigh him out. He's going to say, it's going to make the car definitely stiffer. And I said, see, I told you. Now, do you want to buy these springs or do you want to go buy some softer springs like I told you? It's like, okay. Thanks for your opinion. Okay, thanks. And that's all the DJ is. You're just asking for an opinion. I have no idea what you think a DJ is.
No, somebody brought it up and I was trying to get clarity, but basically all it is just an opinion. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's fine. But I'm just saying that, you know, I kind of figured that that's what it was. You just heard it on a YouTube or something like that, and it sounded really cool. So let's do it.
Yeah, I came across it. I figured, hey, let me throw this.
No, DJs are fine, man. Yeah, DJs are fine. You know, if you want an opinion before you go all in, before you say, you know what? Because when you make a claim, you're all in. If you're wrong, boy, you know you're going to be held liable. Just whatever you wanted on the other side is going to come back on you. It can come back to you threefold. It could come back to you a millionfold. You better be careful when you make a claim. That's why I see so many people making claims. And I'm like, you know, you make a claim, man, or it's a false claim, you don't do it properly. You know, if you do it against a public official, you realize you're probably going to go to jail. You better be real careful. And when you do it against the man, you know, it might cost you dearly. It might cost you monetarily. He might get a judgment against you, and they're going to get the sheriff's department to come to your house and seize all your property and put it up to auction to compensate him. You better be careful who you're making a claim against or what the claim is about. I mean, everybody on these freaking shows all the time is like, oh, I want to make a claim against that judge. Really? That judge did a hell of a good job. What do you mean? If I was that judge, I would have done the same thing he did to you. I would have done the damn thing different. Why not? Because you don't know the rules of court. You watch the YouTube video, and all of a sudden you think you know how to act in public? You better get a lot more practice before you start walking in and screaming, oh, you're not going to cross this ball. That means you got jurisdiction over me. Dude, I got jurisdiction over you right now. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, really? You want to bet? Yeah, take him away. Yeah, he found out how quick. He's got control over him. Yeah, you're in this building. I'm the steward of this building. I'm the building's manager. You better believe I got control of who goes in and who goes out of this building. You better believe it.
Yeah, building manager.
Yeah, you better believe that he does. You better tell him in writing that you are, you know, the king, the queen, you're the public, and you're going to come into your court, into this public courthouse, and you're going to hold court. You better let him know well before you get there who you are, what your intents are when you get there, because his duty is to secure and protect that building.
Right.
Yeah, you better let him know, you know, well ahead of time, just what your intent is. If you think you're going to cause chaos, man, he's going to hold you in contempt. God bless him. He'll teach you a lesson.
Carl, let me ask you this. When you make a claim, you bring a claim into your court, and when you set up like a precedent day or a preliminary hearing day, when you sit there and you establish the rules of the court and you give them to the other side, when you establish the rules of the court,
that's all they want it. You don't have to do any of that stuff except that the other side. The precedent day is mostly is a docket day. It's mostly saying they try to figure out if you guys. It's like sometimes it's preliminary hearing days. It's dispositional hearings. They just to see where we stand at this moment in time. It's like, do you guys want to continue with this? I mean, like I said, in Virginia, like I'll go to the judge's chambers, and if I'm going after the state will just do a three-way phone call from the Capitol. And we'll sit at the judge's chambers, and the judge will say, you know, are you still adamant in your suit? Do you still wish to pursue, you know, Susie, the court clerk lady, absolutely. And then the state said, they asked the state, are you ready for your defense? It's like, yes. And then the judge asked me, like, how long will it take you to move your court? And I said, I don't know, 20 minutes. And then the state would say, well, it'll take us about 20 minutes as well. And it's like, okay, well, we'll set the docket. Let's see, the first opening is 11:10. We'll schedule it from 11:10 until 12 o'clock. And we'll hold it over in case after lunch for another 20 minutes. I was like, okay, that's fine.
But isn't it also when you have you try to get rid of whatever, let's just say you have 30 items on your plate, you try to get rid of as much controversy as you could, then whatever is left that you can't agree upon with the other party, then you go ahead and
Me, it's simple. I make one claim at a time. I'll come back for the other 29. I do one at a time.
Right. Okay, so now the other party, if I still want to pursue the claim, the other party against the other person, the other man, as far as setting up the court rules, since it's my case in my court, I set up court rules. Is that correct?
That's right. You don't got to tell them shit unless, how would they not know what the rules of the court are? The rules of the court are simple. You bring your claim before the court, you're going to convince the judge or the jury that, you've been done wrong, and they're either going to say that they did wrong or they didn't do wrong, and that's it. There's no rules. What rules? What special rules? They've been doing this since caveman times.
I had mentioned on another call before a few times that when you make your claim, you go there and you set your court rules. It's whatever you want. It's your case, so it's whatever you want.
Only if the other side asks. If the other side asks, but other than that, it's pretty simple. The judge will just say, you want a trial by jury? It's like, okay. And then you go first. Are you going to answer? And they'll say yes. And say, okay. And then the rules call. You got the final word before the jury. You have the final say before the jury. Okay, that's it. It's simple. It's like doing it dawn. You're gonna take the first shot at this guy, then he's gonna shoot back, he's gonna answer back, and then call you get the final shot. And that's it.
Okay.
It's just a duel. It's just a duel. There's no fancy rules.
Right. I heard you mention before that you were setting up the rules as far as like saying, okay, well today we're gonna run third, second, and first instead of first, second, and third. So I just wanted you to kind of elaborate on that.
No, to me, I just hold it just the way they've been holding it since caveman times.
Okay.
There's nothing new that I do. There's nothing exotic, nothing bizarre. There's no trick. There's no nothing. It's like I'm going to explain to the other, what this woman did, and then if the another woman gets a chance to talk. If somebody who stands in as an attorney tries to talk, all I say is, whoa, you know the rules. Just like in caveman times, you know the rules. Do you have any are you first-hand witness to this? What happened in that court, in the court clerk's office that day? No. Well, then sit down and shut up. Let her speak. It's her turn to speak. She wants to answer. She believes she's done no wrong. She speaks. Not an attorney. She speaks. And then the judge will tell the attorney she hired to sit down and shut up.
Okay, so basically the court rules are just the typical rules that they go by. Nothing that you can add, or nothing you can say, okay, you're going to play by my rules today.
It's the rule since caveman time. If a caveman jumped up and somebody tried to speak up, and the other caveman would say to the lady who stopped, say, wait a second, this is against me and against him. Well, I'm his representative. Oh, really? Were you there at the time that he did wrong to me? Then I'm making a claim that he did wrong. No, well, then sit down and shut up. The rules of the court are very simple. Can you bear witness? No. Well, then sit down and shut up. Well, it's just my opinion. I don't give a damn about your opinion. When we want your opinion, we'll let you know. And the judge will say to the other side, sit down and shut up, just like they did for my sister. The judge told the three lawyers, the ex-husband, or the husband she was divorcing, to sit down and shut up unless they have any first-hand knowledge. Sit down and shut up. The judges know the rules. There's nothing new under the sun. What kind of crazy twist are you thinking about bringing in other than, a fair fight? That's as fair as I could think of it. You get a turn to speak, I get a turn to speak, and I get the final volley because, I believe I've been the one who's been done wrong. But, yeah, it says right here. It's like, wow, we did not know that. Especially when I found in, the Alabama Code. It says any time that the parents wish to have their child returned, if it was the child was taken based upon a contract, and 99% of the kids are taken based upon a contract, that the children must be returned immediately. So they said, wow, really? That's in there? I said, yep, right here. And I showed them the exact code. They're like, holy cow. I said, that's right, because anytime a man wants to back out of a contract with the government, he can.
Beautiful.
A man can't be like a slave to the government. Anytime a man wants his property back, he can just wish for the immediate restoration, and he gets it back. That's where I had the belief that was true, but when I actually found it in their code book, I was like, wow. It just solidifies what I've always believed, that was my property, and anytime I want it back, whether it is a contract or not, I could get it back immediately. And I was like, holy cow, it's right here in black and white in their code book.
Exactly.
Because it says that right there in their code book. They said, so if there's any hesitation of returning the property immediately to the parents, do not offer them a contract. Do not offer them a plea bargain.
Wait, say that again, please.
Take them. It said if there's any hesitancy in restoring the property, restoring the children to the parents immediately, do not offer them a contract. Do not offer them a plea bargain. Take them directly to trial. Prosecute them criminally. Do not work a deal with them. Do not give them a contract.
My name's Kara, and I've been having some issues with DHR here in Alabama. And I've listened to a few of your shows, and I gave the local DHR office here in Chilton County a notice of discharge and a notice of restoration, which they have defaulted on. I go to court Thursday.
You said Chilton County?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is just above Montgomery?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Yeah, they took my child out of the hospital. She's in the NICU unit at the hospital here, and they put her straight into foster care, never gave anybody a chance to even place with a relative or anything like that. And
did you sign a safety plan?
No, everything I have signed VDOT, CDOT. On my 72-hour hearing, I challenged jurisdiction. Eventually, I didn't really know about your method or anything at the time. So at the hearing, I challenged jurisdiction. I kept at it. I went in there and I stated common law jurisdiction. Eventually, she asked me a question, and my motherly instincts kicked in. Like, what I heard was, oh, if you just answer my question, I'll give her back to you. So I answered her, and from that, she said, oh, well, we've stated jurisdiction. I'm taking a recess, and she never called me back into the court.
Because if they said to you, ma'am, what's your name? And what is your name? You said it was Nancy? What did you say your name is?
Tara.
Tara. Okay, so she just asked you a simple question. Tara, are you? What's your kid's name? Susie. What's your daughter's name?
My name is Phoenix.
Okay. If she said, Tara, are you the mother of Phoenix? And you said yes, she's got jurisdiction over you.
Okay.
Because it's like say she was like in another dimension, she's only like in the two-dimensional world, like paper world.
The right answer would actually be the name is actually irrelevant. Yeah.
No, any answer creates jurisdiction. Other than saying apples, pineapples, cucumbers, what? If you say anything that sounds any kind of like a legitimate answer, like something that's coherent, then that shows that they have jurisdiction. It shows that they have some sort of control. That they'll pull the string and your mouth will move. They're your puppet. They got control. They have that's what jurisdiction means, control. If I ask you a question, do you answer in a coherent manner? Yes. It's like if I pull the string on this puppet and I want this puppet to put on a puppet show, and I want him to raise his left hand, and I pull the string, does the left hand move? Yes. Okay, then I got control of this puppet. So when they said, are you Tara? Are you the mother of Phoenix? It says apples, cucumbers, pineapples, what? Are you talking to me in legalese? Are you talking to me man to man? Are you talking to me woman to woman? Are you talking to me like through some crazy legalese language? You know, it's like, no, the judge will never say, I'm talking to you man to man. They say, well, then this isn't on the record. This is off the record, right? You know, so the judge will say, no, this is on the record. It's like, no, I don't speak legalese. I'm not joining your little group. I'm not being part of this little activity. You know, no, I don't. They're not required to speak legalese. I will not speak legalese, and I will not entertain any questions, you know, directed to me in legalese. I will not, you know, if you serve me a question in legalese, I refuse to respond. It's like I said, like I said to Polly just a little while ago, if somebody serves you up a plate of pasta at the restaurant, it's like he went there for fish, and then he'll say, what's this? He says, it's pasta. It's like, you know, what do you want me to do with it? It's like, well, I want you to eat it and pay me for it. I ain't eating and paying for it, you know. Well, you know, you ordered it. I didn't order it. You know, like, look, you can't order me to pay for something that, no, you can't, you have no control over me. No, I haven't even placed my order before, you know, you yet. I said, you know, I wish for fish. It's like, well, you're going to get pasta and I like it. It's like, no, you could put pasta on here and you're going to pay the bill, you know. So, like I said, any kind of competent answer or any kind of way that's just showing that you're actually just going with it, like if the guy waiter throws a plate of pasta in front of Bob, he picks up a fork, starts eating, and goes, okay, and he just starts eating it. Well, then he's going to be liable for it, even though he didn't order any pasta. You know, he knows he's at a restaurant. He knows the rules. You eat food, you got to pay for it. And you can't just say, well, I thought it was free. You threw a plate of pasta in front of me, and I thought it was free. It's like everybody knows it's implied that you go to a restaurant, they give you food. When you're done, you pay. So everybody knows the rules. You go to court, they call your name, you answer it, you know, they got jurisdiction over you. They got control over you. But no, you could challenge control anytime you wish. You know, you could say you never had control over me, the judge, even though you think you had jurisdiction because you played this little game with me in court. No, at no time did I appear as a defendant. You know, because that's what I explained to the man in Chicago. He said to me, he says, well, I'm a defendant, you know. I said, no, you're not. I said, let me put it this way. Whose case is this? He says, it's Cook County's case, right? It's the case. Cook County's creating the case. They're building the case and they're creating the case, right? He said, yes, it's their case against you. I was like, that's right. It's not your case. It's not the PETA case. It's Cook County versus PETA. It's Cook County's case. Who's got control of the case? Who has control of where the case goes? Who has control of when the case is going to be heard, or where it's going to be heard, or what court it's going to be brought before? Who's got control of the case? Cook County. I said, now, why would you want to defend Cook County's case? Say it was Cook County's castle. Would you want to defend Cook County's castle and be the one who gets the arrow in the head? Or would you say, that's not my castle, it's Cook County's castle. Let them defend their own effing castle. I got my own problems. I got my own case. I got my own castle to worry about. I'm not defending it. I don't accept the title as defendant. You know, you can't force the title on me. It's just like the Queen of England. She wants to give me a knighthood, or she wants to give me a lordship, or she wants to make me a squire of the crown or the court, whatever. It's like, no. I said, I can't accept the title. I'm too busy. Why? I'm a dad. I got a farm. I got things to do. I can't be burdened with another title. So, I mean, there's certain titles that you can't run from, like being a dad or a brother or a son or a nephew or an uncle. I mean, there's no way I could avoid those titles. You know, I'm bound to those titles. I have a duty and obligation to live and abide by those rules of being a member of my family, of being a citizen. A citizen just means a member of a family. So I'm bound by those rules of uncle, dad, and I got to act accordingly. I have a duty to them, my family. Just like Bali said over here a little while ago, the doctor asked him about his kid. He said, well, the doctor said, well, my children were born citizens. And Bali said, well, his wasn't. You know, it's like, no, Bali, yours was. Your children were born as citizens. It means you're members of a family. He's born of the Mann family. You know, his last name is Mann. So I said, no, they were born citizens. He said, the doctor's just trying to trick you into thinking he meant citizens of the UK. You know, members of the UK family. The doctor didn't say that the children were UK citizens. He said, my children were citizens, members of a family. So you people don't know what the doctor's saying, or maybe the doctor's, you know, trying to trick you. But it's the same thing that judge did to you. She just tricked you. She asked you a question, and you didn't say that's Exhibit A that we put into the court on Thursday, was that the man was an idiot. And now, how many people want to call themselves an idiot when you've been taught your whole life that the word idiot is some sort of, you know, something disparagingly, or to be, you know, or a pejorative term, and we've made a very simple, word idiot as example too. And we said idiot, literally a private person as opposed to one taking part in public affairs. So he's just saying, look, literally I'm a private person. That's my property. You came into my house. You took my pot out of my basement. Literally, I'm a private person as opposed to one taking part in public affairs. So when the judge realizes there's an idiot before him in court, he knows that he can't force an idiot to talk. He knows that anything that comes out of this guy's mouth is going to be bombastic idiocracy. It's going to be idiotic. So he's going to be like, this is all nonsense. It's like, that's right, I'm an idiot. You say, are you Tara? Are you the mother of Phoenix? You say, unicorns, bananas, pineapples are mine. And she's going to say, you're an idiot. He say, idiot, private. Oh yeah, idiot, private person, exposed to one taking part of public affairs. Idiot. Yes, I understand that. Yes, I comprehend what you said there. Yes, I'm an idiot. You understand I'm an idiot, Judge? Yeah, good. Now, how do you believe you have jurisdiction over a private person? But like I said, the whole thing I tell people all the time is you people think that you could. These guys are word nerds. The people on the bench, the lawyers, they're all word nerds. And you people think you're going to open your mouth in an open court and out word nerd the word nerds. And I say to people all the time, when you have the judge, especially like a child custody case like that, and she's giving you a whole bunch of questions, or he's slinging out the questions, tell them, can you put your questions in a form of writing, and can you give me leave of court, for 3 days or 30 days, so I could properly place a proper answer before this court. I have to seek out legal competent counsel. Competent counsel doesn't mean a lawyer. You could have a guidance counselor or a job placement counselor. A counselor doesn't mean just somebody who does legalese. So you just say, I want to seek out competent counsel. So especially when it comes to something that important, say, look, man, especially something as important as the placement of my child or the custody of my child, you don't say child, the placement of my property or the custody of my property. Any question that you want to present to me, you have to do it in the form of writing, and sign it. And then I'll go seek out competent counsel and I'll place a proper answer before this court. But I'm not here to argue with you, Judge. I'm here to argue with the prosecutor over there, the state attorney, who stole my property. That's where my argument lies, not with you, Judge, in the black robe. My argument is with that state prosecutor, the attorney over on that side, and have explained why his client, the DHR, stole my property, or robbed me of my property, or why there was a theft of my property. That's the only thing I'm here to address today. I'm not here to play 20 questions with you, Judge. And if you want to question me, put it in a form of writing, and I'll answer it in that manner. But I will not do it, in an open court, because you're a word nerd. You're a word guru. I'm not. You're speaking legalese. You're speaking a foreign language. I'm not going to play this game with you. Is this a common law hearing? No. Well, then, you're some sort of bound by some sort of Alabama code of 1975, and she'll say, well, yes. And I say, well, then, I'm not up on my code. I'm not skilled in such a language. So, you're going to have to place it in the form of writing, and you're going to have to give me time to seek out competent counsel so I could properly answer the court. But honestly, the judge isn't supposed to be saying a damn thing.
Okay.
So, when was your kid taken? I mean, how old was your kid?
She was born May the 17th, and she was stolen June 26th.
Well, what was their reason why they took them a month later?
She was in the NIC unit. She was a month early, and I was on a valid legal prescription, which stating for a policy purpose, they had to contact DHR, and upon them do a little bit of investigating. And at that point in time, they should have just dropped out and went on with their business. And so when they approached me, I started doing a little bit of investigating. My husband and I both did, and we wouldn't comply with them. They didn't give me any valid reason for compliance, so I wouldn't comply. Gave them like an affidavit of truth about like the birth certificate, right to travel, and then the day she was getting discharged from the hospital, I was supposed to pick her up, and called up there, and they wouldn't give me any information on her. They said she was in social services custody. And
yeah, because when you start doing affidavits of truth and birth certificate and stuff, they know you have absolutely no clue about the law. They know you are totally clueless. That's exactly why they do it. So they know they could get away with it. They know like it's some crazy free man nonsense, and they'll be able to get away. Just because, like I said, it's called a sibboleth, and I explain to people what a sibboleth is all the time. It's just a certain word or certain sound that they hear that makes them perk up their ears and say, "Oh boy, did she just say birth certificate? No, statement of affidavit of truth. Oh my God, she has no effing clue. She's just getting this stuff off the YouTube channel somewhere. Holy cow, she is totally clueless. We're going to eat her for lunch."
Yeah, I'm kind of seeing that now. I was just trying to do anything and everything I could to protect
Yeah.
her.
Oh, yeah, everybody does. Everybody just tries to look at YouTube, and they look at all this guru nonsense, and they just say, wow, look at all the stuff we got to put in. But like with Jesse and Jonathan, when they got their kid back, all I had to do was point across the room, says, "She robbed me of my property," and looked at the judge, said, "I require you to give me, restore property." And the judge was like, "Why should I? Why don't you do what social service and DHR tells you to do?" And she says, "Don't you want to know why they robbed you?" And she said, "Well, I don't care why a rapist rapes me. I don't care. I require you to restore the property. And that's all I require of you. I restore my property." And then the judge said the court is recessed, and the next day, the prosecutor walked across the lobby and said, when do you want your property? It's going to take us 4 days. It was going to take us till Friday to get your kids back. Can you give us till Friday? And she said, "Okay, fine." So like I said, it's because you just don't know how to say simple words. You guys went on and on and on and on with this tirade of all this ridiculous nonsense and just say, "I was robbed." Like the judge is a mandated reporter. Did you tell the judge you were robbed of your property?
Have I? No.
Well, see, then the judge doesn't know. It's just like my sister's a mandated reporter because she's a school teacher. If some kid came up to my sister and said, "My daddy raped me," my sister's got to report it. She's got to go down to the sheriff's department and report a crime. Or she's got to report it to her supervisor, who will get the sheriff's department down there to take the report. But the judge is a mandated reporter. If you say, "I've been robbed of my property," the judge will say, "What property?" "The property right before you." Like I said, with Jesse and Jonathan, I did Exhibit A, B, C, and D. And Exhibit A, B, C, and D was the 4 pictures of her 4 kids. So, and like I said, they were charged with gun and drug charges. They had pot in the house and gun in the house, whatever, and bullets, whatever. And the house was a little bit of a mess because they're like they're good people and all, but they're like agrarian. They they eat like sprouts and natural chickens and stuff like that. So obviously the house isn't squeaky clean. And they're happy people. The kids are happy living like that. They're happy living rugged like that. Hey. They call it rugged. They call it a pig pen. The state will say, "That's no way to live." I say, "Well, that's the way your great-great-grandparents lived." It's like, yeah, well, they also lived in a cave, Well, they don't live that bad, but you know what I'm saying. We got by somehow. But they're like, "Well, no, the kids should have Clorox bleached floors." And I'm like, "Look, we do fine. We don't need all that, So they thought they were never going to see their kids again. But like I said, all they had to do was basically make a simple claim to the court that they were robbed of their property. And they required the judge to report it to the sheriff's department for the sheriff's department to get back their property. Find out who's holding my property and give it back. See, like I said to people a million times, man, and this is what gets me tired all the time, is that the only reason why government exists is to secure and protect the property of man. They don't secure and protect your child. They don't not to exist to secure and protect your car, your bank account. They don't exist to secure and protect you from getting fired from your job. The job from any centralized government is to secure and protect the property of man, each other's property. And you join together, as a collective and say, well, we'll get each other's back. If some form of enemy, we'll protect each other. We'll make sure each other's property, is secured and protected. We'll get together as a big group. So when some bad guys come in, we can kick their ass because one-on-one we're going to lose. So we better do this together. So that's what the whole trick is of property, the word property. So you have to make the claim for property.
Okay, at court, should I take a picture with me and just continue to refer to her as property, and then?
What you need to do is keep your mouth shut. That's the worst thing you guys, especially women, is horrible like that. You guys have to do it all in writing. See, because that's what happened with Jonathan and Jesse. When I helped them for 10 days, her husband still didn't believe me. He went on and on for about an hour or two talking all that crazy nonsense affidavit of truth, all this nonsense that he was doing. She talked 2 sentences and she was done. They got the kids back by her 2 sentences. They didn't get done with his 10,000 sentences. They got back with her sentence. I was robbed of property. I require you to store my property. I was robbed of property. I require, the return of property. That's all you have to say. I was robbed of property, or there was a theft of my property. She took my property. He took my property. I require you to return it. That's all you got to do.
Okay.
And that's all Jesse did. And I kept messing with Jesse for 10 days. I cursed her every curse in a book you could possibly imagine you could call a woman. I called her everything on planet Earth to try to get her ready for court. That the judge was going to try to trick her to say something else, or like you. He's like, well, should I say this when I go to court? When I say this, no, you don't say an effing thing. The same thing I did with Jesse. No, you don't say an effing thing. So I kept tricking her for 10 days, trying to get her to talk to me over the phone. And then she finally got it to the point in her head where I was like, I got this. I was robbed of property. I order the restoration of property. I require the immediate restoration. I require the immediate return. I order the return. I said, can you just handle like simple words like that and make believe you lost every other, word in your vocabulary and just keep repeating that like a parrot? I said, because that's the only way it's going to work. I said, you can't start talking to these people. If you talk to these people, they're going to have jurisdiction over you. They're going to ask you a question. You're going to give them an answer, and then now they got control of it. You keep lying.
Anything I've signed I've signed everything without prejudice. Am I bound by anything I've signed?
No, like I said, whether you signed it with or without prejudice, all that stuff is just silly.
Okay.
With or without prejudice. Anytime you wish to withdraw, you can withdraw. And that's why I asked you, did you voluntarily place the kid into custody?
No.
Well, then how did they get it? Did they charge you with a crime?
No. They
There's
took
always
her
2 ways to put the child into custody. You have to be charged with a crime. Did you ask them, have you been charged with a crime?
No, I never had the opportunity to.
Okay. How hard is it to go to the court clerk and say to the court clerk, in my case file, was I charged with a crime? Is this criminal or is this a civil matter? And she'll say, well, this is family law, so this isn't criminal. And she says, well, I don't know. It's like, fine, that's fine. I'm going to go down to the sheriff's department. You go down to the sheriff's department. You say to the sheriff, do you have any criminal investigation against me or my husband? And he'll say, no. So, okay, that's fine. And then you go over the city prosecutor. You just live out in the county? You don't live in the city?
I live in the city limits.
A city of what?
Clanton.
Oh, you're in Clanton? That's funny.
Yeah.
And you got that big flag and stuff down there. I know where you are. So, what you could do is then there would be a city prosecutor. You go to the city prosecutor and says, do you have a pending case? Are you investigating me for a crime? And if he says no, then you know you're not charged with a crime. Because they're mandated reporters, so either they had to have the police department, the sheriff's department down there, the county sheriff's investigating you, or the city police department investigating you, or the city prosecutor investigating you, or the state attorney's office investigating you, or the county district attorney. So if none of those people have a case pending against you, the only other way they could hold your child is based upon a contract. That's the only other way they could have it. There's no other way they could help you holding your child. They're going to claim that there's an agreement between the parties to place the child into state custody. All right?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess. Well, how other way can they hold it? Either you're charged with a crime or it's based upon a contract.
I mean, I guess speaking to me, that would bind me in a contract, wouldn't it?
There's only 2 ways they could do it. They could do it based upon a contract, and then, like I said, and all you have to do is when they base it upon a contract, you just say to them, is this based upon, are you charging me with a crime? And they say, no, we are not charging you with a crime. Well, then that's great. You're not charging me with a crime? No. Lovely. Wonderful. then the only other way you could have my child in custody then is based upon a contract. Now, you could say the judge did a sneaky contract attack on you. Fine. Who cares? Let her do that she did a sneaky contract attack on you. I don't care. Because any time that you wish for the return of your child based upon any form of contract, whether it was verbal contract or, judicial contract or any kind of contract, you just say, well, I just wish to break the contract between me and the state of Alabama, and I just wish for the immediate return of my child. And you know where to find that, right?
Yeah.
You don't know under the Alabama, did you ever read the Alabama Administrative Codes? Did you ever hear those yet?
No.
Do you know that everything under Alabama Department of Human Resources moves under the 660 Code?
No.
Do you know that?
No.
Have you ever heard of that?
Have not.
Okay, well, this took me many, many years to find. And you're going to love it, because if you're not charged with a crime, the only other thing you could be is based upon a contract. And you're going to love this line. It comes straight out of their code book. And it says the department has no authority under a voluntary agreement to hold a child against the parent's wishes. See, so making a wish, the judge knows when you say I wish for the immediate return of my property, the judge knows what a wish means. So it's not some silly word, wish, because why would they write it in their own code book? So wish is a huge thing. Wish is a huge word in law. So it just says the Department of DHR has no authority under a voluntary agreement to hold a child against the parent's wishes. So there's only two ways they could be holding, voluntary or involuntarily. And if it's involuntarily, it's because you're charged with a crime. So if you're not charged with a crime, then you have to say, oh, that was a voluntary agreement. And then you just say the department has no authority under a voluntary agreement to hold a child against the parent's wishes. It says, consequently, the parent has the right at any time to request and receive his child. Voluntary agreements are to only be accepted in situations in which the Department of Human Resources has no hesitancy in the immediate return of the child to his parents. Do you see how simple that rule is?
Yes.
If there's any kind of an agreement, you say, okay, so you got jurisdiction on me, so you believe I placed my child in here voluntarily. If they say, well, yes, this is a voluntary placement. And so really? Well, am I charged with a crime? I'm like, well, no. It's like, they'll say, well, I'm not sure you're charged with a crime. Well, I know I'm not charged with a crime because social service workers are mandated reporters, correct?
Yeah.
And she'll say, yeah, social workers are mandated reporters. Right. So who went down to the police department? Who went down to the prosecutor's office and charged me with a crime of having drugs in me? Who did it? And it'll be like, well, I don't think anybody did it. It's like, that's right, nobody did it. So if nobody's reported that a crime happened, I'm not charged with doing anything wrong. I'm not charged with a crime. So it has to be based upon a contract. So where's the contract between I and the state? And say, don't give me no nonsense about birth certificates, because that's not a contract saying that you have the right to administrate my property. That's my property. It's not my child. It's my property. So that's the whole trick you guys got to get away with, man. You got to get away from calling them children, and you can't let them insult you like they did to Jesse and Jonathan. The judge, I was working with Jesse and Jonathan for 10 days, and it was funny because somebody called me up on my show a year and a half ago, and they said to me, oh, Carl, your shit don't work, and, you're full of crap. And I said, oh, really? I said, I got my kids back, and they're like, well, that's full of shit. I said, let me see. I said, the first parents that call me up on my show, I'll get them their kids back. And until I get their kids back, I'm not going to do another radio show. How's that? I said, is that proof enough? And he was like, well, yeah, that's a good bet. I said, good. And ask any other guru who does this stuff, on a radio. And he said, you tell them the same damn thing. Can you prove that any of this stuff works? If you can, then show us. Take on a case and take it from beginning to end, show us everything you do, and win. And when you win, then come back on and show us how you won, and then we'll believe you and we'll shut up, and we'll just listen to you from now on. I said, okay? He said, okay, fine. So then it took 10 days, and it was funny. Before they put a claim I wrote for them, they tried to write it. So she got one from like 6 pages to 4 to 3 to 2 to a page and a half, and I said, that's still too much. We're running out of time. Here, let me tighten it up for you. So I wrote 2-sentence claim, 2-sentence restoration, 2-sentence remedy. 2 cents claim, 2 cents remedy. So four sentences total. I said, now run with that. So she went down to the court clerks to file it. And then the young clerk lady said, oh, wow, hang on a second. And then she went and got the head clerk, and the head clerk was like running around and said, holy cow, wait a second. They went and got the head judge when they read the 2 sentences of the claim. And the head judge came out, and they were holding their kids for 5 months. And the head judge invited them back to the judge's chambers. And the judge said, well, I see that you got the word property here. And the clerks noticed the word property, and that you claim that you were robbed. See, because they got to report it. They got to run down to the sheriff's department, and they got to report it. So as soon as the clerk read that, she was robbed, they said, holy shit, I got to report this. So she went to head clerk. So the head clerk said, holy shit, I got to report this. The head clerk said, she went to head judge, and the head judge was like, shit, he's got to report it. So the judge convinced them. He said, well, he said, well, she comes on to the phone to me on a Friday, and she has trial on Monday. And she said, well, I put your claim in call. We just came all the way back from St. John, which is like an hour-and-a-half ride from the mountains where they live. And Salt Flats they live in, Salt something. I don't remember the name of the town. But anyway, she says to me, the judge was really nice, and the clerks are bumping into each other, trying to, run around trying to figure out, what to do. And I said, yeah, it's the word property that drove him crazy. He said, yeah, that's what the judge said. The judge said that, Lincoln freed the slaves, and we don't call children property anymore. We just call them children. Can you just take that word property out? Can we call them children? And she's like, well, this guy's, pretty well convinced us that they're our property, and we better just run with it. And the judge making funny faces. She's like sucking lemons, I don't know who you're getting this advice from, but you know what? Tell them that Lincoln freed the slaves, and no, they're children, they're not property. So then she came home, and she called me up like 3 o'clock, and she said, wow, Carl, we had a great time at the courthouse today. They were really nice. They usually look at us like we're a bunch of nuts and putting all this crazy paperwork in and inch-thick worth of nonsense. But, boy, they were jumping all over themselves trying to talk to us today. And she said, wow, the only thing they wanted us to do was change the word children to property to children. I said, you dumb effing, C word, and, you dumb bitch. I was just going nuts on her. I said, you get your ass back in that, vehicle, and you drive your ass down there, and you put that word property back in there, or don't ever call, and you'll never see those kids again, da-da-da-da-da. And she's like, okay, fine. You know how much diesel costs you or fuel costs you? It's like $4 a gallon or a pint or a liter or whatever. I said, I don't care how much the damn costs you. She was, I said, you get your effing ass back in that vehicle, and you get your ass back down to St. John. She's like an hour and a half ride. I said, well, you better get your ass in gear because the car's going to close soon. She was like, fine. I was like, oh, little cunt, pissed at me? Pissed at me. She hung up on me. Oh, I said, oh, you little effing. So she changed it back, and she called me up, like on Saturday or Sunday. She said, fine, I changed it. I hope you're happy. I said, lady, you don't understand. There's a difference between property and child. But children, the judge has jurisdiction and control over children and child. That's in their job description. If you take a look in any DHR 660 thing, it says children, the child, the said infant. It's always infant, child, children, never property. You never see the word the child. The judge has jurisdiction or control over another man's property. You will never see the word property. So define them as property. If they say, no, we call them children, it's like, well, there's no I in we. I'm not part of your silly society. I'm an idiot. Remember? I'm not legalese. I'm a man. I'm a woman. I'm outside of your silly system. You have no control over me. I am not part of any of your legal society. I'm not a citizen of your silly family. I'm a citizen of my family. And that's my property. And I require you to immediate restoration of my property, and I mean now. And so then that's what they said. When Jesse did that in court on a Monday, they told her to come back first thing in the morning. When they came back first thing in the morning, the Crown met him in the lobby and said, who wrote this? And she said, she did. He's like, yeah, right. He said, you a lawyer? She said, no. He said, well, then who wrote this? She said, she did. I said, yeah, well, whoever wrote this, just tell them we're scared shitless. And when you went... So then she said she wanted immediately. And she said, well, they were all over Canada, over the province, so you got to give us 4 days. And can you give us, I don't know how many days it was, but so you got to give us till Friday. And she's like, okay, fine. And what he said was every single one of the cops, the social workers, the police officers, the child psychiatrist, the doctors, everybody took their affidavits out of the case file because you reported a robbery. So they all had to report the robbery because they all swore in doing mandated reporting.
you were talking about how returning the property or restoring the property from the state. Here's an issue. It's from the other parent, and the other parent isn't exactly being 100% in. So I was wondering, seeing as how that you did make a comment earlier on about how if you answer their questions and you answer to the name, they pretty much have jurisdiction over you. If they answer to the name and you still require the restoration of your property, and the other side or the other party is under the jurisdiction of the court, does the court have the authority to direct the other party to return to restore the property?
Yeah, like I said, it depends. Like I said, you have to create your own court then, because the other side has got the jurisdiction. See, like say I create a case and you create a case. I take my case and I place it. If I say I want to place before like God and country, God, just to be the witness, and country means my jury, my peers. That's all God and country means. Now, if I want to take my case and place it before a guy in a black robe, I surrendered my case to the guy in a black robe, and I no longer have control of my case because I gave it to somebody else. Same thing with the jury. Once I surrender my case, I say, look, I said to the court clerks, I wish for my case to remain sealed until it comes forth into the open court in front of a jury, until the trial by jury. And then upon that time, I'll open up my case and I'll, try on my suit before the jury. Until then, this case is to remain sealed. So that way nobody can interpret it or say, tamper with my case. Nobody's going to trespass on my case. Nobody's going to take out my, I try on a suit. It's a golden suit with silver thread. I don't want somebody to replace my silver thread with tin. So it's my suit. Leave it alone. Don't give me no opinions. Don't do anything. Wait for the trial by jury and let me try on my suit before the jury. So if the other side, like I said, surrendered his case to the judge in the black robe, he placed the case or complaint before the court, and he surrendered it or she surrendered it already, now that judge is technically the other person. Is saying, okay, I've only heard one side of this case. The other side refused to answer into this case. So obviously this case is going to, I'm going to find it has merit, and I'm going to give a judgment for this case. So you have to, if you don't want to be part of the other person's case, you better start your own damn case. And when you start your own damn case, then if you trust a guy in a black robe, you better require a trial by jury be, convened.
Yeah. Looks like Pat just jumped on there, Carl.
Okay, great, man. Yeah, but this was a Sindra who was just over to me?
Yeah.
Okay, can you send me that stuff that you said you actually worked, so I could send it to that other parent in Alabama and try to make them feel better?
Yeah, but I still have a follow-up question I wanted to quickly ask there. The Ontario courts, they don't really take in just blank notices if you're trying to claim things from the other party. They require you to fill out the family court forms, etc., so on and whatever, and that's pretty much the only way that you'll be able to get anything done. They don't accept any notices because they won't even take it. If you send registered mail, they'll just return the sender or anything. They will not keep the notices if it has to deal with another parent. That's my problem.
Yeah, well, like I said, what you could do is you send me this in like a long form of a question, because it kind of sounds there's something missing in your questioning. So you're going to have to form it in a letter and send it to my email. Because, like I said, you want to figure out how to procedurally, submit a notice to the other side. Like I said, if they won't take it that way, then you might have to go through the legal announcements in the newspaper, or just put the notice there. So like I said, just give me, like I said, that's exactly what they do to you. Social services, like up there, they will say if anybody wants to come forth and make a claim for a child that we have in our custody, he's 4 years old, blue eyes, brown hair, he goes by the name that they have to put a legal notice in the newspaper that we're going to, adopt this child out or whatever over here. They actually have to have that they're going to terminate the parents' rights. They actually have to put that in the local newspapers. I don't know if you've ever seen that in the legal section of the newspapers.
Yeah, I did.
So, like I said, if you want to put it in a long form of a question, so so I could see, because you sound like you know what you're doing. So I don't want to repeat. You already know what the hell you're doing. So I'm just wasting my time telling you what you already know.
Yeah.
So
but
just tell me what you've done and haven't done. You know what I'm saying?
The thing is the court is exactly contrary. So, like, in Canada, we have something called the security of the person. It's actually just a piece of paper. The person is just a security. So you just lien it, and then you throw it in trust. And then technically it's in custody of the trust, right? Well, court isn't exactly following that anymore.
It depends. It depends, man. It depends.
Okay.
You know, like I said, it depends. Who's got the authority to do such an act? You know what I'm saying? It depends. It's not as simple as you're making it sound like.
Of course, I'm simplifying it because I'm just trying to rush it through. But what's the email that you go by?
That's courtofrecord@gmail.com. So, yeah, like I said, you better be careful because my buddy Gus just came out of jail for a year and a half doing what you're saying. So you better be real careful what you do, dude. Yeah, you know, he got a 2-year sentence and was letting a year and a half go. So you better, like I said, you better tell me, you know, more of a form like a letter. Tell me what you have and haven't done.
Yeah, in Ontario, there's a beautiful thing. It's called the Change of Name Act. Section 2, subsection 1B2, if you're born outside of Ontario, or if you're born in Ontario, it's Section 2, subsection 1A. It specifically states, for the purpose of Ontario law, everyone has an entitlement to be recognized by the name. You just simply waive the entitlement, and if they don't allow you to do so, then you just question the court, by what authority do you have to compel me to accept an entitlement?
Right.
That got
what
all of my charges thrown out.
I tell people all the time about the titles. I said, you don't have to accept the title.
Exactly. And it stays right in your own
look, I got too much on my plate. You could just be as nice as saying I got too much on my plate. I'm entitled as a dad. I'm entitled as an uncle. I'm entitled as a cousin. I'm entitled as a worker, an employee. I just got titles up the behind, and I can't accept any more titles. I can't handle any more duties, responsibilities, obligations, and you can't bind me to it. And I wish to be let alone.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll say, but this is a great title. You're defending in a wonderful case. It's like, yeah, I'm sure it's a wonderful case. You know, I'm sure you spent tens of thousands of dollars building this case. That's great. But you know what? I don't want to defend your case. You defend your own castle. You know, it's your case. You defend it.
So I went into a hearing, this was a while back, on the custody case. They were trying to reopen it to see if they could take temporary custody away and place a permanent restraining order against me, you know, all the stuff. And I showed it for the hearing, but I didn't say a word the whole time I was there. And I waited till she was done because the only thing I didn't want to do was not contract. I didn't want to argue anything. I was just trying to stay focused so they couldn't continue to move forward. So what I did is I waited. As soon as she said, okay, you know, we're going to put a permanent injunction against you. They didn't have anything either on me, nothing. But as soon as she said that, she says, I'm going to grant a permanent injunction. You're to stay this many feet away from your daughter. If you go to a park and she's there, you better leave. You're not supposed to, you don't talk about this to the media. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. I stayed really calm, and the attorney on the other side was wrapping his stuff up, and he goes, oh, yeah, and by the way, I'd like her, you know, we want her to reimburse Michael for all my fees. And the judge said, okay, granted. I stopped, I turned and looked at the clerk right in her eyes, and I said, on and for the record, I do not agree, and I do not understand. And I turned to hurry, walk away. And the judge said, wait, you don't understand what? And I turned and I waved my hands because I'm very, I guess, motionful. I said, all of this whole court case, this whole thing that happened, I don't understand and I don't agree to any of it. And I turned and I walked out. And hot on my tail, I went down to the clerk's office to record something in the record. And right on my tail, on my honey's tail, was the guardian ad litem. And he says, now, come on, Venus. He says, we can talk about this. He says, maybe I can get you some visitation. You know, it doesn't need to be so extreme. Let's go back and talk to this about this in my office. Well, Honey was pretty nervous. He thought that they just did something really big. So he's like, please, let's go talk to him. So I said, okay, I'll meet you out in the hall, and we'll talk about something out in the hall. Well, come to find out, he didn't want us in the hall. He wanted us in his office. So we agreed. We go to his office, but it's not even in his office. It's in a recording room where there's all those glass windows around you. You know, they're camcordering. There's a door on the back side. So we go in there, and he cocks his head sideways, and he looks at me, and he gives me that look. And you know the look when you see it. And he goes, is it that you don't understand, or is it that you really just don't agree? And see, because at that point I hadn't agreed to anything in the custody case so far. So I waved my hands and I said both. I says I don't understand and I don't agree. So I ended up hurrying and having to get out of there before they found a way to say that I agreed. And I went home and I wrote it all out. I addressed it to the clerk of the court. I wrote the whole thing out, what I had said, just, you know, basically to reiterate, and recorded it in the file, you know, got it put in the case number. 2 weeks later, I called the court, right, to find out if they executed that order to keep me away from my daughter, because so far they didn't have anything. And the clerk first answered the phone. I give her the case number, and I says, I just want you to read to me the last order that was executed by the judge. And she starts, and she goes, well, I don't really understand any of this. I'm going to put you up to the judge's clerk, and you're going to have to talk to her personally about it. So I said, okay. So she gives me the judge's clerk, and this lady, you could tell by the way she spoke, she was not happy. She answers the phone like this, yeah, what do you want? I'm not kidding. I was like, I knew she was mad. She wasn't making any money. I said, I just want you to read to me the last order that was executed by the judge for that hearing. So she starts reading it, and then she stops, and she goes, it doesn't matter because you didn't agree. Did you? And I said, no, like one more chance trying to see if I'll agree. And then she said, doesn't matter. Judge can't sign it. Doesn't matter.
Well, that's awesome. You held your ground like that.
That was my first confirmation that they physically from them after learning all those stupid rules, but that was my first confirmation physically 2 years ago that they really can't do anything unless they have you in some type of way agreeing, whether you knew you did it or not.
Yes, that's exactly
Carl. I don't know a lot about this.
Let me say a piece of this first. The reason why they need your understanding is because the understanding puts you in a position of surety. That's why they always try to get you to accept the name. You accept the name, you accept the office. You accept the office, you become a trustee. What does the trustee do?
Holly finally came back from the hotel. That's great. He got me a card. Yeah, somebody was asking there at the desk, he said, about my show.
Oh, yeah. We spoke to him last time. You remember the guy when you see him?
Oh, okay. Big heavy guy? Big heavy bloke? Yeah. Yeah, so did he ever listen to the show, or? You know,
I don't think he did. But he told this new guy.
Oh, about the show? Oh, okay, that's funny. Yeah, no, so what's funny, no, I had to hang up on this everybody for a second. Yeah, like I said, man, it's funny. Why didn't somebody jump this lady when she said the judge, she got him in court, and the judge was telling her she can't do this, she can't do that, run out of the park, you see your kid, leave the park, da-da-da-da-da. Does anybody else remember this lady saying this? I mean, why didn't anybody jump up and down? Why do I got to do this? You know, why can't somebody say, lady, wait a second, did some woman, not a judge, did anybody just keep correcting this woman, say, not a judge, because only God is my judge, or my fellow gods, you know, my fellow images of God, my fellow man, are my judges. This lady's a judge. Yeah, she's a judge of persons, you know, within her authority, you know, within her capacity to have dominion over. She doesn't have dominion over me. I'm a man, and that's my property. Why didn't anybody jump this lady when she said, well, the judge said, you see her in the park, get away from her, da-da-da-da. Why didn't anybody just say, oh, so you're trying to administrate my property? And the judge would be like, well, of course I am. I was like, good, well, then just place it in a form of writing and sign the damn thing, and I'll stay away from my property when I see it in a park. How come I got to come on 3 hours and 40 minutes into this thing, because Bali had to go get a hotel room for me, and how come I had to go on hold for like 40 minutes because I didn't know the passcode to get back on after 3 hours? His calling card dies after 3 hours, and he's got to fire it back up. So it doesn't cost me $1.29 a minute to call you guys and go over the same nonsense I've been going over for years. Is there some reason why somebody couldn't have jumped her and said, look, wow, did you get a judge to say all that stuff in court? Did some women say that in court, that you can't do this and you can't do that and you can't and you can and you cannot and you can do this but you can't do that? Did somebody try to administrate you? Did somebody try to tell you what you can and cannot do? What happened? Don't you people understand that all I talk about all the time is voluntary? You know, it's all compliance. And you want to be compliant, and you want to say, oh yes, I'd be more than glad to volunteer for that. Yes, I'd be more than glad to serve you. I'd be more than glad. Place me in the form of an order. It's passive compliance, not passive resistance. It's passive compliance, man. Just do it. Just take the damn orders, carry out the damn orders. Tell the judge lady, look, I think I saw my daughter in the park. No, you know what? As a matter of fact, I know I saw my property, and you called it my daughter in the park yesterday. Oh, here's a bill for $1 million. I stayed away from her. Because, like I said, when a guy in Canada called up from British Columbia a week or two or whatever, don't you guys listen to these shows? And he called up just after Mother's Day weekend. That's right. And he said that some guy said to him, "Hey, you know what? I was talking to Carl, and he said that I was told to reappear in court, and I gave the judge. I said to the judge, oh, you want me to reappear in court? Lovely. I'll be more than glad to reappear in court. So he says, as long as you put it in the form of an order and you sign it. You know, so it's like, you know what, so I could tell my boss I'm going to, be here next week or 2 weeks from now, whatever. Just put in a form of an order and sign it. So the judge put in a form of an order, he signed it, and then he came back and he reappeared and he gave the judge like a bill for $500. He said, what's this for? It's like, you ordered me to reappear. Here's my $500 bill. Pay me. And the judge was like, that's ridiculous. It's like, well, if Elvis Presley was asked to reappear for a one-night stand at the Hilton or down at Hawaii, he'd ask for $1 million. He'll reappear. He'd more than glad to reappear, but he ain't doing it out of charity, the kindness of his heart. This guy likes fancy clothes and big cars too, man. Pay me. You know, so the judge said, I ain't paying you, boo. So the guy had a hearing over the matter, and the judge was ordered to pay the man. So then they had that big hearing in B.C., Mother's Day weekend, when all the judiciary got summoned to, a meeting, and, all the mothers up there must love me. And they were told, you better be very careful when you're placing orders from the bench. So why didn't somebody just jump this lady and just say to them all the time, order me, please order me, Judge Lady. Oh, this lady's going on about it because she's in a conference room. There's the windows, they're recording me. I don't understand. I do understand. Just stop this bullshit. I mean, why don't you just beg the judge to order you? Say, please order me. So you're a woman, and, I can understand you. We see a woman, man to man. I can understand what you're saying. Place an order with me. Order me to do something. And then just carry out the damn order. Oh, what if the judge ordered 300 Domino's pizzas for everybody in the courtroom? Domino's shows up and says, who ordered all these effing pizzas? And the judge said, oh, I did. And he's going to say, here, Judge, here's the bill. It's like, oh, no, I did it for the benefit of the court. I'm not going to pay Domino's anything. And Domino's is going to get that judge hauled off to jail. Domino's is going to say, no, this guy's got theft of services, man. I produced a product. I delivered a service. I provided a service. Or I produced a product. This clown owes me. Don't just think you're going to call him up. Don't think you're going to place orders all over the place, Judge, here and there. Say, well, I got authority over Domino's. I could shut them down. I'll pull their charter. I'm the judge in this county. I got pull. I know people. He's going to say, screw you. You still ordered 300 pizzas. You pay for it. You ain't getting shit for free. Nobody demands fair and just compensation. So, yeah, like I said, man, I went on mute again, but I just had to slow this thing down. It was turning into a train wreck. It was turning into some sort of a crybaby, hugaboo, kumbaya nonsense, man. It's just some, Nancy boys all screaming like, I can't solve my problems. So, Mr. Sensitivity, I'll unmute everybody again. So there you guys go. I was like, oh, my God. I was like, I couldn't wait for Bali to get back. But here you guys go. You guys can start whining again. But there you go. I unmuted everybody, so have at it. But just pay attention. Just realize when she's saying nonsense, man, you guys got to start reeling them in if they don't know. Maybe she just doesn't know because she never really listened that much. But come on, guys. Get a grip.
I wouldn't do that today. That was a couple years ago.
Okay, when it was. Somebody should jump the shit. Give me that. So why don't you just tell... Okay, so where's the orders that you haven't signed in writing now? Where's the order saying that return the child now? Where's the order?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, no, I'm talking to the person who's been talking for an hour on the radio. I have no idea what your name is, but all I'm trying to say is simply, somebody's telling you your kids want it back, fine. Tell me to deliver my child to you. That's fine. Not a problem. Order me. Why don't you just tell me to order you? In a form of writing and sign the damn thing, and you'll have the kid there in 5 minutes. What the hell's the problem? Don't you know how to carry out an order? And then they order, then you give them a bill for $5 billion. They say, here you go, one child, $5 billion bill, pay it. You'll have a hearing over the matter, and you'll get $5 billion. And then you get the $5 billion, so they'll just give you back your kid. It's like, anybody else wish to order this for me? They'll say, oh, no. Anybody else wish my property for me? No. That's why I effing thought. Go ahead and just keep hiding out being Nancy boys all over the woods and keep screaming and squealing forever. All the law is based on contract. It's all contract law. It's all based on money. It's all based on a medium of exchange. You believe you have value. They believe you have something. Medium of exchange. It's money. It's all contract. You step into the public, it's all based on contract. Contract and breach of contract. Do you have jurisdiction authority over me? Do we have joinder? Yes or no? No, yes, no. Whatever money gets exchanged, boom, it's done. Okay, so like I said, you said you were going to, you had a mortgage, Freddie Mae, Freddie Mac, they set up a receiver, set up a trust. Are you paying anything to them at all at this point? Or do you believe you paid everything off by doing these promissory notes, by putting these bonds in?
Well, I was led to be, I paid it off by putting in these bonds by these guys. That's how they said it. Well, they received the bonds and they never rejected it, never sent it back. They accepted it, and that was they were deeming that was tender, and that since they kept it, it's paid.
Okay, they kept it as paid. Does it exist anywhere? Any kind of proof that they sent you the title? They sent you back the original note and signed off on it, and said there's no longer a debt.
No, there's nothing like that.
Okay, like I say to people all the time, if you watch like the shows from the 70s, Archie Bunker, all the neighbors used to have mortgage burning parties. When you paid off the note, they gave you back the note, and everybody sat around the house and they watched you burn the note. So who has the note? Who has the ability to sign off on the debt and say the debt has been, satisfied? Who's got that capacity to do that?
Well, either the Fannie Mae or the servicer has to have the note.
Right to the servicer and Freddie Mae, Freddie Mac, say I'm going to require from my records that the payment has been tendered in full and that there is no longer an outstanding debt.
Never put
in simple letter like that. Well, say you're sending a letter like that to me. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand. Instead of looking at Freddie Mae, Freddie Mac, servicer, also trustee, why don't you say I'm writing to Carl? Hey, Carl, can you, this is starting to screw up my credit, Carl. Can you send me a letter that I paid you every damn dime I owed you and I don't owe you anything anymore? Can you do that for me, Carl? Why didn't you just do that?
Well, I did receive a letter from them stating that they do not accept that as payments.
That's okay. Okay, so did you ask them a simple question? Has the debt been satisfied, yes or no? And then ask them why they believe that the debt hasn't been satisfied after you sent them the instruments that you sent them. Say Exhibit A, a copy of Exhibit A, a copy of Exhibit B. Ask them.
Oh, that's what I should do, yeah. Now,
instead of guess, ask them. Yeah. It doesn't hurt to ask. It hurts if you don't ask. It doesn't hurt to ask these people. They will tell you.
All in writing, of course, correct?
Of course. Takes 2 seconds. Dude, you back it up to the 4-hour, 15-minute mark. I talked from 4 hours, 15 minutes to the 03 to 012. It took me 9 seconds to say it. Yeah, with a paper, pen, and ink. Yeah, 9 seconds worth of writing it on a postcard. I think you can handle it.
Yeah, I think
most times I tell people, be nice and send a stamped envelope back in there with a blank piece of paper and say, there you go. I put a stamp on it and everything. Can you just answer me? Because this is really important that you get back to me immediately.
Okay. So basically,
that's what doing the court clerks. We put things in manila envelopes, and we want the court clerk to send us back the stuff that's timestamped from that court. So we put it into a manila envelope, and we put another envelope in there with my address on it. And I ask her, can you please put it right back in? As soon as you timestamp it, can you drop it in this envelope and put it in the outgoing box? And they do it all the time.
Okay. Should I mention that the payment was sent and basically the account is balance zero?
As far as you're concerned, it is. Ask them if they believe that it is not, and make sure you get the person's name. Say, Joe, do you believe that balance is zero, or do you believe it is not?
Okay.
You have to call them out as a man. Because no man's ever crazy enough to come forth and say you owe a debt. That's ridiculous.
Sure,
Bearing
sure.
false witness, it's instant death in ancient times. You can't say that. The Joe can't answer that.
Should I send it to the man who's a lawyer, or send it to the man of Fannie Mae or the servicer?
You could send it to the receiver. You could send it to the trustee. That's fine.
Okay. I'll send it to all three, CC all of them?
Yeah, you could do that, man. Yeah, but you got to call out each one at a time. But you could send 3 letters. Say, hi, Bob, da-da-da-da, and then CC it to Abe and CC it to Charlie, and then send a letter to Bob that says, hi, Abe, you know, da-da-da-da-da, CC Bob, CC Charlie. So all 3 see that you're sending it to all 3 of them, but each one has their own separate name on it. You're calling out each man, one at a time.
Basically, they pursued something with a defective process. It's not been addressed correctly. They've been made aware of it several times. Been warned that that they'll be charged if they continue, because it's now becoming a trespass on the time, and it's causing distress and harm. And the chief guy doesn't really want to deal with it, and I think he's a little bit scared about actually doing anything with it. But it's at the stage now where they're trying to intimidate the guy I'm helping out by sending round a bailiff who's not a court bailiff. He's just basically an actor pretending that he's a bailiff with a document, which they don't bring out the documents over here. They just come and say, oh, it's in the office. They don't actually bring the one out. And if you ask them to bring it out, they bring one out that's got a computer-generated signature on it. It's not issued by a judge. It's not issued by a court. There's no bond with it. It's a joke. But they try to con you or fool you. And I told him this, don't worry about it. Just tell him that you're trespassing. Get off the property. But I'm trying to basically, it's causing stress now, the people I'm doing it for. I'm trying to I've tried different things out with it, and I just want to bring it to an end. So the guy who's the main man at the local authority has been given notices now. He's been informed of who a man is. He's been informed that he's a man. He's been kind of, how do you say it, being made aware of the whole picture. So it's just a thing of, I'm at the stage now where I'm going to be writing up my claim, and I'm just thinking, how much warning is fair warning? How much wiggle room do you give them?
Well, whenever you're dealing with something, you send out the first letter, and that's to start addressing it, to find out who you're dealing with, and to make sure you're dealing with the right man or the right woman. And once you establish that, the whole process of letter writing is to establish that you have a man that you're dealing with, that you can later hold accountable. But you have to make sure it's the right man. So your first letter should be along the lines of, are you the man that I need to talk to regarding this matter? Or is there some other man or woman that I should talk to? And they will respond to you and let you know if they're the man or if somebody else is the man you should talk to. And
with this one, that's us. Sorry.
So, once you have the man, once you know you're talking to the right man, then you let them know that they're causing you harm, and you get a little bit more specific. And if they have a problem with you and continue to do this, then you give them the fair warning that you're going to seek some kind of remedy if they continue. And then if that doesn't work, you have them served with notice. You have a process server bring notice to them and serve them with a notice that they are causing you harm, cease and desist, come no further. And the next step is to file a claim.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, why I've gone with it so far is that I've because they've been sending it out to a very ambiguous name, and no one at the address at that property actually has that name, I've been sending it back, begging them as nice as I can to write the right name, and then I'll deal with it. But they don't want to do it, because if they do that, their whole process is completely messed up. And they're pretty hardcore in not wanting to lose out on a few pounds here and there or a few dollars.
Well, when you say it's not the right name, are they addressing you as Mr. Smith instead of John Smith, or are they addressing an entirely wrong person?
No, it's Mr. P, and they were told, I wish to, if you want to contact me, I wish to be addressed as the full name, And if you keep writing to the name they're writing to, I'll be sending the mail back to you. Write to me with the correct name, and I'll do anything you want. So it's kind of a thing of, because they started the process now, they can't change it. And it's defective, and that's why they don't want to give up. So they keep on pushing along the same thing, because as soon as they admit that they've got it wrong, their whole thing falls down. That's why they kind of really get their teeth in. They don't want to let go.
So what is the essence of the communications?
Oh, this one was over, I think it was a traffic ticket or a parking ticket. And basically, the first one come out and it was sent back. No one at this property lives at this property has that name. It's my property. My name is Jim Doe. If you want to write to me, address me correctly, and I'll be more than happy to communicate with you. And then more came out for the same incorrect name. And another letter went back saying, I've told you before, I'm just letting you know again, my name is so-and-so. No one by the name you're addressing lives at the property. I'd be more than happy to do business with you if you write to the correct name. So it was very, very friendly. But as things kept coming out from the same agency, and ignoring, it kind of got a bit more to, now you're causing me harm, because I've told you 3 times that no one at my property lives at that name, and you keep on sending it out to and incorrectly addressing it. So if you just, I'm giving you an opportunity now to, do it properly, and we'll move on. But they don't want to do that because they know that they've issued it in a different name, and it's like a defective process service. So they can't actually do anything with it.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me see.
Sorry, guys, I know it's a head scratcher.
You can let them know, give them fair warning. They're making a claim against harassment, trespassing, extortion. No one has first-hand knowledge, so you definitely have some issues you can approach.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Larry. The thing is with them is that the guy at the top doesn't want to get involved. As soon as you write the letter in a certain way, I think it goes to the legal team, and they sort of say, leave this. And what they want to do is carry on from a different angle, attacking, to take the heat off, so that you're sidetracked to dealing with the more imminent issue. And while you're doing that, you kind of they're hoping you give up the game. But I'm at the stage now where I've pretty much given them as much warning as I can, and it's almost time to go and start filing things. But I was just wondering, I think I've given them about 4 letters now where I've returned their mail and said, look, if you just write to me, to my name, I'm the owner, I own the property, it's my property. If you write to me, I'll deal with you and assist you in any matter I can. I think it's about 4 or 5 letters now, so I think it's probably time to make the claim.
Well, before you make the claim, you're going to need to send them a notice. If you're positive you have the correct man, then send a notice by process server to that man to cease and desist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that'll be your final warning. And do not say, "Or I'm going to have to sue you," because that's a threat. So just a simple. You're causing, you're a man, I'm a man, you're causing a man harm, that kind of language. Dear Bob, greeting, I know you're a man, and I know that you're, you're in charge of this agency, and your failure to properly train and discipline your employees is causing a man harm.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah, please cease and desist.
Mm-hmm.
And or I require you to cease and desist.
Yeah.
And let it be that short. Just get down what you really need to get down on that notice, and then you can move towards a claim.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
I like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll leave you to it now.
This is John. I got another idea. If I heard correctly, he's getting mail that's not in his name. Is that right?
Well, it's in his name the same way that when they address you as John J. Fall.
Yeah, so it's not his name.
It's not his name, yes.
So here, I don't know about over there, but here in the United States, there's this is an area I'm very strong in. There's statutes on what you can do through the mail. Not that you would quote those statutes, but you could go down here. You could go down to the post office and you can file a mail fraud claim. Now I did that in not this case that I'm in now, but I did it in the last one I was in, and they stopped sending me mail. And
Well, John,
wow.
The problem is that's all statutory. If he's looking to move towards a claim later, that would be a separate process altogether.
It's actually not statutory, Gus, unless you make it statutory, because you got to remember there's two post offices. There's the original post office before Title I was ever written, before there were any statutes, and then there's the United States Postal Service, which is just a private agency reselling the government service as a post office. So if you call it mail fraud under the post office, not under the United States Postal Service, that keeps it in the original jurisdiction, and that's what worked for me. If I had done it,
but aren't the mail fraud statutes? They're all part of the code. The mail fraud statutes.
Don't cite those. Don't call it mail fraud.
Hold on. There's a lot of feedback. Looks like Brian in New Hampshire is. Brian,
you have to. Some people have to mute out before I have to mute everybody out besides the two that's talking.
No, it's New Hampshire. It's whoever's on is New Hampshire. I'm pretty sure that's Brian from Keene. The echo's gone, so he must have muted his phone or turned his speakers down. We're all set.
Okay.
But,
John? Okay,
yeah,
ahead,
so you'd absolutely stay away from quoting statutes. But the truth is, I don't want to go down this path, but the truth is I don't think it would really matter if you did. They have a job. If you tell them that something is being done wrong, you're being solicited with threats, or even on the lighter side, here in the United States, it's mail fraud if you're getting sent mail to a wrong name and they're doing it on purpose and you've let them know they're doing it. That's still mail fraud.
That's very interesting. I'm gonna really look into that, and I will get back on next week and let you know how I'll get on with that. That's very interesting. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Who is that talking about mail fraud?
I'll give someone else a chance now. Thanks, guys.
Who's the person talking about? Who's the man speaking about mail fraud? Who is that?
Hey, Larry, it's John. How are you?
Okay, what's up, John?
How you doing?
Doing great, man. What you are saying is correct. I know for a fact about the mail fraud stuff. I don't like to talk about it because it is a different subject. And but mail fraud works quicker than anything.
It's worked really well for me. I could tell you stories all day long because I've been doing it for a lot of years.
Okay.
A certain agency was sending me letters demanding money, and I reported them for not using postage stamps.
Right.
Because in the domestic mail manual under Section 5, you're not allowed to use metered mail for anything other than advertising.
Email me, and I'm gonna talk with you because I know what you're talking about. So let me give you my email, and I need you to email me. Where I can give you my number. Where I can give you my number. We can discuss that. My email address is 1jazzyred@gmail.com.
Okay, you got it. I'll get that to you, and I'll put in the subject.
Put in the subject mail fraud.
Got it. I got a lot of research on it. I got a lot of documents, so I'll put it all in there.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you, when I retired, see, I retired from the post office.
Okay.
I was in the post office for 34 years, so I know exactly what you're talking about. It's just that, like, I don't really talk about it a lot because, there's just so much going on and everything that I just don't want to be confusing people with what's going on with call process and everything else. But I would like to give it your name because I'm going to tell you, it is dynamite, that mail fraud. Yeah. If everybody watched The Firm, if they ever watched that movie called The Firm, they'll see what got what's his name out of trouble.
It's about an hour and a half into the movie, by the way.
Exactly.
Those section you're talking about.
Yeah, when he started speaking to that black supervisor, I guess he was a supervisor, you know, and when he started talking to that guy, he was a guy at some other firm, and when he spoke to him and everything else, that changed the whole show at Mail Fraud.
1712 is the section that they really get nervous about. That's falsification.
Yeah.
They get real nervous about that. It worked so well for me, Larry. They started sending their communication to me by Federal Express, which probably cost them about 150 times than normally what it cost them.
Oh, yes. See, people don't understand. The lawyers, they go to school. Then when they take their bar exam, one of the biggest things on their bar exam is mail fraud.
I'll tell you another great tactic if you're really into gun. You take the metered mail, okay, you know, because you're in the post office, the metered mail has a serial number to it. So you go down to the postmaster and you say, I want to look up and see how much money was on account with this serial number the day before it was mailed to me. If there's no money on the account, and there never is, it's mail fraud. You have to have paid postage.
Oh, they're gonna know what you're talking. When you send that back, this is what you really can do. I really don't want to get off the topic that much. Yeah. But I'm gonna say this, and we're gonna get back on the topic. Is that what you do is most letters that come through the mail, they are not hand canceled. I mean, they are not canceled. Right. And any first class mail should be canceled, and then you know that it went through the postal service. And if it's not canceled, it's mail fraud. And what people are doing now is that once you get that mail, quit. If it's first class, quit opening it so fast. Because if it's first class and it's not canceled out, a letter is canceled out when it has 6 lines going through the stamp. It's letting you know it went through the postal service. If it comes through and it's not canceled out, then there's a means of fraud that's being perpetrated on you. So what you do is before you open that letter, you put up a 3-cent stamp, a 4-cent stamp, or a stamp, and you put it right back in the mail. And when you put it right back in the mail, it's going to come back canceled. It's going to automatically come back canceled when you send it back with a postage stamp on it. Yeah. And once it come back canceled, and you make your copies and everything else. Once you do that, you make your copies, and in other words, you make your copy when you get a letter, first class mail is not canceled, you make a copy of it. Then you put a stamp on it, put it through the mail, and then once it comes back, then you make another copy. Now what you're going to do with that lawyer, you're going to send him a copy of that mail, that letter that he sent through the mail that wasn't canceled. Then you're going to send him a copy with the one that you canceled, and all you got to say is, can you spell mail fraud? And you're not going to hear from him no more.
That's right.
You're not going to hear from the lawyers at all. I mean, and really, the sad part about it is because people don't take, the mindset, and I knew I forgot about it when I was delivering mail, is that 98% of all mail comes to the post service is mail fraud.
That's right.
98%. And I mean, and see, the UPU protects, and you can get that UPU manual, and it'll tell you all about mail fraud.
I'm not sure if it matters, but wasn't Carl using that restoration of property hearing or the return of property hearing as compared to a writ of habeas corpus?
He was, but that's the root of my question: is why would it be limited to that? When you're doing habeas corpus, you're still asking for a return of property. It just happens to be for property.
But if you ask for the property to show up.
Because I was looking at James Madison's definition of property, and he said it's your faculties from which all property originates. And the definition of faculty is your thoughts, your reasoning. So, everything emanates from that. Your tangible and intangible property emanates from your thoughts. So why wouldn't that include, like I have an order on me that I can't leave the state. So my locomotion is my property. I want my property returned to me. My reputation. They had newspapers carried a story about my arrest. Why wouldn't that be my property? My innocence and my reputation. I don't see why it would be limited to just compared to habeas corpus.
Very good point.
Well, my understanding about property, there's you have to, I would assume, draw in the sand what are you considering your property, and being careful on what you consider your property, because see, the government is designed to protect you and your property. So if you claim, well, let me say this: it's hard to claim a vehicle your property when you didn't create that vehicle. You see, you purchase, even though you purchased it, it's hard to claim ownership, and I think that's where they get us in when they have us signing all these documents and everything else when we're trying to make a claim to something that we really can't claim because we're not the creator, of that. That's just like claiming your birth certificate and your driver's license and making a claim to it, a claim to something that you didn't create. You're trying to claim it's your property. Well, okay, now they got a good argument. How you gonna claim your property when you look at it on the back of it says when we ask for our property, you got to return it back to us. So now you're in a jam for claiming something that's not yours. So but property as far as your kids, that's something that you did what? You created.
Mm-hmm. Well, we didn't create our abilities and our personal resources, but those are still, according to Madison, those are still our property, and according to the Bible, they're our property. The Ninth Amendment, the Article 9 of the Bill of Rights, the saving to suitor clause, says that all the rights we had before the Constitution are still our rights. So if the Bible says the earth and all that's in the earth is our dominion, man's dominion.
And I agree with you. But what did we do? We signed it over, okay? And you're right. It was ours, but what we agreed and we contracted and we signed it over. When we did the birth certificate, we did the Social Security, and when we signed in a vehicle, when we signed in a vehicle for registration, we're signing it over. Well, yes, you're right. It is yours.
Hey, Larry.
Uh-huh.
You got a good point, but you know what? All that is being done by fraud. That birth certificate, that Social Security, all this property, they're stealing all of man's property through way of fraud.
Call it fraud.
I agree with you, Mike. Is it Mike?
No, it's Mark.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that fraud.
It's Mark. I agree with you saying in some sense because it wasn't fully disclosed, but the key
right. That's the only reason.
But the key is you consented to it and you still sign it over. Now the key is what you're gonna do. You're gonna revoke and rescind your contract and your signature. Yes, you can do that. But the truth of the matter of is still stuff that we agreed to do to give away stuff that we was inherited. We gave it all up by consenting to it.
Right, and see the only reason why I'm saying that I use the word fraud because it was done through consent, through a contract, but with non-disclosure. So technically,
why do you think they need disclosure? Why does everybody think they need disclosure? They're beneficiaries. They're not entitled to disclosure. The birth certificate was created for your benefit. You're a beneficiary. They don't have to disclose anything to a beneficiary ever. You chose the benefit. You chose to bind yourself to the rules of that benefit.
But the problem comes up. But the problem comes up is how did we do that when they didn't? They compelled, they forced the parents
at the hospital
They
level to
didn't
fill out the
control, they didn't force. There was no gun, there was no knife, it's a benefit. People got to realize that. It's created for your benefit. It wasn't created to harm you, and it cannot harm you. When you sign your name to stupid contracts, then you harm yourself through your signature.
But let me say this: both of y'all are right for the simple fact that, and think about what you're saying when I agree with you, Mark, when you're saying you sign something that they force you. Now, what you mean by forces? Now, grant you didn't have a gun, they didn't use guns, but they force you in the means of if you don't sign this, you won't see your kid no more. Same thing Carl went through. Same thing several other people went through. At birth, when you sit there and you have a kid and you do not sign that paperwork, okay, now it's a force because they, for whatever reason, they take your kids and you won't see your child again because you didn't sign that birth certificate. In other words, you didn't take that birth certificate. We're forcing on you. So it's a matter of force. It's just not with the gun. It's just not with the gun and the badge and all that. But it's a force because just like Carl went through, I just talked to a person the other day. They took her kid at birth. I think the young lady was on the show last week. They took her kid because she didn't want to sign the birth certificate. So they will force that on you, or they have been forcing on you when you don't want to consent.
Okay, but listen though, the birth certificate doesn't do anything wrong. It's when you consent. It's when you consent to signing a stupid contract. That's where the problem starts.
But see, the birth certificate, by not agreeing to the birth certificate, you know what you're doing? You're giving the state permission to have warrant over you when you don't sign that birth certificate.
Okay.
When you don't acknowledge that you're not acknowledging that I'm giving you rights for this birth certificate, that I'm signing this birth certificate. So the state has jurisdiction over you at that point in time.
No. They have some jurisdiction over the person. But my point is,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. A person they have jurisdiction over that person that was just born.
Yes, but that's just a name. It's just a person. It's a corporation. That's the difference. Separate the man from the person. But
he's totally right.
Even beyond all that, though, let's just say there was no threat or coercion, and my parents signed, and I had a person created for my benefit. Then in the mail, I get a birth certificate. Maybe my parents will apply for a social security number for me. That's fine too. So my birth certificate and my social insurance number cards both sit in the top drawer, or they sit in the vault down at the bank in a safety deposit box, wherever. They cause no harm to anyone at any point ever.
You're right.
If I choose to sign an IRS form, I've done it to myself.
You're right.
It's got nothing to do with the birth certificate until you sign something giving consent. That's where the trouble starts.
Now, let me ask you this. To go in and out of the 2 or 3 dimensions, don't you think you're going to have to sign something at some point in time to at least be able to work into both dimensions because of the fact that you got to survive. You got to be able to move around. So you're going to have to sign and consent to something at some form or another.
Oh, hey, Larry, hold on. I got something even better. Hold on a second. Hold on. As far as the birth certificate, they create a title for you. They create a legal person. And
hold on.
How is this hold on. Just let me finish this real quick. They create this legal person for you for your benefit, supposedly. But then again, you take all you as a man, you take all of your property and they put it in that title's name, and now the state owns all your property. So how's that benefit?
Who said that? Who told you that?
Okay, hold on. You guys sound like some 2 a.m. guru, taught you. Just get off the birth certificate altogether and the contracts and everything else. You know as well as I do, the government exists for the protection of your property, to secure your property, for the preservation of property. That's it. So everything that the government was created to do boils down to that one single solitary thing. So regardless of how you engage with your government, with the corporation, with the bank or anybody else, it is always for your benefit. And if for some reason you're not receiving a benefit, then there was a misunderstanding, and you have the right to correct it. And that's really what it comes down to. So getting into, the birth certificate does this and the birth certificate does that is absolutely unnecessary. Same with the IRS. If there's a benefit, great. If there isn't, then you walk away. And it's the same thing with any corporation you're going to deal with. The IRS tells the bank that they need your money because you didn't do a particular thing. Well, somewhere in the fine print of the bank contract, they might say, well, you agreed to that. But you know what? You didn't. You didn't agree to that. Show me where it says specifically that I'm giving you authorization to give my property to a third party. And because there's no benefit there. And so you got to go back to the Declaration of Independence. Men are endowed with certain unalienable rights by their Creator, and life, liberty, and property, pursue their happiness. And to this end, governments are instituted among men with their consent. And that's it. There is no other purpose to government. So let's move on.
That's a darn good point there, Gus. That's a darn good point about property. And I think you couldn't have said it any better, because that's exactly what I agree with. That's exactly what it all boils down to. The government's created to protect man and his property, which I had stated earlier. So,
Larry, let me add to what Gus said, because I think this is pretty important. Madison, who's considered probably the most major contributor to the Constitution, wrote in Federalist Paper number 10 the simple sentence that said, the diversity in the faculties of men from which the rights of property originate is not less an insuperable obstacle to uniformity of interest. The protection of these faculties is the first object of government. So in other words, the protection of the original source of property is government's first objective, which is your faculty. The definition of faculty is your ability, your means, your resources. So that's it. What Gus said is exactly right, and there's an authoritative site for it.
Yep. All right then. I'm glad we all came to an agreement on that. To a certain point, for those that don't agree, well, I guess you can get on a Gus show, and Gus will break it down for you on why it's like that, and why property is the way it is, and the way it's the means that it has. So if anybody else got a question, we can go to the next question, or anyone else have another issue, we can go to the next issue, because I think we're moving right along.
Larry, did we conclude that, at least for now, that the return of property hearing is probably a viable means for other types of property other than compared to habeas corpus?
I would say it's one good means. So what do you say about that, Gus? Get yourself back in, Gus. I guess Gus has stepped away. But, what about you, Mark? You think that's one viable means?
Yeah, I agree with that. If you can have that hearing to restore a property, anything can be your property. So whether it's your kids, whether it's your car, whether it's whatever it is, an acorn that fell on your land, somebody took it. I think property it's basically covers a lot of territory. So if you can have it for one thing, I believe that you can have it for another. What do you think, Mike?
I would like to ask one question, and I'd like to find out if there's something that anybody considers to be something other than property. Because I can't think of anything that's not property.
I agree with you, 100%.
Yeah. Well, anything that belongs to the public can't be property.
Well, obviously, it's either held in common or you have done something to initiate a property in that thing.
Right, either it's private or public, basically.
But if you're talking about your stuff in any way whatsoever, it's property. Whether it's your hair, your ideas, your energy, your creativity,
dreams, your hopes, anything. Right.
It's always property. When you're talking about the IRS, you're talking about property. When you're talking about any dealings like this guy earlier with Buddy, his friend or himself, which I believe he was at. You're always talking about property. You're never talking about anything besides property. So it's either property in common, which means it belongs to everyone, or it's property specific to a particular man or woman, and that's it. Government can't own property.
What if my neighbor and we split on a bicycle? I pay half, he pays half. We buy a bike.
I got an answer for that, Mike. I got an answer for that. If you look up the definition of property in etymology, etymonline.com, it gives you tangible and intangible words. So you've got nature, quality, possession, thing owned, but here's a key word: peculiarity.
Yeah.
So peculiarity would mean something that's unique to you, not shared. And then the last phrase in the definition is proprius. In other words, one's own special. So that's property, like Kyle's always saying, what's exclusive to you.
So it can't be exclusive to you if it's shared.
Some other good words to look up to really get a good peripheral understanding of property is the word possession and self-possession. Self-possession with a hyphen is actually a word, and it refers to command of one's emotions. So your emotions are your property. Because remember, the definition of property is possession. So self-possession is a subset of that. So your emotions, your feeling of safety and security and peace and happiness, which we all know the Constitution talks about. But the possession isn't just possessing, it's the fact of possessing. It's an occupation. What do you occupy? Your space, your rights. So it's pretty broad. That's the point I'm trying to make. Property is a very broad term with the caveat that it's peculiar. It's peculiar to you. It's special to you. One's own.
Well, see, another way of looking at it is my daughter is my property, and my relationship to her is my property. But on the other side of the coin, my ex-wife also can claim my daughter as property and her relationship to her daughter as property.
But she can't claim your relationship to your daughter.
Right.
It's your unique property. She's got her property that's called relationship, and you've got your property that's called relationship.
Yes.
That's a key distinction that you'll be able to use, by the way.
Yes, and there's other ways of looking at it too. Like my daughter calls me her daddy, so I become property to my daughter.
Right. Right.
So there's other ways of looking at it too. Property is very interesting when you start thinking about it.
I placed a claim, or I started a claim, and I didn't realize that you also have to make the orders and place them at the same time that you make the claim, or that you file your claim in court or at the courthouse. And I was wondering if it's too late to put your order in, or can you just put your order in when you go to court, or how does that work?
Can I give an answer? Did you have it served already?
Yes.
How many
the Attorney
how many
General
words are on your? How many? This is Mark in Atlanta. I've personally made a claim. I haven't had it served yet, but you had it served already?
Yes, I did.
And it doesn't have anything at the bottom as far as what you're ordering, what you want. What are the elements of your claim?
Well, my claim, the way I worded it was that, let's say Bridget trespassed upon my property by way of theft, that she's a wrongdoer and that she administrates my property without my consent. And at the end of it, I put that I require the immediate restore of property. But I didn't.
That's your order then. Yeah, you got your order right there. That's it.
Okay.
Can I jump in, Mark? I want to share something that you taught me, actually.
Go ahead.
When you served it, how did you serve it? Because you don't want to serve it in a way that jeopardizes.
No, I had a service. What do they call them? A process server. Serve her with the paperwork.
Did you serve it to her in her name as a woman or as an officer or an agent?
As a woman.
Good. I got a question. The process server, what kind of paper did she get back to you? How does that read?
I got an affidavit stating that at a specific time, this woman was served.
That first word you use beginning with an A, affidavit.
Yeah. Well, what I had done was I had made up my own notice, kind of similar to what Carl had done up for court. And so I served that on the courthouse, and the courthouse sent it back to me stating that I wasn't following civil procedure rules. But the crazy part is that they returned it back to me, but in the meantime, because she's a social worker, the Attorney General jumped in and served me with paperwork and had a court date set up. So I don't really understand how an Attorney General can step in and have a court date set up when they sent me back all the paperwork stating that I wasn't following civil procedure rules, and as far as they were concerned, that I hadn't served her properly. So I don't know how that all works.
Well, first of all, that's good that they told you weren't following civil procedures.
Right.
You're not trying to.
Right.
So that's great. You just got confirmation from the court that you're in common law.
Okay.
So plus
I guess that's one way of looking at it.
Yeah, well, that's his opinion. He's entitled to his opinion.
Right.
You know, you don't want to argue with that.
The only thing is that
what you want to look at is, did you do anything that they could interpret as traversing? You know, did you fill out their cover sheet? Their civil cover sheet?
I'm in Canada, so it works a little bit differently here because Carl's always said that because we have the English common law here, that you still have to fill out their paperwork. But what I did do on the second, because I modified my claim a few times because I wasn't quite sure exactly what I was doing, but the second time when I modified my claim, I did put on the form that I was doing it strictly for the ease of the Court of Clerks filing practices only. Perfect. And that was one of the disclaimers that I had on another one, or actually I tried to start another claim because I thought the first one was all messed up. And they came back and told me that I couldn't put that disclaimer on there. But when I went back and did the original claim, which I had gotten through and gotten a case file number for, they screwed up and somehow let my modification of the original claim go through. So at least I lucked out on that part where I've got the disclaimer stating that I'm actually filing a claim and not a complaint.
Did you go into the form and change the words like plaintiff to prosecutor and defendant? You changed to wrongdoer and get rid of it?
Because they told me they wouldn't allow me to do that. But what I did do was in the description where you put your name, I did put an aggrieved woman, and I put that I was a prosecutor, and for the wrongdoer, I did actually put wrongdoer, but I still had to leave defendant and plaintiff on the form, or otherwise they wouldn't accept it.
Yeah, they did that to me, so I just said I need the bond of the man or woman who's obstructing me from doing my filing. And I only had to say that once, and I said it very nicely. I didn't say it in a threatening way. I just need to know who's obstructing me from filing my case in common law. And that was after that they all backed off, and they waited till the head clerk came in. So it's one of those things you just got to persist on. They have to take it. Mark's living proof. I'm living proof. Other people who've gotten their claims in. They're just going to test your mettle. That's all.
Well, I've gone so far as even contacting the Chief Justice for the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia, and unfortunately I handled that letter incorrectly because I was kind of showing that I was in their, or understanding their legalese, when actually what I should have done was they had written me a letter stating that as soon as I accept or start working with their civil procedure rules as a litigant and whatever, that they would allow me to go into the courts and use their facilities, let's say. And what I ended up doing was I wrote back and I said that I'm not a litigant, I'm not a plaintiff, I'm not any of these things. So basically what I was saying in my letter was that I understood exactly what legalese BS they were trying to explain to me or send to me, and that's where I kind of messed up with the Chief Justice.
Yeah, that's okay. That's still redeemable. But the key is you understand you're not going in their court, right?
Yeah.
You're at their court, but you're in your court.
Right.
So, you know, if the person's last name, if someone's name is John Doe, then it's going to be you're in Doe Court. You're not in Superior Court. You're not in, you know, Queens Court or whatever the name of their court is. You're in your last name court.
Right.
At the physical building, whatever the name of that court is.
Right. And
do they see that on your paperwork?
On everything that I've done.
Okay, that sounds good.
But they're still, for the longest time, they weren't even accepting any of my paperwork. They were sending it all back to me. And then what I ended up doing was getting the postmistress to stamp the postage or her date stamp onto everything. And ever since I started getting her to do that, none of my paperwork has been coming back because they've been refusing to accept my paperwork for my claim, for my file at the courthouse.
Could you repeat that? What you just said? What the tactic that you're using?
Okay. What I did was I noticed that one time when I got the I don't know if you call it postmistress or postal clerk or whatever, I got her to stamp her date stamp onto my paperwork. And every other time before I had that done, my paperwork always got sent back to me stating that they couldn't accept it because it wasn't in the civil procedure rules or following the civil procedure rules. But this one time when I got it stamped by the postal clerk, it didn't come back. So ever since then, I've been getting everything stamped by her first before I send it into the courthouse, and nothing ever comes back when I end up doing that.
I had the same experience. That's why I asked you to repeat it. And what's happening is you just made the postmaster your witness.
Yeah, but John, the postal stamp that's being put on this paperwork, it's being put on the actual filings, the actual papers that are going to be recorded into the case?
No. Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like she's having the postal worker timestamp the actual filings, not the envelope itself, the actual filings.
No, she's canceling not the letter. You know, and whereas the postal service have jurisdiction. Jurisdiction.
But Barbara, are they putting a timestamp on your paperwork?
Yeah.
Not on
at the
courthouse. Outside of the envelope?
No, at the courthouse they will not stamp anything because when I get things returned back to me, there's no stamp that actually shows that the courthouse has ever received it or gotten it, even though I sent it their registered mail. But I did notice they made one mistake one time of sending me the envelope back that I had mailed things in to there, and they did stamp the envelope, but they wouldn't stamp.
Barbara, let me ask you this. What he's asking is, okay, let's say you had 5 pieces of paper that you were mailing.
Right.
So did they postmark those 5 pieces of paper, or did they postmark the envelope that you was mailing it in?
The post office clerk was stamping. I got her to stamp every one of my pieces of paper that I was sending in.
Okay.
So if I have 5 pieces.
Okay, good. So what that means is the post office had, in other words, you took the jurisdiction away from the courts, and the postal service got pure jurisdiction over it. So that means that it's got to be accepted.
Larry, how familiar are you with the post office being the court of original jurisdiction?
How? Repeat that again. How? What now?
The very first thing ever established in the United States on the land was the post office. The post office was the courthouse. It was everything.
Exactly.
And I believe that what Barbara's doing by getting the post office to stamp each one of her papers, she's putting her papers into the original common law courts of this land.
Exactly what she was doing. It's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's not just the envelope.
That's the major thing she's doing, but there's two other things that are happening. She's creating a witness to the proceeding, the postmaster, and the second thing she's doing is she's setting them up for interfering with delivery of mail, which is a felony, and they know that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And that's a good practice to do. If everybody on the call now, you can see, you get that postal clerk to time, date, and stamp your mail for you. Hey, it's a far gone conclusion that the courts is going to be in a jam where they got to accept the paperwork.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I'll definitely have to pass that information along to other people here. So.
Wow, I should have done that before I mailed in my letter.
I was
Good idea.
I was talking to a man in Chile last year who was explaining to me something that I had never heard before. He was saying that when you go into the courts and you put in paperwork, they don't have to accept it because you're trying to enter things into the public, and the judge has the right to accept it, refuse it, the clerk also. And for people who have that problem, he said that when you go into the county recorder's office and file your paperwork there and get a certified copy, then what you have is the paperwork itself is the vessel, and the contents of the paper, the words that are on the paper, is the cargo. And so you have to bring your paperwork into the court with like the county recorder's office. The county recorder's office acts as the customs office for the contents of the ship, the thing you're bringing into the public. And it was really strange, and I never really caught on to what he was talking about. I mean, I kind of understood it. I never followed up on it, but I'm very interested in knowing if what Barbara is doing is a similar process.
Well, I'm quite sure that people will definitely be able to test that process when they know they want documents into the courts and they want documents recorded. Just go ahead at post office, stamp your paperwork and send it off and see what happens. Because when you think about it, a lot of this is definitely trial and error, and it's away from your legalese, the rules. It's away from you getting away from legalese, statutes, and codes. So quite naturally, everything that you're doing is a trial and error on really finding out just how the courts look at certain documents that you're sending, and really just how the courts look at you as being addressing yourself as a man, woman, and property. Because all this is new territory for people that seeing how they respond to things that you say and do when you keep it away from legalese. Because you see, they're definitely responding and they're acting different when you keep things away from the legalese in their jurisdiction. Now, to me, what I've been seeing is that they are definitely doing a lot of running. When you speak property and when you speak of man and woman, they're running. It's just that simple. I've seen letters being written back, and they are hiding and trying to get away from, you addressing them as a man and a woman. And if you notice, officers, police officers, they don't want to give up their first name. They don't want to give it up. Young lady, officer came to try to put her out of she asked for his first name and everything else, and he didn't want to give it to her, and he left her alone.
Larry, I want to share this because I think it's really relative to what we're talking about, particularly with, I think the woman's name was Barbara, was just talking about. I just got a 2-page letter from the Department of Justice, and it's their weak-kneed, silly response to 2 lawsuits that I filed against their little buddies. And, if you study it and you read it, you realize how little they have to work with. You know, it's so. I guess the point that I would want to make is that they talked about the wrong court name and the wrong entity. In other words, they're talking about a name that's not my name, and they're talking about a court name that has nothing to do with my lawsuit. That's the best they can come up with. So my point is, so that's kind of reassuring. You know, when supposedly the smartest legal minds in the business, that's all they can come up with.
Yeah.
If I had that happen to me, you know, let's say their little letter to the clerk on my lawsuit caused me a little problem, a question that I would immediately ask and by the way, I learned never to deal with the clerks. You only deal with the head clerk, which Kyle calls the court clerk. Because he knows what's going on. He's been around forever. Judges come and go. Clerks are there 20, 30, 40 years. But a question that I would use is I would say, isn't it obstructing delivery of mail when I'm trying to deliver mail to the Doe court? See, you're not delivering mail to their court. You got to remember that. It's a mindset. You're delivering mail to your court.
Right.
All they are, by the way, the post office, Larry probably knows it, the post office has a whole procedure for using private people to help them when they're in like crunch time, like at Christmas time and Hanukkah and Easter. They'll bring in subcontractors that don't take the oath, they don't go through the normal process just because they're so desperate for an extra set of hands. So these people become part of the chain. They become part of the delivery chain of your mail. So that's like a real powerful question that I believe you could use effectively. I haven't done it, but believe me, I'll pull that question out real fast if I need to.
And Mike, you just made me think about something because you are so correct. When we used to hire contractors to make sure that delivery of that mail got through, and at all costs it had to get through, you know. So, you know, that would be a good thing to ask. Are you trying to hinder, you know, the delivery of mail that I'm trying to get to the court?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Larry, is as an add-on to that that's equally important is they're trying to see if you know what you're doing. If you think you're delivering mail to their court, then they might have a little bit of say on it. Really, no, but they might test you. But once you make it clear you're delivering mail to your court, not their court, that's a whole different level that you're playing on.
You're stopping me from delivering mail to my court.
Right. What authority do you have to obstruct mail that's being delivered to the Smith court?
Yeah.
And is it going to be necessary for me to report this fraudulent activity to the postmaster?
Yep, to the post inspectors. Yep, you're so correct. You know, I'm taking notes, so I got to take notes on just that right along. You know, when you're having trouble with these clerks, you're right. Get the head clerk and just let her know, hey, you know, whether you got to go get your attorney or office attorney, whatever, you just let them know, hey, someone is obstructing, you know, me from, you know, getting this mail to this court here, to my court, you know.
I've just had such good results pulling that card out. You know, when I was in family court, all I did was send a blank form of the mail fraud form.
Yeah.
Said, is it your intent? I didn't know all Kyle's words back then, but I said, is it your intent to obstruct delivery of paid mail from the post office? I didn't say from the United States Postal Service, from the post office.
Yeah,
that was it. Never blocked me again.
Yeah, it's definitely different from the post office to the United States Postal Service. It's a difference. So people have to understand that difference, and the difference is it's the post office.
Well, Gus will know this better than me, but I'm pretty sure the Constitution refers to it as the original seat of government. And another interesting thing about the post office is if you look at all their forms, so you've got certified mail, you've got express mail, you've got certificate of mailing, which is a nice tool, all these different forms that you can fill out. They all refer to the USPS. There's only one that refers to the post office. Only one.
Yeah.
That's registered mail.
Yep. And that's why registered mail is always hidden under lock and key.
Yep.
You know, and it's not that more expensive than express mail, but it's always under lock and key.
It's $12. $12 to send a letter, and you can go back 2 or 3 days later, and you can go to the postal clerk and say, I want a certified copy of the log of everybody whose hand touched that mail, and they'll give it to you.
And people get fired behind that registered mail. You know, but any other, like, and you're right, the U.S. Postal Service and then that registered mail, post office, period. So, and the post office is one of the strongest. You know, it's been around forever. So, and there's a distinct difference when you say post office compared to saying the U.S. Postal Service. So you mentioned post office to any government official, any court official. When you say post office, they know what you're saying instead of United States Postal Service. So you might want to keep that in mind also, you know. But that really brings back some. But Barbara, I hope we answered, you know, part of your question. Do you have another question, or you had any other thing you would?
I did have one more. Well, actually, I have a couple more questions, but one more that kind.
Go ahead. Yeah, we got time. Go ahead.
The one thing that I'm thinking of is I'm wondering how the Attorney General was able to get a court date in my claim when the affidavit of service was returned to me stating that it wasn't following civil procedure rules. And I think that I know that the other person just previous to that had said that because it was an affidavit of service, that's why it got returned. But that would have been following their civil procedure rules. So I'm wondering how that got returned to me, and then the Attorney General was able to step in and go ahead and I know they can do anything they want anyways because it's their forum. But I'm just wondering how he was able to get a court date in my claim when I wasn't even able to get a court date in my claim. Anybody have any ideas on that one?
Well, you kind of mentioned a bunch of things there. You know, there's some different things going on there.
Okay.
First off, in your claim, they're not getting a court date in your claim. If they're going to get a court date in anything, it's your lawsuit, not your claim. That's an important distinction. Secondly, I would say they're not getting a court date in your lawsuit because you are the prosecutor. And the prosecutor goes to the clerk and says, this is what I need. He's not the prosecutor, so if he's getting any kind of court date, it's in something outside of your court. It's in probably their civil court, but it's not your court. But, you know, these distinctions are important because they help you with your mindset, which helps you with how you're going to react.
That makes sense. That makes sense to me because that was the other thing I was wondering, too, because our court date is on September 2nd. And I was wondering if, when I appear, is he going to be the one that's actually prosecuting this thing or being kind of the prosecutor? Or am I going to be walking in my claim and he's going to be trying to take over my court? So that makes sense that this is setting up his court, not my court, right?
Right. Right. You paid the filing fee.
Right.
By the way, this goes back to our discussion on property, which is very, very important, is that case is your property.
Hang on just a second, John. Before I go, you said earlier you talked to the clerk and you said this is what I need. Change that word need to require.
Right.
Yeah, I did do that, actually. I'm sorry, it's just kind of force of habit sometimes, but when I walk into the courthouse, I always say I require. I walked up to her, I said I require a court date because I didn't realize that according to their civil procedure rules, you have to make a motion to be able to get a court date. So I thought that I would just walk in there with that affidavit of service and state that I required a court date in my case.
Well, wait a minute. I think we're missing something here. As far as 21 days is up, then you get a court date after you service. Did that already go through?
No, actually it hadn't. What happened was
you didn't give him time. You didn't give him time to answer then.
Okay, that's what I understood as well, because when I first walked in, I thought that once she was served, that I would be able to get a court date, like let's say 21 days or whatever down the road, because here it's actually 15, not 21. But and she said, oh no, we have to see if all of your paperwork complies with whatever, and we have to wait for a response from the other side, and then you'll have to make a motion to see the judge. And I knew that part was incorrect, but I just kind of let her go with that. So I said, okay, well, I'll wait. So I ended up leaving the affidavit of service there with her. It got mailed back to me within a week, stating that it wasn't following civil procedure rules. And then within the probably the 13th or 14th day of her the worker having been served, is when I got served with paperwork from the Attorney General, telling me that we were having a date on September 2nd.
Yeah, you got a things going on there. Mark, go ahead.
No, this is Gus. It sounds like the same thing was going on with your case, John, where you had the man served, and then the Attorney General's trying to step in, or the DOJ's trying to step in. So, Barbara, you had a man served. The man has not yet returned an answer to your claim, and now somebody's interfering. Some third-party interlopers coming in and saying that they're going to take over.
Right.
Yeah. So, on what day was the man served? Was it in July or in June?
It was in June.
Way back in June. All right.
Yeah.
So what you can do is the affidavit of service is what you received from the process server?
Exactly. And then once I dropped it off at the courthouse, I realized that I should have done actually, when they returned it back to me saying that it wasn't following proper civil procedure rules, I ended up doing up the notice like what Carl had done for his process server, and I also got it date stamped at the post office, and it never came back. So it is in the file as far as I'm aware of at the courthouse.
I would recommend you go down to the courthouse with a notice to the clerk and bring your affidavit of service, record it into your case file, give the clerk notice that the man has been served to the satisfaction of your court. Your last name is Lawson?
Yep.
Is that the name of the court, the Lawson Court?
Yep.
Okay, so, dear Luann, or whatever the woman's name is, greetings. I require you to record in my case, in this case, in case number such and such, the affidavit of service served upon Bob Richards, or whatever the man's name is. Please know that the man has been served according to the requirements of the Lawson Court. I now require you to set a trial date sometime in the second week of August or sometime in the third week of August. Please let me know what that date is as soon as possible. And that's it. Just let her know what her job is, because, and it gives you an opportunity to reiterate that it's the Lawson Court and it's not the rules that she's used to working with. And if she has any questions, please first check with your chief judge. And if he doesn't satisfy your curiosity, then I'll be happy to help you out. Something to that effect.
Okay, that sounds good. Because that's what I was thinking that I should be doing, is I was just in the process of doing up the orders, similar to the way that they have it in their civil procedure rules, except that it has the Lawson Court at the top and the prosecutor with the line in between and the wrongdoer, and that I order the court to whatever, because I wasn't quite sure about having to put an order in, and that was one of the things that...
Actually, I overlooked something. The man has been served, however, he has not answered the claim. So go down to the courthouse and make sure that the process service was recorded into the case. If not, get that done and over with, and let the clerk know that you have the right to have a final decision, that you will not settle for a default judgment, that and you're going to want to do this in writing. But you need the man brought in. You need to issue a warrant or capias or whatever it's called where you're at, and have the man brought in to answer this claim. He has to be given due process, the opportunity to answer the claim before you can get final judgment.
Okay.
My opinion is I would also put in at least 2 notices. I'd put in a notice of interference. You can take a look at Kyle's version. Did you download all Kyle's documents?
No, but I can look for it.
Yeah, it's real simple. It just talks about any court employee who interferes with my right to,
I remember seeing that one.
Yeah. So I think that's crucial. I have that in my case, and I think that's one of the reasons that tippy toeing. The other one I put in there that I made up myself, but I feel real strong that it was the right thing to do, is I put in a notice : property. And I just basically said this case is solely my property.
Okay.
And so they know they have to protect the property of man, in your case, woman. And so this Attorney General has come along. He's now trespassing on your case. And if he causes any harm or damage, and the court is aiding that in any way, you get to write them a letter saying, not only are they interfering with my rights, they're also robbing me of my property.
Okay.
Because the case is your property.
Right. Well, I'm glad I called in.
But the notice interference, I'd have that in real soon, especially with what's going on.
Oh, definitely. It'll be in there.
I believe, if I remember the story correctly, some of the guys on the phone might remember it better than me. I think Kyle filed that after they did some kind of motion to dismiss on him.
Right.
So not that you're waiting for that, but I mean, anything that they're doing to trespass on your case is certainly, if not sooner, the time to get your notice interference in there.
Well, actually, it's funny that you bring that up because the Attorney General, the paperwork that I got served by him, it states that he's looking for either a summary judgment or to have the case dismissed for abuse of the process.
Well, yeah, what they're doing is the same thing they're doing in my case. They're trying to save the ass of their buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all that's going on there. So what they're doing is they're testing you. They're trying to see what you know, and they're testing your mettle.
Okay.
So the court...
And the one thing that they're doing real quick is that when you call their buddies out, they're running to the judges real quick for help. And that's what they're doing, trying to get their buddies to help them. Trying to get their buddies to help them. So that's what they're doing. So now they're trying to see if you know what you're doing.
Right.
So yeah. So that's some good advice you have gotten so far. That and these guys that's giving you this advice, is guys that are students, of what Carl would tell you. And I'm quite sure they're listening on the show, and any corrections that has to be made when he comes on, he probably will, make some corrections from what he have heard and everything else. But for the most part, all the guys that's been giving you some assistance, it seems like they're on point to what Carl's process has been. So,
right.
And you said you had another question.
Well, my one last question is that so far I've been very unsuccessful in getting the courthouse to really do anything for me. Let's say I do walk in on September 2nd in their case. How exactly do I handle it? Like, I know that I would walk in and state that I'm here, or not that I'm here, but I'm there commonly called, and that my claim is, and to stand on that claim, especially if they try and get jurisdiction over me 3 times, repeat the claim. How would I handle the Attorney General?
Is the court hearing that's scheduled for September 2nd? That is a hearing that is scheduled in the case with your case number on it. It's your case.
Yes.
then the court would open up. You're the moving party, so you would state your claim. And if anybody except the man, if anyone except the man, the accused, speaks up, then object and tell them that you've got no business being in this court. You're interfering, and you're a trespasser. Would you like to be a party to this case? Because I'll be happy to include you, or I can benefit you with your own case if you'd like. But you've got no business being in this case, interfering with my right to pursue my claim against this man.
Right. What I was thinking of was saying that is that man trying to make a claim for my property?
If you want to get right to the point, ask them if they have any first-hand knowledge regarding the claim you've made. And they're going to have to admit they don't have any first-hand knowledge. And thank you for showing up. You can go home now.
Okay. All right.
Get that notice interference in there.
Definitely. I will do that.
That date might not even happen if you put that in there.
Okay.
You definitely want to follow what John's talking about with the notices. You need to let everyone know who you are, where you stand, what the rules are as you go along. As somebody trespasses, you want to correct them. And, mostly the clerk needs to be aware that this is not a case in that local court, that this is the Lawson court, and this is the case in the Lawson court, and that she is, I don't know if John mentioned this, but you're going to need to appoint the clerk as your clerk. And John and I were talking last night about possibly sending a letter to the clerk, asking the clerk which magistrate she recommends because of their ability to discern common law, or something to that effect. We were talking about writing a letter to the clerk that's appointed in John's case, and asking that clerk to recommend 3 magistrates based on their experience in common law. And these kinds of communications are things that you do to make everyone aware that you're moving forward according to the way you wish to move forward with your case in your court, and that you're not subjecting yourself to their rules.
Right.
Another thing, I didn't think of this earlier, but you should see, I've done all this, so I'm kind of taking it for granted. I got about 8 notices filed into my case. They're just real basic things.
Yeah.
But I have a notice jurisdiction filed into my case, which I think is very important.
Yeah.
Take a look at Carl's, how Carl did his. Of course, his was federal, but most of that applies to state. And notice venue.
Right.
Your court is the Lawson court. It's in the Lawson court, but the notice venue is going to say it's at, the various names that they use, and they know what that means.
Right.
So what you're doing is you're building a set of walls that they can't go around. Right now, you have no walls up, so they're just in this open field, and they're going to run around.
Yeah, I've done the notice of venue. I've done the notice of
hey guys,
jurisdiction.
Can I interrupt real quick? John, it sounds like you're talking about putting billboards up in your front yard before they do anything wrong.
Right.
You don't want to do that.
Okay. Well, I've already done it in mine.
Well, I know, but that was the analogy of what you did. You just put up a whole bunch of billboards saying, "Don't touch my grass, don't look at my shrubs," and I don't know.
No. Wait a minute. Let me jump in there. None of it says don't do anything. It's defining. I'm defining. In other words, I'm defining the venue. I'm defining who the wrongdoer is. I'm defining.
Shouldn't that be on your claim, though? Shouldn't that be on the?
Yes, it is on the claim, and
yeah, it's written all on there. Okay, go ahead.
Mark's correct. This is something we did discuss. You want to address only the specific thing that has just come up. You don't want to put anything into the future. You don't want to say, well, they might do this, I'm going to put in this notice. They might do that, I'm going to put in this notice. What you want to do is you want to have all these things figured out as best you can, and when they do trespass, when they do something that you need to address, you've already given it lots of thought, and now you can do something immediately, which shows them that you've you're prepared. You're not just somebody who's winging it. You've given this a lot of thought. You're possibly hooked up with a team of people on Skype and exchanging messages and ideas. All week long. I mean, Mike's got a call on Tuesday night. Sonia's got a call on Friday. I've got mine on Wednesdays. So, this can be a really fast, quickly resolved issue if you haven't given it enough thought to a particular situation. But by addressing them as they come up, not ahead of time, you're showing them that you're on top of your game. So just address what needs to be addressed. Like John said, with a notice, you give them notice of a particular thing, but only that thing which you need to give them notice of at this time. There's no need to give them advanced warning of anything.
Okay.
So with that said, Gus, what has transpired already? Would you feel, and would Mark agree, that the notice interference and maybe notice property are appropriate now?
Well, there's only one thing that's happened. Somebody's trespassed on the case, and the man has yet to answer the claim. So, I would write to the clerk, Dear Luann, greetings. The man has not yet answered the claim. I'm not sure who this other entity is, but they are not a party to this claim, and they are trespassing on my case. It is, I require and authorize you to remove whatever trespass is on, whatever this paperwork is from this case. And I would do that when I show up in the next few days. I mean, if she had this guy served in June, it's time to drag his ass into court and get this, going. There's no reason to wait any further. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do the warrant. I don't know how to do a capias or what the proper process is yet on bringing the man in, but I have the right to a final judgment in my case. And so that final judgment will not be final unless the man is there to hear me state my claim against him, and until he's afforded due process, I can never get a final judgment. So the court of record is, it's that common law due process that he has a right to. So he has to come in and face his accuser, be given the chance to speak, and if he chooses to remain silent, that's completely fine. But the only way to get him in there is to issue a warrant and to drag him in. So at this point, there's two things going on. One, the man has not filed, he's ignored the claim, which is what we've seen repeatedly, and we need to figure out how to bring the man in. Meanwhile, there's an interloper, somebody trying to interfere with the court, with your court, and that needs to be put to an end, and that can be done by writing a notice to the clerk that she's allowing someone to trespass on the case. She should know better.
Okay. I will definitely do that for Monday morning then.
Yeah, and guest 17 says handwritten letters only. You are doing everything.
Yes.
Yeah. Man-made. Everything has to be man-made.
And do you know the name of the judge that is trying to interfere into your case?
Not so much the judge, but the Attorney General. I know the name of him.
Yes, okay, that's from the Attorney General. So it's the Attorney General is interfering. So if you know his name, then you just you undress him, call him out, and let him know he's interfering with your interfering with your case.
Okay. All right, that's what I will do. Thank you very much.
Hey Larry, the Attorney General, whoever it is somebody who's interfering with the case. Yeah, I guess you could write to him and just let him know to.
You're giving him a notice. You're giving him a notice that he's interfering.
Who was the one that signed the paper?
That's what she's
I'm guessing the Attorney General didn't sign that paper. Who actually signed it?
It was a man that signed it. Bob.
Okay, is Bob acting as the Attorney General?
Yes.
Okay, that's who you write it to. You write your notice to Bob.
Okay.
Hey, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Is this similar to somebody trying to put cargo on your vessel? and you don't want that cargo on your vessel? Because you were speaking about paperwork being your vessel, and the words on your paper being the cargo. So you're storing your vessel in your court, and somebody comes in and tries to put cargo on your vessel. I'm just trying to make an analogy here that came to me because you guys were talking cargo and vessel earlier, and it sounds like it fits. I don't know.
Well, it's your case, and nobody should be allowed to take a dump in your case.
And that's the key right there. It's her case. So just tell them you need to get out. You need to get out your case. You know, you don't know what you didn't invite him in. You know,
go start your own case.
Yeah. Now let him know. Now me myself, I would write him a letter. If you want to get involved in this case, you can pay your way in. You know, pay me. You know, $500,000, $50,000, $25,000. You can become a part of the case. You know, but other than that, if you can't pay your way in, get out. You know?
Right. Well, that's the other thing. When I got the service there for the September 2nd court date, I was pretty ticked because this is my case. I paid for it. And here he jumped in and started getting a court date in my case. So that really...
I got it. What a good question to the Attorney General is, are you offering me legal advice? Maybe?
Well, you can ask him a whole lot of things since it's not his case, but I think you might want to just simple it down and just make it quick and, strict and straight to the point and simple to him. You know, letting him know, you know, that it is your case and just go ahead and let him know he's trespassing on your case and that you require that he cease and desist. You know.
Yeah, dear Bob, your attempt to trespass on my case does not please the court. It does not amuse the court.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Cease and desist.
That's a good one right there. That's it right there.
Period.
Yeah. And this call is being recorded, so you can come back and listen to it and, you know, get some of the answers that you got. But that's a good one right there. Gus just said right there. That's really all that needs to be said, and let him answer. Yeah.
That sounds good.
What Gus mentioned earlier was for you to go ahead and write the clerk and let her know about your court and when you want to schedule a date with her, to schedule a date with, you know, for your court, not to let some attorney general decide what your court is, you know.
Well, first thing is to bring the man in to answer the claim.
Right. So I require a court date.
Well, you require the court to issue a warrant for the man to be brought in to answer the claim. And this is the problem is, you know, like I said, I don't know how to handle this yet. But if I put a claim in, I have a right to a final judgment. That final judgment's only going to happen when the man accused has a chance to face me, his accuser. At that time, if he chooses to remain silent, it's fine. And I can get a final judgment because he was afforded due process. However, until that man shows up, my case goes nowhere. So how do you get the man in? Do you show up at the court with your lunch and your coffee in your hand and say, the man has exceeded his time limit, I'm going to sit here while you issue a warrant, I want him brought in today. And just, you know, park yourself right in front of the window and just wait. You know, what do you do? How do you get them to issue a warrant to bring the man in to answer your claim? Because, and when they do, you know, what's going to happen? Are they going to say, well, we're going to issue the warrant, you can go home, and when we find him, we'll call you, and you can have court the next day? How does this whole process work? So I'm a little fuzzy on that. I got to do some research on that. Hoping to run across some people who've done something like this before to get some insight. But this is where we're at right now with John and Terry in Ontario, in Toronto. You know, it's the same thing. And I believe that whenever we do file a claim, that I know if I got a claim from some man and I didn't know what to do with it, and I went to my attorney, which is what most people do, their attorney would say, just ignore it. They don't know what they're doing.
Right.
So it's a really good defense on the part of the accused to ignore the claimant because If the claimant does not know what to do next, then nothing's ever going to come out of it.
Yeah, so you either have to do one or two things. Have a warrant arrest for him, or drag his behind in court with a subpoena. One of the two.
Well, a subpoena can only be issued if there's a hearing. So if there's a hearing scheduled, then you would issue a subpoena for that hearing.
That's what she's heading toward. Isn't that what it's her court? So,
yeah, but I don't know if you can schedule that hearing before the man answers the court, before he answers the claim.
Well, let me ask you this, because when you're talking about put a warrant for this arrest just on to come in and answer a question or a claim, I think you have to connect those. You'd have to connect the dots on that. When do you drag them in? Do you drag them in before your court hearing, or do you drag them in? Cause to put a warrant on someone, it has to show. It has to be warrant to put that warrant out there on it. And I don't think putting a warrant out on just because somebody don't answer your claim. In other words, most claims, if you don't answer, the person that's normally filing the claim normally win the claim.
I think from what I've understood from what Carl has said so far is that you give the person or the man or the woman a chance to appear in court first. And if they don't appear, that's when you ask to have a summons issued for that person.
That's what I was saying. A summons has to be in some kind of way before, because you give it due process. And when you give due process, I'm quite sure it has to be put in there some kind of way. So, and you're right that what you just stated is, on line of what probably would have to happen. That give that person X amount of time. But like Gus said, it all depends on, do you get your court date set up? Do you do it before? I'm quite sure you have to do it, right around the time you're getting your court date set up. That they drag them in the court once you get the court date.
Right.
I don't understand, Larry, but I can tell you what Kyle told me on the phone. I remember pretty much verbatim. Is I give them 21 days. If they don't show up, I go down to the court and I have them arrested. Now, he didn't give me the mechanics of that.
Right. Okay, now that makes sense, though.
Now, if I can't get a hold of Kyle and I can't figure out how to do that, I'm just going to trace my steps back on how they did it to me. They have a court form, and somebody has to declare under penalty of perjury that what's being requested, the arrest, is true and relative and all that good stuff. So I would just emulate that. But before I did, in my own handwritten format, but before I did all that, I'd make sure I had that notice interference in there, because I think that's foundational. Because if they obstruct me from getting my justice, which is the whole point of a claim, then they're trespassing on the case. I mean, that's just got such broad application.
Yeah. Good point.
But I think from what I've heard is that you go to the court clerk and you have her issue a summons.
Well, for now, my suggestion to you is the same to myself. I'm going to go and get their documents on how an arrest is done. I'm going to go on their website, then I'm going to read everything, then I'm going to go down to their court, I'm going to talk to the clerk and get as much information as I can so I see how they see things. Because that has some value. Yeah, it's our court, we're going to do what we want. But anywhere there's an opportunity to match their paradigm in a way that doesn't jeopardize our goal is not a bad thing. If you're always going in there and shocking them with this completely different perpendicular way of doing things, your life's going to be harder than necessary.
Hey, Mike, you gonna be on your show Tuesday?
Yes,
you gonna have that on the? You gonna have that? You think you have the answer to that? To how you set an arrest on your show Tuesday?
I don't know. We can get a bunch of people working on it. Yeah, if there's something important or something is in a rush, I'll start a show anytime.
Well, I was wanting to make sure Barbara have a way of communicating with this same particular topic. If she get on your show Tuesday night and you have some interesting information to share with her on that particular topic of how you set up a warrant or get the court clerk to do this, since you and her have some of the same issues and everything, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That way she can just come on your show and y'all can just share that information on the show.
That sounds good.
What I did in my case, for what it's worth, I did a notice property, and in that I did the document just said this case and all of its contents are my property, solely my property. You know, if I had it to do over again, I might have even put a compared to as an exhibit, which would be a bill of lading, because those people are very familiar with bill of lading. The bill of lading is a detailed list of the shipment of goods. And that's what Gus was talking about earlier. That concept's been around for 1,000 years. That goes way back to Roman civil law. These guys know they cannot interfere with private shipment of cargo. That's a big, big no-no. It's just like it's a big no-no or analogous to they can't touch your property.
Your employee was taking money out to the garnishment, right?
Yes.
So what makes you think your case is closed?
Well, I received something in the mail from the courthouse.
Okay, and you were suing your employer?
It's hard to sue my employer when I'm still employed there.
Yeah, well, maybe, like I said, it might be hard to sue your employer, but like I said on the show today, and I'm sure I said plenty of times, if you and I have an agreement,
yes,
and I give you my car, and somebody named Leroy IRS comes by and says, Leroy IRS says he has a piece of paper, and says to you, give me Carl's car, you're supposed to say, no, I'm not giving Carl's car to anybody because I have a trust between me and Carl.
Yes.
And me and Carl I agreed to drive Carl's car, and Carl agreed that I could give him money. So I can't give you my car because it's really Carl's car, and I don't care that Leroy, IRS, you say Carl owes you money. I'm not going to give you Carl's car. Because if your company gives the money to anybody other than you, the agreement is between you and your company.
Yes.
You couldn't possibly care less what the agreement is between the company and the IRS. I couldn't possibly care less. If you're driving my car, you better not give my car to anybody else other than me. And as you say, well, Leroy says, well, I have a piece of paper here, and and between me and you, and you got to give me Carl's car. It's like, no. So, like I said, if you people are afraid to sue your companies, I don't know how you can sue the IRS, because the IRS didn't take your money. Your company, surrendered it. Your company gave it to the IRS.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And you keep saying, well, let me go after the IRS. The IRS for what? What did they do? It's like, well, they believe you owed a debt. Okay. They believe you had a tax assessment. Okay, great. That's what they believed. Wonderful. But don't touch, if they touched your money, who did they take it from? They take it from your company. So you say to your company, hey, don't let them take my money. Look, I gave you my car. Why are you letting somebody take my car? Well, they had a piece of paper. I don't care what they had. The agreement was between me and you. Why did you let them take my money? Why did you let them take my car? What are you going to say to the IRS? The IRS is going to, say, well, you owe us money for a tax. Okay, that's great. That's fine. But, to take a garnishment, they got to get a judgment from a court. And you said they didn't have a judgment.
No. They told me they don't need one.
That's right. Who said they don't need one?
The lady in Human Resources.
Okay, the lady in Human Resources said the IRS doesn't need one. And did you ask her, hey, where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this information from? No, because you don't want to get in trouble with the Human Resource lady. You say, hey, can you show me the law that says they don't need one? You're like, no. You're not going to ask her, are you? You're going to say, well, she said I don't need one. They don't need one. So I want to keep my job. So they said I don't need one. So like I say to people, you know what? Wait until you're fired. Wait until you quit. Wait until you find another job, and then turn around and sue your old company and say, no, we had an agreement of $10 an hour, 40 hours a week, $400. You gave me $320. I want the other $80 for the last, 100 weeks you've been taking out of my salary. I didn't tell you to give me my money to anybody. I didn't tell you to take one damn dime out of my paycheck. He's like, did I? And they'll say, well, no, you told us not to, but we did it anyway. He's like, well, I had an agreement with you for $10 an hour, not for $8.17 or $1.12. And what do you want to do to the IRS? The IRS just says, we're going to say you owe the debt. You owe the debt.
Yeah, and she's still...
What are you going to do? The IRS, what are you going to do? Tell the IRS what? I don't owe the debt, and you better stop doing what you're doing? Your company's going to say, well, the IRS do this. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you could go after the lady who, but like I said to everybody all the time, too, you could go after the lady who, at the IRS, say, who believes I owe the debt? Who's going to come forth and say that I owe this debt?
I've tried all that.
Right, and you found a lady who said that you owed the debt. What was her name?
Oh, Natalie Pasadena. I have all her information. I served her a summons, and nothing came up.
What was the summons that you served to say?
I don't have it in front of me. I sent it to you last conversation you spoke.
Yeah, what does it kind of say?
I'm the prosecutor. She's the wrongdoer. Verified claim of trespass for administrate my property without consent. I did one, based on what you did.
Okay, well, if it was a trespass, I'd say it was a theft or it was a robbery.
Yes, by way of theft.
Yeah, I just say what she did is she stole my money, she was robbed, or it was a theft. And like I said, what you'd have to say is what was funny. She didn't actually take your money. Your company took your money and gave it to somebody else. The IRS lady didn't take your money.
Yes.
So that's what I try to say to people. It's like if they lien your money at a bank and they take your money from the bank account, I wouldn't go after the IRS. I'd go after the bank. It's like, look, we got a trust. I put my money here. I expect to see it when I come back. I don't want to hear anything that you gave it to the King of Siam, IRS, space aliens. I don't give a damn who you gave it to. All I know is I gave you this, and I want it back. Now, what are you doing giving my property? What are you doing giving my stuff away to somebody else? Well, they had a piece of paper, or the space alien had a ray gun. I don't care what he had. Why are you giving it away to somebody else? Give me back my property. It's like, well, go ask the space alien. He took it. No, I ain't asking. No, I gave it to you. You give it to me. I work for you. You give it to me. I don't care what the space alien's problem is. I don't care what this IRS problem is. You give me my money. You let them come talk to me. Don't you worry about my debt between me and that space alien. You let them deal with me. So like I said, how are you going to do it? They didn't take it. They told your company to give it to them. And the company's like, okie dokie. So they didn't take it from you. They took it. They told the company, hey, give it to us. And they said, okay. I mean, so how did they dismiss the case? You wrote a claim of trespass, administrating your property without rights, and what else did you write?
I wrote something on there about compensation.
Compensation? What,
yes.
What did you write for compensation? What did you want?
$1 a minute per day.
Okay. Yeah, well, like I said, see that other man who was just talking to you a couple minutes ago, that guy John, he made a claim not too long ago in Boston, and he said he wanted $5,000 when he was only entitled to about maybe $200-300.
Uh-huh.
So if they took, $1 a second, if they took $80,000 a day or $20,000 a day, that's one thing. You can't claim for anything other than what's due.
Okay.
You can't do it. Sure. Guess what? You can do it, and guess what? They're going to dismiss your claim. They're going to say that's just ridiculous. Because you can file a nice little simple claim, say the guy owes me $200-300, there's a breach of a contract, and this was the contract, you know, and it was a verbal contract. It was under $500. It didn't have to be in writing, and I want to be compensated back my $200 that I lost because it was a breach. And the judge will say, okay, you say $5,000. If it's $5,000, there better be something in writing. If it's over $500, everybody knows that's a basic, simple rule of law. If it's over a certain amount of money, it better be in writing and it better be signed. So nobody wants to hear anything about my feelings were hurt, and I was very stressed. No, everybody wants to see tangible, hold in the hand receipt that this is how much this cost because of this guy, what he did or did not do.
But usually what they'll try to do is try to persuade you that you need a lawyer, because without it, as one judge said to me, said to one of the guys on the show, that seas could be very choppy. And he went on and on with various different phrases to try to persuade the defendant to try and get a lawyer. So he did spend quite a long time on it. So, but they need you to be competent in their legalese in order for their case to carry on. So they'll try all sorts of stuff to because they need joinder. If they're speaking Chinese and you're speaking a different language, it's going to be very difficult for a case to kind of move on without somebody interpreting or somebody explaining what's going on. So hence why the interpreter for legalese would be a lawyer. So it gets quite interesting. I don't think you'd normally get a lot of problem in your hearing straight after where you've kind of put a notice in to say, by the way, I'm going to get rid of my lawyer. But like I say, I don't know whether there's a reason why they're having this meeting, and sometimes it's probably a good idea just to go to the courthouse and say, what is this? Where in the stage are we? Is this like a discovery? Is it, what exactly is the reason for this meeting?
The reason for the hearing is the lawyer put a motion in to withdraw from the case after I put a notice in that I would no longer need his services. Now, I put other notices in, but they wouldn't enter those notices because of my having this public attorney. So I decided to go ahead and get rid of the attorney so that I could put in other notices.
Yeah, so I don't think there's going to be massive controversy there. It's going to be quite straightforward. So, yeah, you're going in there. They'll probably try and persuade you to keep one. And you'll be saying, no, thank you, no, thank you, no, thank you. And by the way, here's a handful of notices that I need to hand in and file. And just give them to them straight there if you haven't already done it at the beginning. If you haven't already filed it.
Well, would it be an opportunity for me to ask if there's a verified claim?
Yeah, you can do a verified claim. Where's my accuser? You can go any one of them and say, brilliant, okay. But, okay, so we're going to have a delay. Okay, that's fine. But you're going to make sure that the next hearing that I go, there'll be my accuser there.
Well, more than likely, at this hearing, the accuser will not be there. It'll probably just be that lawyer, the former attorney, and the judge and myself.
Yeah, I mean, who do you believe would be your accuser?
Well, I'm of the opinion that it would be the federal prosecutor who's brought the charges.
I'm just kind of greens they've got him. I hope so.
How's that?
I think that was Carl, but I think he wasn't making a comment. I think he was talking somebody else. Don't really care.
Well, the federal
sorry about that. I was talking to my buddy Jimmy here. I'll mute myself out.
Okay. Yeah, so go for it, yeah.
Well, I'm under the impression that the federal prosecutor is the one who is my accuser, coming under the name of the United States of America.
Okay. So really the accuser has to be a man?
Well, it would have to be.
The fact that you're saying it...
Well, would not put a notice in that I, as a man, would only be able to respond to a claim from another man or one claim against him?
Brilliant, yeah. So you need to, if you look at some of the notices that are on the Broadline site, you'll see lots of different kind of notices that kind of cover different angles around that. So they're just like a set of rules which are going to make it a bit more apparent in the method that you're going to answer in, the way you'll respond to people, and just various different notices that kind of narrow the scope for conversation. So the other thing is, the good side is that if ever there is an appeal, you've already put your notices in. So it's always a good idea that you do always file these kind of notices in, because then you're also giving yourself a bit more space, or more likely for an appeal if just in case that you actually need one. But yeah, if you go to mind for that, there's a whole load of these notices on there.
Well, at this point, they won't allow me to put any of the notices into the case.
Yeah, but don't worry, what it is prepare yourself, because what you're going to do is you've got to do this at some point, right? So you just
what I thought I would do
check it out, again, bring it in.
I thought I would just put them in as one after the other at that hearing. You start.
No. What it is you use the opportunity you're there, take 2-3 different copies, you go in there, and they'll talk about you getting rid of your lawyer, and then they'll say, okay, fine, they'll try and persuade you, and you say, no, it's okay, I'm fine, I won't need a lawyer. And then before it finishes, you say, by the way, I need this served. Give one to the clerk, give that to the judge, give that to the defendant. Brilliant, that's it, job done. And you leave. Maybe you want to leave one at the office downstairs as well. And you can stamp your copy plus their copy, so you know that you've got proof that it's been filed. Then you've covered every single angle now.
So would I hand for the copies of my notices to the bailiff and have them given to the judge, and then after the hearing is over, just go ahead and file everything into the case?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. All the notices?
Yep, notices.
Okay.
While the lawyer's there, they're acting as your daddy and saying, no, he doesn't really need to file those notices. Yeah, so that's why they're I mean, you must have run these shows up before, but basically, when you have a lawyer, they have a duty towards the legal society, not you. Even though you pay the bill, that's neither here nor there. Long term.
I understand that. I'm going to talk about that. Yeah. Well, my question is will they try to railroad me back into their at-law fiction process rather than...
they'll always do that anyway, because the Legal Society will always want to try and get joinder or jurisdiction over you. So along the way, you'll get lots of things where they'll start saying, Mr. Smith, such and such, and you'll say, no, my name's just John Jones. It's, I don't go by Mr. And just various different jurisdictional things, stand up, sit down, various different things like that. So, you've got to be careful of jurisdiction. I mean, the other interesting one, which sometimes catches people out, is they might say, so, Mr. Jones, is it true that the defendant, the prosecution has done such and such? And what it is you'll feel the need to answer the question, but actually the beginning part was Mr. Jones. And so you would have answered the question, but you would have given away, the fact that you're suddenly now Mr. Jones and not a man.
So I wouldn't answer as Mr. Jones. I would say, I would think that you probably wouldn't answer them verbally, would you?
No, that's why you always want to put it in writing beforehand. But just in case because, I mean, people say this all the time, but for some reason people always have the need to talk, and they shouldn't really be, because it should be clear in the notice So really, once they've persuaded you or they've tried persuading you to get your lawyer and they've realised, no, that ain't going to work, you say, here you go, here's a notice. Clerk, can you pass that to the judge? Can you pass it to the other side? Brilliant, thank you very much. Right, have you got my notice now? Do you need time to read it? Yeah, you shouldn't really be doing a lot more than that. This is the problem where people start to do all sorts of stuff where they start talking about the notices, and all you're going to do is that's just going to throw your notices away, because you're suddenly now contradicting your notice because you're not using the exact wording. So sometimes it's best just to put it bang on exactly right in a notice and just refer to the notice. Have you got that notice? Have you got this notice? There's a question in there. There isn't a question. So do you understand it? Questions, kind of statements and questions along that way. Let your paperwork do the talking.
Well, as I said earlier, they wouldn't allow any of the notices that I put in to be entered into the case. So I'm assuming that I'm going to.
You've got a lawyer, that's all. Yeah.
I was not able to understand the last sentence.
But it's only because you've got a lawyer who's acting like your daddy, and they're making the decision, saying, no, son, it's 9 o'clock. You will go to bed. Yeah. But what you just need to say is something very basic, something like, I require you to take notice of these notices, or something along that line.
Okay.
You've got to use the word require. So, yeah, you've done the notices, but at the same time you say, right, I require the clerk to give you this notice, or something like
that. Okay.
It should be fairly simple. I've only come across one scenario where it didn't go quite swimmingly to that, but that was due to other factors. So most of the time that should be more than fine, 99% of the time. Because at that point, there's no controversy. They've got no reason to fear of your notices. They know they don't really want your notices, but then they think, okay, well, he did say the magic word require. We do have to obey that. We've got a duty and obligation to listen to man. And suddenly he's saying he's a man, and he's requiring stuff of us. So those notices will have to get entered. But like I said, I always try and cover every angle, and I still go downstairs and still hand in a copy there and get mine stamped to show that I've handed it in.
I got a notice from the clerk of the court, and they said that they had sent all of my notices over to the lawyer. And so I sent the lawyer a letter requiring him to return all those to me as soon as possible. So perhaps he will have them with him whenever we go to court. If he doesn't, I'll take my copies and I'll refile them into the case.
Why do you want your copies back? Why don't you want the other side to get it?
Because I wanted those original copies put into the case.
All right. All you do is just take 2-3 copies and just hand it around willy-nilly to everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. Just what I tend to do is, before I tend to go to these court cases, where I've got a whole bunch of paperwork that's really important, I just take 3-4 copies with me. And say, brilliant, okay. You want one? Brilliant. You have one, Judge? Brilliant. You have one, the prosecution? Brilliant. One downstairs for the office, plus a stamped copy, so I know that I've got proof that it's definitely been handed in. So everybody's got one all over the place, and there's no doubt that, everybody's got it. So if one guy there tells me, no, I haven't got it, I'll say, brilliant. Okay, look at the guy next to you, he's got it. Look at his copy. Or go downstairs, there's a copy there as well. You can always direct them. You don't have to suddenly run around thinking, oh my God, I've only got the original in front of me, or I've got no more copies left.
Okay. Well, we're having a hearing on Monday afternoon at 2:30, so this time next week I'll be able to report as how it turned out.
Oh, very good. Yeah, good. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, just give us a bell. But from what you're saying, it just literally sounds like to me that they're just trying to persuade you to keep some form of lawyer who's, a member of the bar. So I can't really imagine it being massively more complicated than that, other than them trying to threaten or persuade you and say, no, you really need one of these lawyers. You definitely need one of these lawyers. Come on, you really, really need one, or something along those lines. But, if you're fairly prepared for that kind of conversation, it shouldn't be too difficult for you.
What would I just ask them? Are they forcing me to have a lawyer?
Yeah, you can't force any man to have a lawyer. Yeah? So they're speaking Chinese, and I'm suddenly saying to you, no, you have to have a Chinese interpreter. No, thanks. What law is there that I have to have a legalese or lawyer or whatever you want to call it? There is no law.
Yeah.
There isn't one, but I won't have one, thanks. Thanks, but no thanks.
Well, no, I would write that in a notice and just pass it to the judge. What law requires me to have a attorney to interpret their Chinese? Would not
Yeah,
rather
they'll probably have one or two attempts to try and persuade you, but they'll give up really quickly. I think I've seen this quite a few times, and I've never seen one where, you know, they've really made you do it and said, you know what, I'm going to break your legs, you will take a lawyer. I've never seen that before.
What about doing a rescission of the contract to get rid of the issue of having a probation officer?
Hang on, a probation officer? Have you got a probation officer?
Yeah, I have a probation officer because they came and arrested me and called me a criminal and
when you what happens when you rescind the contract? What happens?
Well, my understanding, whenever you rescind the contract, you go back to where it was whenever you
where were you at before you had a probation officer?
At home and in bed. I was at home in bed, and then I was hauled off to jail.
Right, so that's what you're going to be. The last thing you remember, you were in jail. So you're going to rescind your probation officer, and they'll say that's fine, and they'll put you right back in jail, and you can start from there.
Oh, okay. So I probably wouldn't want to rescind.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't want to do that unless you like going to jail. Maybe you got no place to live, so yeah, maybe it's a good deal.
Yeah, well, I have a place to live.
Like that guy in Canada, he told me he was going to jail, and I got there on a Saturday, and he had to turn himself in on Tuesday. I said, well, that's fine. You got to go to jail? That's fine. We'll just set the terms and conditions of how you're going to be treated when you get to jail. So he said that he couldn't believe that there was such nice prison cells in jail. He's like in a 5-star hotel, and he gets 4 meals a day, and he gets to order anything he wants. So he's like, I ain't going home. So, like I said, when you go to jail, man, it's a benefit. But if you don't say the terms and conditions in which you go to jail, well, then you'll just take the general accommodations. Oh, well, that's your problem.
So I wouldn't want to rescind the contract for which
No. When you have a probation officer, hell no. Because that's what you wish in terms of, instead of going to jail, you said, I'll agree to terms and conditions called probation or parole. So if you rescind that, you say, okay, let's go back to the time it was before I had a probation officer. The other choice was go to jail or accept probation. So you accept the probation. But if you wanted, you could accept going right back to jail, you could say. And that's what happened to the guy in Indiana. He was screaming up and down, and he immediately wanted these ankle bracelets off of him. I said, what happened to you before? Where were you sitting on July 3rd before they put that bracelet on you? He said, well, I was sitting in a prison. So I said, go ahead and keep screaming at them that you want these ankle bracelets removed, and guess where you're going to wind up? Where you were on July the 3rd. And that's exactly what happened. He wouldn't believe me. He's like, no. I said, I want this damn thing. I said, look, the only person's name on that contract I see is yours for the terms and conditions of parole, probation. I don't see the judge's name. I don't see the prosecutor's name. I don't see a U.S. Marshal's name. All I see is your name on that contract that says to terms and conditions for release is an ankle bracelet. I said, and you want the damn ankle bracelet off? Yeah. Okay. Where were you sitting before? In jail. Guess where you're going to get? Go to jail. So he still followed through with it, and he went straight back to jail. I said, oh, well, you got your wish. I said, you guys better start thinking this thing all the way through. It doesn't rescind it all the way back to the time before you got arrested. It's an incident just before you signed the contract. Where were you standing? Where were you sitting? And what were you doing the minute before you signed that contract? It puts you right back to that spot. You can modify the terms and condition of the contract if you want to, but to rescind it sounds insane.
So if I wanted to modify it, other than...
Yeah. You go back to the court in the original jurisdiction where you placed your order to have this probation put upon you. You just say, at this time, I do not see a benefit at whatever, X, Y, and Z, and you can just say, I want it modified a little bit. You know, because doing what you want me to do is cause me harm or injury or loss to my property, and I know you folks don't want to be any source of harm, injury, or loss to a man, because that's why you exist. You exist to benefit man and help man out. And I certainly know you're a wonderful probation office. When I want to do anything that cause man harm, you're here to help us, not to hurt us.
Mm-hmm.
You got to write a nice effing letter, and that's what everybody seems to have a hard time doing. It's just acting nice. Nobody. See, that's what I'm saying. That means, you know, somebody said I should log in as Mr. Sensitive or Mr. Nice Guy, because I'm the only one who seems to be able to communicate with the other side in a nice manner. You know, and I don't look like a very sensitive guy, and I don't look like a very nice man. If anybody says this guy looks like some Harley crazy guy, or like what did that guy said? I look like Bill on Gangs of New York. I look like the butcher guy from Gangs of New York. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I look like. Well, my dad was a butcher. My grandfather was a butcher. I'm sure his great-grandfather was a butcher. So, I mean, I got that kind of sensitivity. Like, yeah, right. You know, I got to butcher something? Okay. But you guys have no, it's amazing to me that you guys just can't be nice. You guys are always like threatening or demanding or trying to order. It's just sort of saying, hey, you know what? Thank God you get probation. Thank God I'm not sitting in jail. You know, I thank you guys for working with me on this one. And but you know what? At this time, it's really causing a lot of stress or injury or harm or loss to me. And I know you guys want to benefit me and you want to help me and see me succeed. And I know you guys just live to, you know, to see that your system works and stuff like that. Some real happy, joy, hugaboo, you know, nonsense. But that's what they want to hear. It's like I said, when I got federal funding in Las Vegas to do like fiber optics training, and I said to the lady, the black lady from Mississippi, I said, why are you giving me this money? Why? I said, there's like hundreds of black folks out there in the lobby that you're denying. Why are you giving it to me? She's like, well, what are you going to do with the money? She says, well, I'm going to go take the classes, I'm going to get training, I'm going to go get a job. And she said, right, you're going to be our poster boy. You're going to be our success story. So actually, they need successes. You know, we need to show that we got funding and we're giving it to people, and you guys are actually going out there getting jobs. And she said, just make sure every time you get another job, take a picture that you at the job site and send it back to us. We'll keep getting funding. The same thing with probation. I'm sure that they want to succeed at some point, at some level, so they're going to say, okay, it's working. So when they say it's working, this probation is a success, like 99% of you guys ain't going back to jail, like, you know, you're going to be like a poster boy. And so, you know, there's times these, you know, like the probation, like I said, probation or welfare people, like I said, or job training, they need a poster boy. And say, look at how successful this guy was. He went through our program, and he worked with us, and he was a success. He didn't go back to jail, and look, and now take a picture that you're really successful and your life's back on track. So you see what I'm saying? Sometimes they need a poster boy.
So you must, you know,
you got to write really nice letters. Try to play it like you're a poster boy. That you're trying to fucking do everything better in life, you know. And before you start to realize, you know, what was the original charge?
The original charge?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the IRS issue where I'm being charged with filing fictitious returns and payment with.
Yeah, well, like I said, first deal with the probation thing, and then start. You know, like I said, how many of my shows have you listened to?
I've listened to several. I've gone back to 2012 and 2013 and coming forward and listened to several of them.
All right. Like I said, the first thing you do is, like I said, try to be super nice to the probation people, and then slowly come and start to learn what I do, and then slowly start to say, then start worrying about doing a rescission, then start worrying about, you know, doing a revocation of what you created way back when. You know, the first thing, it sounds like you said you're on probation, right?
Yes.
You got an ankle bracelet on you or something?
No, just we just pledged the property as a $50,000 bond.
Yeah.
So.
And how long is that?
Will they take the property?
How much of a down payment did you have to put down for that bond?
I didn't have to put anything.
Oh, wow. You got lucky. And so did you own the land or property or house? I mean, how did you get a bond with no money down?
I own the property and there's no lien against it.
Okay, that's all. Like I said, I just try to clarify for other people. I know how the process, but other people listening to the show probably didn't understand when I said, oh, wow. And like I said, you guys could get all bonded out on your own cognizance if you own land or property. So that's why I tell people, buy the smallest little tiny piece of property or land. It was funny, somebody was doing that back in, I think it was like the 1990 election, sometime around there. They were selling like 1 square inch of land someplace so people could just vote in the election. They were selling like 1 square inch of land for like $1. So they could register as a voter, you know, and like in Montana or some little, you know, in a state where nobody really lived, just so the guy could win the election. It was funny as hell. Like people all over the country, all over the world were buying this 1 square inch of this guy, and they were all doing like electing, remote elections. You know what I'm saying? Like you could place a ballot in from like they was in the Army or the Navy. You know, you could send it in. So it's pretty funny. There's always a scam.
Balloting. Wouldn't that be absentee balloting?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remote absentee, right? Exactly. So that's pretty funny. But like I said, that's why I tell people, if you want to be let on your own recognizance, if somebody says, because you know the deal, most people who listen to the show don't. If you ever need bail or bond money to get out of jail, the first thing they ask you is, do you own any property? And most people say no. If you ain't got no property, well, then you're going to go get a bail bondsman, and then he's going to want, say it's $50,000. He's going to want, 10%. He's going to want $5,000 before he'll give it to you. But like I said, if you say you got property, they say, oh, you got property? Where? And then you say, right here, man. That's the title number, whatever. You could check it out. I got property. So as long as you got property, they figure you're not a flight risk.
Yeah.
So like, but even if you only invest $5 on a little tiny inch of property, they don't know that you only got 5 inches or an inch for $5. But it'll sure help you get out of jail.
I got a simple question. I forgot the audio, but there was an audio where it was episode 8, where Carl was talking about doing a return of property hearing. Do you remember that by any chance? I think it was Jesse. I'm not sure. But so it was a return of property hearing, not the actual trial, in her lawsuit. So I believe the idea was you have a return of property hearing, and you give the prosecutor the chance to make a claim for the property. In that case, it was apparently the daughter or the son of Jesse. And my question is, could you do the same principle for intangible property? Like say somebody's got a court order that restricts them from leaving the state. So you want your property returned, which would be your freedom or your locomotion. What do you think on that, Bali?
Oh, that's interesting. I've never come across that before.
It's all property, right? Your thoughts, your ability to move around, your earning ability, your innocence, your dignity, your money, your car, your house. It's all property. So I don't know why it wouldn't work for intangible.
Yeah, I suppose it'd be part of your property and property rights. So, in theory, yeah. I wouldn't. I'm trying to think of a scenario where I've come across where somebody's tried to. I suppose the only example I'm thinking of is where I said to them, was that an order? So,
Bali, I said it to the other man earlier. What did I tell the other man earlier?
Which guy?
The man who's on probation. He wanted to leave the state. What did I tell him?
So he wanted to go get his rescission notice, and it would have ended up being back in jail.
Yeah, and I told him he's the one who wished for the terms and conditions as the way they are. Right?
Yeah.
Right? So if he's the one who created that document, he's the one liable for it. Just go back and change the document.
Change the terms and conditions.
Just change the terms and conditions. It's his contract. It's his baby. It's his property. He's the one who signed the probation. There was nobody else's name on our probation thing other than the man who signed it. He created that probation conditions. It's like John Fall. He created his probation conditions. And now he's going up and down saying, oh, this isn't fair, it's harmony. Who created it? You did. You're getting hurt by your own actions or inactions. Nobody else is hurting you. He's like, oh, I get a claim for my property back. Dude, you took it from yourself, which sounds kind of like a weird Star Trek episode. How could you do it to yourself? But you did. Like I said, no matter who painted that Picasso painting, you got to have 500 people helping him paint that painting. The bottom line is who signed the bottom of that painting? Picasso. Guess who's liable for that? Picasso. Guess who created that document, that parchment, that piece? Picasso. Whose name's on the bottom of John Fall's probation terms and conditions? John Falls. He created it. He created the terms and conditions. Nobody put a gun to his head and told him to do it.
Carl, in my case, I didn't have a probation agreement. I had a bond. Is that the same thing?
I don't care. I don't care if it's called an ishkabibble. I don't care. I don't care what you call it. Did you sign something?
Yeah.
Then it's yours. Call it an ishkabibble, a kavich. I don't care what you call it. Call it whatever you want.
Now, what if it's signed under threat and duress? I signed it under threat and duress.
Then you go up to the man who put the gun to your head and you say, John Fall, I got a claim against Bob Hoskins for putting a gun to my head and making me sign this document.
Okay.
Got any proof that anybody put a gun to your head?
Well, I told him both verbally and on the paper that I was doing it under threat and duress just to get out of there.
Who threatened you?
The magistrate.
Okay, so you're saying the penguin, the bowling pin, the flagpole, the magistrate, and the armchair threatened you?
No, it's just the man.
The man named Bob, who happened to be the flagpole or the magistrate at that moment of time. You said you got scared by a flagpole?
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
Yeah. How about a man threatened you? The flagpole didn't threaten you, dude.
I don't give a damn who wrote the damn contract. I don't give a damn who put the name on it. Who's claiming that baby? And it's all on you. It's like, oh, well, they did this. Oh, really? Who did this? You got any witnesses? This guy put a gun in your head?
Well, he did. He did threaten me. He said, if you don't sign this, you're going to jail. He was very
Okay.
clear about it. So.
If you don't sign this, you're going to jail. That's fine. He didn't say, hey, John Fall, you're a man, I'm a man, and I'm going to throw you in jail.
Yeah.
You didn't ask him and say, how do you have any custody over your fellow man?
Well, this is all a year ago, so I'm trying to
No, if you have the capacity over you, the defendant, you better believe it, he does. You better believe Mommy could say to the baby, you don't do what I tell you to do, I'm going to throw you in your playpen and put the top on, and you're going to be behind bars until I say you can out. Can Mommy do that? You better believe she can.
Yeah.
The magistrate do that to you, you better believe he can or she can. Until you set them straight, it's tough. Who cares? Cry and whine all you damn want. Same thing a 3-year-old baby does behind a crib. Cry and whine all you damn care. Mommy ain't going to care. Keep crying and they'll keep you in there longer. Look at Dean Clifford. They'll keep him there forever until he stops whining. Until he learns. Until you guys learn, man. You guys sound like a bunch of whining crybabies.
See, I have a claimant against the man who sometimes acts like a prosecutor.
Uh-huh.
But I was thinking, rather than file a whole new claim against the man who sometimes acts like a magistrate, I'd kill two birds with one stone and do a return of property hearing and invite that man who acts like a magistrate into that.
Yeah, I heard the property that you were claiming, your liberty. That's kind of funny.
Well, I was going to say locomotion, but if you know about it.
You're the one who bound yourself. You're the one who put the paper cuffs on you. You're the one who bound yourself with a piece of paper, not them.
Even with the under threatened duress on there?
Under threatened duress of what? Who threatened you?
The man.
And who did you report them to? And tell me that he did something that was out of the customs, out of the practice and policies of what they normally do, 40 hours a week. Tell me that they did something unusual to you that they didn't do to everybody else in their common practice and their common law. They did the same to you as they did to everybody else. They didn't single you out. This is the way they treat everybody. Just like if you were in Saudi Arabia or in Iraq, Iran, you stole an apple, they cut your hand off. You know what? You could bitch and cry and whine, they cut your hand off, but did they do anything out of their customs, policy, practices, or beliefs? No. That's the way it goes there. So, that's the common beliefs, that's the common law of your land. You better explain to them that you don't subscribe to those beliefs, and you better do it before they chop your hand off, because once they do, hey, what do you want to do about it now? Now you want to complain about it? Next time you go out in public, you better know what public you're walking into. You walk in a Queen of Hearts court, you better know how to play the game. You don't want to know how to act in public? You don't want to know how to act with the IRS? Don't play the game. Nobody put a gun to your head and told you to play with the IRS. That's why Harry Reid said it's all voluntary. Because he's right. Nobody ever put a gun to your head and told you to pick up a paper, pen, and ink and write anything. Nobody.
Yeah, Clarence Thomas says it in his book, too. He says everybody who's in prison in this country put themselves there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's nobody else's fault. It's all you. And that's what's being a man. Taking liability and responsibility for everything you don't do. See, everybody will say, oh, you take responsibility for everything you do. No. 99% of the problems you get your ass into is because of what you didn't do. But everybody says, oh, no, you get in trouble for what you did. No. What you didn't do. You didn't think far enough ahead. You didn't figure out the consequences to your actions. There's a lot of things you didn't do. Not what you did do, it's what you didn't do. But yeah, like I said, I just came off the air when I hear Bali getting in a little bit of trouble or somebody giving somebody advice. So yeah, go ahead, man. I'm gonna either mute out or just hang up on myself again. I'd unlock Mark from Atlanta if Mark wants to talk. You can talk, Mark, if you want to. Oh, he blocked again. Yeah, let me do him again. There you go, Mark. Sorry about that. I don't know if Mark's working or not. He must be working. Let's do that Toby Lee guy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hello.
Yeah, I think he's
Hello?
working.
Hello, Maria.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello, who's that? Is that Carl or Barley?
That's Barley, man. I'm going to myself out. But go ahead, Barley. I'm going to meet up again.
Carl, man, I need to talk to you as well as Barley. I've got some really fascinating stuff. I was the one that put the picture on there of the map and was trying to find the treasure trail in Queen's Bench. Can you remember? I've managed to get to Queen's Bench Division. I've got a train fall in front of me. I managed to get it through. The High Court of Justice, Queen's Bench, all signed sealed for seven defendants.
Go ahead, Barley, talk to this man, you know what I'm saying? Try to figure out this.
Keep going. I'm listening to what he's saying. Keep going, Toby.
I shouldn't have ate nothing, man. I'm exhausted now today.
I couldn't make it up to see you last week, mate. Sorry, when you was back out in England. I'm up in Crown Court on Monday. This Monday, I've managed to. It's taking over a year to sack my solicitor. I had to go for a psychological assessment because they deemed me that I was mentally unwell to try and keep me under the jurisdiction of the representative. And I've just managed on the 29th of July to get it authorised from the Crown Court that I no longer need representation.
Hey Toby, is there something in the background there with all that noise? What's that noise?
Mate, can you hear me? Is it clear?
I can hear you now. There was like some noise in the background. Didn't know whether it was yours.
Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry. Yeah, no. Basically, this has been going on since the 27th of March last year, when I had 6 or 7 coppers come round at my house.
Yeah, Barley. That's Toby. It's all the noise he's making in the background.
Yeah, it almost sounds like the police helicopter's there, man. I can just about hear what he's saying.
Yeah, that a farm tractor. So, like I said, tell Toby, we'll unmute him again, but he's got to stop making all that noise in the background because I can't understand a blooming thing he's saying. Other than the fact that he's speaking a foreign language. Yeah.
It sounds like he's from some kind of area as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Toby, but you got to keep quiet in the background, Toby, because we can't hear your question.
I know, mate. I just heard you two talking while I was muted, but I wasn't muted because I just heard you two talking, so I don't know what's going on. Now, basically, this has been going on. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, as long as you don't, it sounds like you're on a farm tractor or something. As long as you're not on a.
No. I'm on my MacBook Pro. I've got the earphones plugged in and stuff, so hopefully you can hear me okay now. Can you hear me okay?
Just sounds like you're wrestling with a bag of crisps. That's all.
What, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I've unplugged the earphones. Does that sound better?
Hopefully.
Does that sound better?
A lot better? Yeah, it sounds better. I mean, if you're a female, it would sound even better. But no, we'll tolerate. We'll take
does it sound better now when I had the earphones in? Because I'll plug them back in if you can hear me clearer.
Yeah, we hear you good.
No, that sounds good. What you're doing now.
Right, excellent. Right, sorry guys. Yeah, no, this has been going on. I'm up in Crown Court on Monday, right, for a pre-trial review. This has been going on for over a year. I had legal representation. I only discovered Wonderland in January this year. So since then, I've been trying to sack my representation. And it's taken me like about 6 months. They sent me for a psychological assessment. I went to court. I wrote to the court and said that I've sacked my representation. Went to the Maidstone Crown Court. Stood up. I organised a mention hearing with the Crown. And said, well, do you want me to tell the solicitors or are you going to do it? They said, oh, I will let them know. So I went back to the court the next week. Tried not to give them any jurisdiction anyway. I was in the dock. The judge turned around to the barrister and said, have you seen the notice that Toby's put in? He passed a copy of the notice to the barrister. The barrister has said, look, we want to retract our representation from Toby because he's not complying. The judge turned around to me in the Crown Court and said, right, I'm going to remand you in custody for a psychological assessment. Take him down. So then they took me down to the cells and I was, as far as I knew, I was off to prison. And the jailer come down 3.5 hours later and said, Toby said, the judge wants to see you back up in court. And I was like, well, what's that for? He said,
he said, Toby, everything that's happened to you today doesn't make any sense. So I've gone back up to the court, and the judge has come back out and he said, Toby, you do realise why I've remanded you in custody, don't you? I was like, My Honour, you want the God's honest truth? No, I haven't got a clue. I've come here today to sack my representation on an order, on a hearing which I organised. I said, the representation want to retract the representation from me. I said, so no, I don't know why you've reminded me. So then he turned around and said, well, what I'm going to do, he said, I'm going to bail you on these conditions. You've got to live and sleep every night at your home address. You've got to go for a psychological assessment, or psychiatric assessment, sorry. And he said, and you've also got to comply with your solicitors. And that was it. So I got bail. So I cut the middle, long story short, had the psychological assessment done. He came round to my house. The psychological assessment's been gone in. He's come back to I haven't got a mental illness. I understand the court procedure, and I'm more than capable of representing myself in court. Happy days. So they called it back to court to discuss this results of the psychological assessment. And on the day I couldn't make it, the same as I haven't been able to make the last 4 or 5 court cases at the Crown Court, because I've either I've been working, been short notice, or this particular time I had a hospital appointment. So it went to the court, released the representation order from my solicitor. The next thing, I've got a letter come through the post on the 4th of August this year, stating that they've released the representation. I've then got another letter saying that I've been listed for a pre-trial review on the 18th of August, sorry, Monday, day after tomorrow. Now, last week I emailed the CPS. I've also emailed the CPS in the Royal Courts of Justice. I've emailed the Crown Court with a disclosure request. I've also put an affidavit of truth in there. I've also put in there removal of rights for the power of attorney for my name in all caps. I've done this to the CPS. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Paul, no, sorry, mate. No, it's just been, didn't want to make sure I wasn't cutting out. That was on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I phoned the phone number. No response at all. I physically went down to the Maidstone CPS office with the documentation, with all signed, all thumb printed, with witnesses to hand it in. So I've handed it into the CPS on Friday, quoting CPR rules.
Hang on a second. I love doing this when people say to me, I'm going to make this really quick, and then it goes on for an hour. Instead of giving you the punchline at the end, I said, can you please repeat that, sir? And everybody gets a big laugh. Usually when you ask, call up a show like this, you ask us a question, and we'll answer the one question. Yeah. And then you ask another question, and we give you another question. Well, yeah. Like I said, there's so many things that you did. Like you said, why do you want to represent yourself in court? Why don't you want to present yourself to court?
Sorry, yeah, I know present myself. No, sorry. No, I sit down and present
But I'm
myself.
saying, okay, whoa. Just hang on a second. This is real simple. I'm not going to go over one thing at a time. This is ridiculous. Because, like I said, you just said way too many things. The simple thing is, what is this case about?
It's an allegation. It's a witness intimidation allegation. Someone's made an allegation that I've threatened them verbally, no witnesses, no text message, and off the back of this allegation, 8 officers come around the house.
I don't care if 800 space aliens landed. I asked you a simple question. What is the charges of this case? What's this case about?
Initially, it was over witness intimidation.
Okay, it's witness intimidation?
Yep. And they've kicked my door in, they've turned my house upside down.
I couldn't care less if they had the Vulcan Enterprise, whatever, come in and beam you up and they raped you. I don't care if they did a proctal exam. I don't care what...
Possession of firearm and in stolen goods.
I don't care. Dude, I don't care. No, I couldn't care less. I'm asking a very simple question. What was this case?
Possession of firearm and in stolen goods.
Okay, so the case is intimidating a witness, right?
No, possession of firearm and handling stolen goods.
Okay, so it's having a firearm and intimidating a witness, right?
No, possession of firearm, handling stolen goods.
Okay, so you're not, okay, so your charges are possessing stolen goods and a firearm.
Possession of firearm, handling stolen goods, yeah.
And having stolen goods. Okay. 2 separate charges.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, stolen goods and
handling stolen goods and possession of firearm.
Okay, good. So, like I said, it's 2 different charges, or it's 1 charge?
Well, it's one case. Basically, they.
I didn't say how many counts were inside of the indictment.
Yeah, two charges, two separate charges.
2 charges of stolen goods, and 1 is for possession of firearm.
One handling stolen goods, one possession of firearm.
Okay. All I'm trying to say is, what does this have to do with intimidating a witness?
Exactly.
Okay. I thought you said you were charged with intimidating a witness.
No. They've come round to my house to question me over an alleged witness intimidation. And they've come around to kick my doors in and turn my house upside down. Whilst they looked going through my house, they found a can of pepper spray, Section 51B firearm, carries a maximum of 5, and they've also took 4 laptops out of my house, and one of them's turned out, they said that it's stolen, even though all 4 come from the same place. So my argument is, they had no warrant, they had no right to even come into my property.
Well, when they came to your house to question you, what did you do?
Well, they kicked my door in. I did ask them for a warrant. They said, we don't need a warrant. It was under Section 32. We're searching your house.
Okay, and they said they didn't need a warrant because under what is Section 72?
No, Section 32. Section 32.
What is that? What is Section 32?
Section 32 is to stop and search premises in relation to the allegation. Now, the allegation was that I verbally threatened someone. No, I didn't phone him, didn't text him, didn't email him, didn't call him. It's a hearsay, basically. This guy has said that I walked up to him and threatened him.
Dude, I don't care. Dude, I don't care. I hope you threatened the crap out of him. I don't care. I couldn't give a crap.
All right. Well, what do you want to know?
Dude, I don't want to mute you, man. You just got to chill out, okay? I just want there's very simple things I try to teach people. One man came into your house, and even like Bali did in his case, he did the old Nuremberg thing. Just because there's a piece of paper or a section of the German Nazi code that says any woman, man, or a child that's a Jew, shoot him in the head and throw him out in the gutter. Just because it says to do that, just because Section 32 says that in a German code world, when the war is over, guess what? They all hanged anyway for just putting a bullet in the kid's head and throwing him out in the gutter. So it doesn't matter what some stupid section says. One man can't trespass upon another man's property. He can't do it. So you got to make a claim against that man who came kicking in your door. And when you try to make a claim, that a man is, dude, would you stop?
Right.
Okay, why don't you tell me what I'm going to say? Come on, Mr. Psychic. Come on, Connacht the Magnificent. Tell me what I was going to say next, what you should do.
No, I was just saying that I've made a claim.
Yeah, okay, where? Where did you make this claim?
Queen's Bench.
And what happened? They tried to get over the Queen's Bench division?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. High Court Justice.
Would you just stop? I know, I heard this shit a billion times from you people. Did you just say who transferred my case over to Queen's Bench division? Who was the man or the woman who did it? And then you find the man or the woman and said, look, is this Crown Court? Is this a Crown Court you're bringing me into? Yes. Well, you do know I'm suing a Crown official, right? You know I'm suing a Crown officer of the Crown, right? And you're trying to bring me into Crown Court, right? What's the odds of a non-Crown officer, myself, winning in a Crown Court against the Crown?
Pretty slim.
Right. So you say to them, there's the reason why we have 2 courts running in this country. We have the Crown and we have Queen's Bench, common law. In case the Crown gets out of hand, where is a man or a woman to seek redress when the Crown has done wrong to a man who created the Crown? When that little monster is getting out of control, where do we go for justice? Obviously, we're not going to go into the Crown Court and say that the Crown members are doing us wrong so a Crown judge could judge whether the little monsters actually, his fellow monsters actually did man wrong. That's ridiculous. That's why we have 2 separate courts going on in England. We have the right to go before the Queen, to go before the people in the country. We got that right. We don't have to go into a Crown Court if we evoke our right as a man. So you guys got to get this through your skulls. Ask Crown Court, is this Crown Court? Yes. You do know that I'm making a claim that a Crown official's done me wrong. Yes. You are a Crown official as well, Judge, right? Yes. And I'm not a member of the Crown, correct? Well, correct. But what's the odds of me getting a fair and impartial trial in front of Crown by a Crown judge that I'm making a claim a Crown officer's done me wrong, a non-Crown member? I'm going to lose. No matter what I say, you're going to cover your buddy's behind. You're going to let your buddy do whatever he wants to do. So that's why we have two separate courts going on here in England. The one that we take the people, the man or woman can go before Queen and country, and Crown.
Yeah.
So until you guys get this through your skulls, you guys are just always going to be battling the Crown and Crown Court with Crown officers and Crown judges and Crown barristers and Crown. You're going to get clogged.
Which is exactly the reason why I went up there and spent nearly 50 minutes trying to find this Queen's bench. I was
That's
in front
right.
of that
It's there. It's there. Okay. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you what. What if the Queen of England wanted to open a court in a public courthouse? What would she do? She'd walk through the front door, morning, noon, and night. She'd say, I'm here. I got business to tend to. Open up this damn courthouse and see the judge and the magistrate, and let's get the show on the road, right? That's what she'd say. And everybody in that little rugby county, the little rugby councils or little Liverpools or little, Yorks or wherever you guys are, they'd open up the courthouse and let the Queen in, right? Where's Queen's bench? Wherever she says it is. Where's your court? Wherever you say it is. You've got to know how to occupy a public building, just like she knows how to walk into any public building and make a claim that she needs this public building to carry on business.
Right.
The Queen's business, the people's business. You've got to be able to walk into a public building and say, I've got the people's business needs to be heard. I have some matter, for the people to hear. I'm one of the people. This is my court. This is my public building. I've got business here. I'm going to open up shop, and I'm going to run this place. So, court clerk, I need you to do this, 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 and this. Senior judge, magistrate, I need you to assemble this, this, and this for me. And you've got to give them the orders. You guys got to know how to act like a king or a queen. If you don't, they're not going to help you. It's not their job to help you. It's not their job to teach the queen how to be a queen. She knows how to walk in there and say, where's the officer of this court? Where's the office? Where's the court clerk? Where's the magistrate? I need this court assembled. Magistrate, you go seek the jury members for me. I need 12. Chief judge, give me set me, I need a witness. Give me the witness. Okay, get me this list of witnesses. Go get the sheriff's department to go. I don't know whether you guys have sheriffs or not. Say, go summons these witnesses to appear. Court clerk lady, issue summonses. Here's the summons. I'll create the orders, and you, dispatch them, forthwith. You guys got to know how to run into a public courthouse and use it and work it. If you don't know how to use it and work it, they don't have to spoon feed you and say, oh, well, okay, then why should they? They're going to win every single time. Why would I teach you how to beat me when I got such a great game going on?
Well, this is what I said to the master that I went down to see that signed this claim in front of me. She said to me, what's going to happen is that they're going to come back and say that they're acting out the duty.
Yeah, you're talking in a tunnel, man. What did you just say? It just echoed real bad.
I'm going to say.
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking to us in a squash room.
When I'm in the police,
yeah, he's breaking up real bad.
I said, let me try and plug this earphones back in, see if that works.
No, I heard you say, see if that works. It just sounded like you in a racquetball or squash room, just sounded like it was echoing.
Right, yeah. Is that better?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
But all I'm trying to say is what, you folks got to know how to move a public. It's a public building. Anybody has the right to access that public building. And like I said, I did that with Bali when I did that video with me and him going into Queen's Bench at 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, whatever the hell it was. I said, I'm going in here. I got business. What? I said, if the Queen was knocking on the door, what would you do? They said, let her in. I said, she works at the pleasure of the people. Guess what, sir? I'm one of the people. I'm coming in. And I came in. He said, I'm going to get the head security down here. I said, God bless you. I said, because he's the one who's going to make the magic happen. He knows what's going on. He knows what I'm telling is the truth. So until you know how to walk in there,
this paper ain't worth the paper it's written on there.
It's like I said, it's like playing a game of chess or something, like playing a game of Go. If you don't know all the rules, you're going to look awfully stupid playing a game. And they're going to say, you're not a chess master. What are you doing playing against us? We're masters at this. You think you're as good as us? That ain't going to work. You know, you got enough to walk into
Let's forget about that then for the minute, because I mean, that's on the back burner for me at the moment. What's more prominent at the moment is that I'm in Maidstone Crown Court on Monday, and I'm litigant in person. It's my first hearing as being a litigant in person with SACMA representation. They've fast-tracked a pre-trial review on Monday. I've been asking the CPS and also the Crown Court for all of the case management.
Well, it's a simple question. You just said it. I just said it to you a million times. All you have to say is this Crown Court. And they'll say yes. They'll say, wait a second, I have the right as a man to evoke Queen's Bench. They'll say, excuse me, what? I'm not going to get a fair, impartial trial or hearing in front of Crown. The Crown's prosecuting me. The Crown's judging me. The Crown's charging me. How am I going to get a fair trial in front of Crown? No, I have the right as an Englishman to take my claim before any claim of me doing wrong before Queen and country. Take me before Queen's Bench now. I order you. And see where it goes from there.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You say, no, I only have to answer to my fellow man. I don't have to answer to a Crown prosecutor and a Crown barrister, a Crown magistrate, or a Crown judge. I'm not a member of the Crown. I'm not representing anything. I'm a man. So a man has come forth to make claim of wrong, and here in England, good. Is somebody making a claim I've done something wrong? They'll say, no. Nobody's saying you've done anything wrong, sir. That's exactly what they'll say. They'll say, nope. Not one man or woman in this fucking building is saying that you've done anything wrong. And it's like, look, the only duty and obligation I have is to my fellow man to not do any wrong. So if there's any man or woman who's making a claim I've done wrong, I'll be more than glad to entertain him before Queen and country. Until then, I got nothing else to say. And you guys just go on with your Crown's little case because, you know what? You already heard my wish to evoke this before Queen and country. You don't wish to, if you wish to interfere with my right as a man to go before Queen and country, I'm going to hold you liable as a man to another man. You're a man judge. He's a man prosecutor. He knows that I'm not a member of the Crown. He knows the Crown is a creation of man. The creation of man could be is considered a monster. So he knows he's given up his fellow man to a monster, to a machine. And he knows that this monster is going to hurt his fellow man. I'm going to hold you liable for allowing your little creation called the Crown cause harm to your fellow man. You got a duty and obligation to your fellow man, not to the Crown. A judge has a duty and obligation to the Crown, but a man has a duty and obligation to his fellow man, not the Crown. And you got to get that through your head that you're a man and you have no duty and obligation to answer any member of the Crown. Yeah. But you do have a duty and obligation to answer any man. It's that simple.
Yes, Bob.
It's that simple. So you got to get that through your head. So I guess whatever minute mark this is at the show,
2 minutes, like 2 hours,
2.5. Holy bananas, man! I am not doing this for another 2 hours, dude. I am not doing this. I got time for this in my life.
What time is it there?
Yeah, just go back and listen to what I just said and just try to keep repeating that part over and over and over and over again in your brain until it becomes like, part of you.
Definitely, yeah.
Because like I said, all that other stuff is just gibberish. All that other stuff, like that lady who I helped to get her kids back, she's like, should I get the Crown case that they got against me? I said, hell no. She said, 6 inches thick. I said, hell no. I said, it's just going to confuse you. It's just going to make things more and more complicated. I said, when you got your kids back and you got nothing better to do, then go get a copy of the case file for the Crown. And she did. And then when she got it, she just said, man, every page she was reading just made her cry even more. She said, if I read this stuff without my kids sitting next to me, she said, they were saying some horrible, evil things about me, I said, yeah, that's why I said to you, don't get your mind wrapped around this Crown, because they're just there to fuck with your mind. They're just playing words, man. They're word nerds, man. They just live on words. They just live there to fuck with your head with their silly games, their silly word games. And I ain't playing that silly word game. So do as you wish. I'm calling you out as a fellow man. You know what you're doing. You're throwing me to the Crown. You know the Crown is a corporation. You know your Crown is a creation of man.
Yeah.
You know.
So would you go in there, take his oath? Would you go and accept his oath of office to take the jurisdiction over, so make it your court, so you can then put yourself in a position to be able to talk to him man to man? See, I've got a few different directions what I'm going to go, which I'm going to enter the court in on Monday. I've been through. I'm on the fifth judge now. The fifth High Court judge.
The easiest way to make you people understand is someday they're going to just, like I said, have a one world order, civil code across the whole planet Earth.
Yeah.
And if you do something wrong in China, it's going to be the same thing as Yugoslavia, same thing in Wales, the same thing in Brazil. It's going to be the same crime, same sentence, same everything. Everything's going to be uniform. Every man and woman is going to be treated equal on planet Earth. And then when they have that capacity to make everybody equal, all that's going to happen is somebody's going to punch this information into a database, and you're going to have like an android judge and an android jury and an android everything, and they're going to be machines looking at you. It's a creation of man. It's just a machine. It's just little monsters, and they're going to sentence you. And you're going to jump up and down then, and you're going to say, wait a second, this is horse shit. Where's my fellow man? Who's saying I've done anything wrong? I say, well, nobody's saying you've done anything wrong, but you broke this code, and the machine is going to sit there and spit out your judgment, and the machine's going to spit out, you got to go to jail, and the machine's going to spit out what they're going to take from you. It's like, you're effing machine. You're a creation of man. Judge, you're a creation of man. No judge ever created man. Man creates judges. Judges don't create man. I'm a man. I created you. Don't tell me what you're going to do to me. I'm going to tell you whether I'm going to allow you to exist. If you cause me any harm, I'm pulling the plug, Judge.
Exactly.
And until you people understand that man created the crown. No crown ever created a man. And until you people learn, you're going to tell them, look, we're going to pull the plug. We're going to pull your charter. You're not going to exist in England anymore if you keep causing harm to man. You're not going to do it. We're not going to allow it. Well, just like I did in, what's that? Who are you looking for? Just like I did when we did that show in England. It's funny. I guarantee that's why the British government and the Canadian government love me, because when I started the show, the first thing I say, what do you people think of your government? And they say, oh, they're all evil, or they're tyrants, or they're all greedy, or they're all corrupt. I said, good. So we all agree a big central government is evil, corrupt, tyrants. Good. Okay, so they're all evil. Okay, so that's making you say that you're all good. Okay, what are you good people doing about it? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, that's what I thought. So these evil people are working round the clock, morning, noon, and night, and they're doing evil what evil does. They're doing what a spider does, what a snake does, what a crocodile does. They're doing what they're supposed to do. What are you lazy, sloppy people doing about it? Absolutely nothing but whining. I said, so should we go out there and just say, you know what, we need to squash every flea, tick, spider, crocodile, shark.
Carl, trust me, I'm knocking on doors, mate. I'm rocking the boat. I got locked in the fucking Ministry of Defence building the other week up in London.
What I'm saying is that's why the central governments love me, because I'm picking on you people, not them. I'm saying, you know what? She's supposed to be evil. You know what that minister's supposed to be doing? He's supposed to be corrupt. Has anybody met a non-corrupt government official? No. Good. We all agree they're tyrants? Good. Even they'll agree? Yeah. Okay. Good. They're doing what they're supposed to do. What are you doing as a good man? What are you doing as a good woman? Are you showing them that you understand that this is a public building and you're going to access this public building and you're going to hold court and that you're going to have your neighbors come in here and your neighbors are going to judge them as a fellow man? No. You guys aren't doing anything. And Bali said that somebody's trying to do something up there in Rugby or Coventry, but he said the people who are trying to access the public buildings are just they're just getting drunk. They're bad. You know, what did you say about them, Bali?
Yeah, no, they're just not very organized people. Let's put it that way. And the donations they do get, they're not really doing something constructive with it. They're just drinking with it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
What's that? I don't know about rugby, mate. I'm in Maidstone and Kent in the south east, mate.
What I'm saying is the Crown's got it tight. Everybody's dressed properly.
Carl, I understand that. They've got a lot to lose, mate. The way things are going on, they've got a lot of pressure. I've got a friend of mine who's a criminal lawyer up in Manchester, and she was telling me that there was a judge 2 weeks ago up in Liverpool that publicly said that the system is crumbling. Because I'm a litigating person, I'm putting pressure on the CPS. Okay, I understand what you just told me, and I shouldn't give a shit about what the CPS, what the case file is. But I'm just going to say to you what was said. The CPS are under an awful lot of pressure since they took away the legal aid in the country. That the CPS they're only used to normally dealing with solicitors and people in the bar, and they've got them wrapped around their finger because they're on the same level. They're almost like being arse-licked by the fucking solicitors because they're the ones that bring in the claims against everyone. Now they've got the people like me and other litigants in person in the United Kingdom that are dealing with their own case. They've got to see, okay, I'm not underneath necessarily under common law, but under the CPR rules, etc., they're entitled to these statements. They're entitled to these case management files. And the CPS are under so much pressure at the moment because they're having to deal with what they class as lower class, because they're normally dealing with having the higher authority above the solicitors. Now they've got people like me that are pressing up on me. Now you've got 48 hours. I want that case management file in 48 hours because this is what I've been asking for. I mean, I've been trying to work out. I've got a bit of time. They've pressurised me onto it before going Monday. But what I got told from a criminal lawyer, from how it's being received on the other side, from the likes of me going to them, and there's a High Court judge that actually publicly spoke and said that the system is crumbling because of this. So there is change. There is change happening. There is change happening over here.
Well, what I'm saying is, what I said back at the 2-hour and 30-minute mark is very simple. And if you guys got hundreds or thousands of people, Englishmen and English women, to send that to Crown officials, look, we created you, and we've had enough of what you've done.
Yeah,
and you're liable as a man setting your little monster called the Crown out into the public at large. And the man has to have the ability to redress grievances against the Crown, and he's certainly not going to take it into Crown Court. So it's only going to work one of two ways. Either you're going to let us have, peaceful petition and peaceful grievances, or it's going to get violent. And there's only one of you for every 10,000 of us. So it looks like the odds are pretty well stacked against you, Crown, if you think that the Crown is going to prevail in a violent confrontation. So you should let us all agree to work out some sort of peaceful compromise, because there's 10,000 of us for every one of you.
Yeah.
So if you don't allow peaceful petition, peaceful redress, it's only going to create a violent revolution.
And we're going to have And this is the thing, Carl, and this is what I got when I got this claim. It was Mastercard. She's allowed the claim, and I'll read it out. I'll read it out to you quickly if you want to listen to it. And she allowed this. Now I went back up again to put an amendment on this claim to put an additional person on there, another name on there. And because that hadn't been put on the system, it was authorised. So I had to go and see another practice master. Now the practice master I'm going to go and see was Deputy Master Eyre. Now he's obviously under Practice Master Leslie, who I've seen before as well. Now, Deputy Master Eyre, when I showed him his claim form and said that it hasn't been put on the system, I need you to get authorised me so I can put another name on it. He's read it, and he's gone through it. He said, well, no. What, these police officers? No, you need to take the commission. You can't take it. I said, no. I said, I'm taking these as men. I said, under common law. I said, under common law. No, you need to, I said, you telling me, you denying my right to justice. Well, that's what I've paid for. That's what I've got a fee waiver. I said, that's what I've got a fee. I said, I paid for this. Well, I said, I'll tell you what, give me that paperwork back here, and I'll go and see the master that signed this off. And that's what I've done. But he was trying to reduce it and just try and take my claim completely away from me and try and take it out. Obviously, I, a man, totally claim the wrong of injury, harm and loss in the form of trespass upon property, land and chattel, intimidation, robbery, assault, battery, false arrest, false imprisonment, kidnap. I require restoration of property and an order of injunction against said wrongdoers and fair and just compensation and cost. I wish compensation to serve as a deterrent and the order to drop all false allegations against I, a man, totally by the police department. I require a judge of High Court standing who is able to make a lawful ruling in a common law jurisdiction and a value to be advised by a judge. And that was my claim. That was what I put on the claim form, and that was what was approved. But however, then I went back to try and put the amendment, and the senior or the deputy master said, no. He tried to take it off me to try it out. I said, well, you're going to refuse my right to...
the word that you use with these people is interfere.
Yeah, interfere with my right to justice,
the big thing is you're asking Crown officers to attack the Crown, and they're not going to do it.
I'm trying to find the way to pass through, and I'm new to this. It's only January that I've had this new revelation. I've been conditioned, institutionalised by the justice system for over 20 years.
Like I said to you, they know when you know that you're the king and queen, and they know that you know how to access the courts, and they know that you know how to move a court. Now, if you only know 99%, they're not going to toss you in that last 1%. They're not there to teach the king or the queen how to be a king or a queen. It's insulting to the king or the queen. It's insulting to a man to have somebody tell him what to do. It's like, look, I got this covered. I know what to do. This is my public building. I'm going to access this, and this is what I want to do. And this is what I was trying to say with Bali, is that the people have to learn how to use these public buildings. 100% of these public buildings are being used by a private society called a legal society or called a bar association or called whatever. It's like if we go to a public common park, a common grounds, we go to a public park, and they got something like called Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts that occupy that public park 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they get so brazen and so arrogant that they think they can tell who can and cannot come into that park because they've occupied it for so long they think it's theirs. And it's like, no, you can't come into this park. You know, we're having our jamboree today, and you're not a member, and you can't come in. It's like, well, wait a second, this is a public park. That's okay. That's fine. That you might be correct with that, but you know what? We're not going to let you in. And that man has got a gun right there, and he's going to keep you out of this park. And you say, this is getting crazy. This is common grounds. This is a common park. This is a common law land. The public built this park 100, 200 years ago. Man built this courthouse brick by brick. Man put his hands and built this. How do you know man exists? Because he built this building. A man created this. This is a creation of man to help fellow man in the future. I'm the man of the future. I want to use this public building for a benefit. And because you people won't allow me to access this building, you're interfering with my right to access something that my fellow man created for my benefit. It's just like a trustee kind of thing. You know, who left you in charge? Nobody. This is a public building. I'm going to access this public building. I'm not going to cause this public building any harm. If it costs me $100, whatever, to access this building, if that's what's fair and just, fine. Everybody wants to access it because that clerk lady wants to get paid, the judge wants to get paid, the solicitors want to get paid. Okay, that's fine. $100 an hour to access this building, that's fair. That's reasonable. But because, like I said, at one time I said this to one of those practice masters at Bali. I said, what happens if the Crown decides that they're going to say, well, the file a claim is going to be $10,000 or $20,000 or $50,000 or, you know, and then man is not going to have the ability to access the courts anymore because he just can't afford it. So then only the elite are going to be able to afford justice or have access to courts. This is ridiculous, I said.
You shouldn't have to pay for justice.
This is a public building.
Yeah.
You know, and if you pay taxes, if you pay taxes in building, they shouldn't have a toll booth at the public parks. They shouldn't have a toll booth at the public courthouse. If you pay taxes, and they say, well, they pay taxes, and well, we give you a court system, we give you public parks, you know, we give you public drinking water. You know, nobody should have to pay for water in England. Nobody should have to pay for courts. Nobody should have to pay for the use of the park. Because what happens if they start charging a fee to enter a public park of, say, 10, and then they say, you know what, we're going to make it $20, and then $100, and then $1,000 to access the park. Only the really rich people are going to be able to enjoy the parks with their kids, and all the poor people are going to be on the outside of the park looking in through the railing. It's not going to be fair. They say, well, why can't we access that public park? Well, you know, they make it too expensive for us to go there anymore. So, you know, we'll stay out here and play in the gutter. We'll play out here in the street.
You're right, yeah. I'll tell you, I've always said it, Carl. Remember the film Demolition Man? It had Wesley Snipes, Sylvester Stallone, Sandra Bullock in it. And it was, well, I can't remember what year it was. It was over 20 years ago. It was like, howdy, have a nice day. And all cars were driving around themselves. And you had the underworld popping up with little periscopes to try and get scraps of food and stuff. People were cryogenically frozen. I just didn't remember that film. And this is over 20 years ago. And that's exactly the only way it's going.
Yeah, but like I said, it's going to be... right, and like I said, if
unless we unite together and stand up and actually repel this, because I can foresee the future. I mean, it's not right, and I don't want it. It's not what I want for my kids and my kids.
It's just like when we went over to England, when I went to there last week or whatever it was, and it was funny when we got done doing what we were doing. We were talking to the practice masters after 4:30, and everybody started to, we got up. When you leave, you're right there by the front door.
Yeah.
And everybody's saying like, Bali, oh, come on, let's go. They went to make a left, which was like 10 steps to the left. We're outside. I said, no, I'm going to do 1,000 steps deeper into the building. I'm not leaving until I'm damn good and ready. I said, you know what? I don't care that they said this building is closed and everybody leave. No, you know what? I'm going this way. I'm going the opposite way of the exit door. Well, it's closed. Maybe it's closed for you, but it's not closed for me. So what I basically did is what you call like an occupy. So we stayed there until about 6:30, 7 o'clock. We all went to, walked into I showed them where the Queen's Bench building is, where the Queen's Bench Appellate Division is, and the Queen's Bench Appeal Division is. And we just hung around there until 6:30, 7 o'clock. And I said, okay, you know what? That's enough. Let's leave. And then they went to leave through the side door. And I said, Bali, no, we're not leaving through the effing side door. We're leaving through the effing front door. We're going to stick it in their face. Would the Queen leave through a side door? No. She'd walk right back out through the damn front door. And she'd make a spectacle. And I said, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to make a spectacle of this. We're going to have 50 people walking through this great hall, taking photographs after hours, 6, 7 o'clock at night, and saying, you know what, we're leaving. We're leaving when, we feel like it. Now we feel like leaving, we're leaving. And we're going through the front door. And that's what I was trying to tell these people. I was trying to show these people, and you people better start, I'm trying to make you folks understand, I don't give a effing damn that they said the building's closed at 4:30, 5 o'clock. You got business, use it. Access it. Make them open the damn door. Occupy it. And say, this is a public effing building. I'm not going to cause any harm or any damage. If I do, I know what the penalty is. I go to jail. And then I got to pay compensation. But just because I'm public doesn't mean I'm a pig or I'm some crazy animal that can't control himself and I'm just going to tear this building up and that's why you need to throw me out. No, I know how to behave. Just like the Queen of England was here in this building, you wouldn't throw her out. She could stay here all effing day and night, and you wouldn't have armed guards walking around with her. You say the Queen's like, I want to be left alone. I'll leave when I wish to leave. Thank you for, if I need you, I'll call you. You're a public servant. I'm the public. I'll call you when I need you. Don't follow me around like a shadow. I got this. And you guys got to have to start commanding respect for yourselves instead of acting like a mob. You're just saying, I got this. We've got this. We're not pigs. We're not dogs. We're not animals. We're not going to tear this place up. We're going to act, courteous, just like the Queen of England was here. We're going to act just like she is going to act. We're going to walk, talk, laugh, joke. We're not going to cause any harm or injury to this building. Nobody's going to accrue a loss. And we're going to act like, a man. And we're going to act like we'll leave when we're damn good and ready.
What masters did you say? Who was up there? Who was up there when you was there? Who was he talking to? Which ones?
I don't know. Bali might know the guy's name because I couldn't care less what the guy's name was. I think it was like Kennedy.
I couldn't remember his name either.
I thought his name was like Kennedy or something. I thought it was like more like an Irish name.
I've been up there. I've seen quite a few of them. There's Cook, Master, Deputy Master. McLeod, which is one that's done my paperwork.
I wish I got to talk to this really tall, goofy-looking guy that Bali said,
Bailey
Reid.
Yeah, Bailey Reid.
Bailey Reid, yeah, he works down in the admin office, doesn't he? He's all right actually, but the first time we went up there, when we was up there on the looking on the treasure map, I was the one to put a picture on the map. So whereabouts was it? Where was the room? That Bailey Reid. When the first time I talked to him, when we were talking about the Queen's Bench. Do you know when you talk to someone, you look square in the eyes? Your eyes are a bad way to your soul. You can't fucking lie. And I've looked at him, and he's like, no, there's no Queen's Bench. And he's like, you look at someone, and he sent us on a wild goose chase. We went to go see practice. The master is Leslie, which is the senior master. Then, because there was a few of us up there, and it was all new, it was a bit of an adventure. They sent us down to, is it 47, where you go into another room. And they knew, they was expecting us to go down there. We just got moved around the courthouse. But Bailey knows, he knows the run of the building. But like you just said, Carl, they're not going to give us, we're 99% sure, he's not going to give us the 1%. You're right, but that Bailey is, he's obviously, he knows what the score is, the same as you do.
Yeah, if you guys ask me a question, I can't hear because the air compressor was on. But no, what I'm trying to say with you guys is, like I said, I've seen some videos over there in England where people in Liverpool, like say like a Neil Heffy, they got like a boxing club and they're getting ready to, confront, the Crown violently. They're all practicing all kinds of weightlifting and all kinds of nonsense. They actually live for that kind of stuff. They figure the best way to do it is just knock heads. And like I said, I see some other people who are trying to occupy the courthouses over there, and they're like jumping on the tables or jumping on the benches. It's like, an old man jumping on a bench. I was watching the video. It looked kind of funny. This big old little heavy guy jumping up on the bench saying that they're taking over the courthouse. It's like, man, that's like mob rule. That's like watching the French Revolution. The French the trials. It's like everybody's just bringing it.
At the end of the day, we're all human beings. They're just doing their job. It's just ways of going about things, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah, but like I said, when you watch the old French Revolution movies, like anybody who was of the peerage, anybody who was of nobility, they were just dragged before the crowd, and the crowd was all sitting there eating barbecue chicken, laughing, joking, getting drunk in the courthouse, and just saying everybody dies. I don't want, like I said, I've seen some video on YouTube with an old man doing that in England, jumping up on top of the bench, arresting judges, all this kind of crazy stuff. And I'm like, look, this ain't going to get it. You're going to have to get along with these people. Somehow you're going to have to find a happy middle. But by jumping up and down and violent, like when we went to the Crown, when we went to the Royal Courts of Justice, I mean, we videotaped us walking around after hours, and and I guarantee there's video cameras every square inch of that building. And I guarantee they were watching us like a hawk.
There is.
Yeah, but we weren't doing anything. We weren't doing anything destructive. We weren't jumping on tables. We weren't doing anything crazy. We were just, talking and saying this is what we should do next, and this is how we do it this way, and this is how we have to start, getting paperwork through the courts. And I guarantee they were videotaping and watching us like crazy.
Mate, I was walking around the building for over 40 minutes. I was followed by security guards left, right and centre. I found myself other side of buildings because I was looking for this. I was convinced there was a separate little courtroom, Queen's Bench. I understand it isn't that sort of situation now. Because any court is Queen's Bench. It's going to be your court. It's what you make it. But I was convinced there was another room somewhere. I was looking at 40 minutes. I was up in these little turrets and these little single little stairwells. I was in these nooks and crannies, these places you couldn't even get to. And I remember coming out past these double glass doors, and the two security guards were standing the other side. They knew where he was, but I ended up in places where they couldn't even get access to. But then we went from there to another stairwell and bumped into the same two security guards again. So what you're saying is right. There's cameras all over there. Just so you can't see them. They are there.
Yeah, but like I said, when we went to Crown and we went to the Royal Courts of Justice, when we went there, me and Bali went in to talk to the practice master. Now, the other 50 people wanted to come in there with us. But I said, don't be crazy. It'll be like a mob, and the guy gets scared out of his mind, and he won't want to talk to any of us. So let me and Bali just go in there and let us ask this man some very simple questions. And what was funny is when I got up to leave, I said to the man, he's like, well, it's 4:30, it's time to go, da-da-da-da-da. I said, yeah, that's fine. That's lovely. I said, but you know what? I figured that me and Bali should come in here because we could talk, fairly calmly to you. I said, because there's about 50 people out in the hallway who would have just loved to sit in here and ask you these same questions. And you can see like his eyes like what, 50 people? It's like, yeah, there's 50 people outside waiting. They could come to hear these answers that I'm going to come back out there with. And next time we come, it might be 100 or 200 or 500 or 1,000.
Yeah.
People want to know. These people want answers. They had enough of this. They want answers. And that's what I said to the people when I left London. I said to them, look, you people, I don't know how many people live here in London. I don't know if it's 5 million, 6 million, 20 million. I don't know how many people you got here in London. Why don't you people start going down there like two at a time and putting 100 people out in the hallway, and 2 people go talk to the practice master.
Yeah.
And then it's time 500 people come down there and let the 2 people that you think are the most go down there and the practice master. And let the practice master know that there's 500 people outside in this great hall that are waiting for this answer that these two people are coming here to ask you these questions. And he'd be like, what? It's like, yes, take a look outside. There's 500 people waiting for me to come out with some answers. So here's a very simple question, Mr. Crown Practice Master. When we believe a member of the Crown has done us wrong, what court other than a Crown court can a man of England seek compensation or redress? Say that's the answer we want to know.
Yeah.
And let him say, there is no other court, so when a Crown official does you wrong, you got to go in front of the Crown, and the Crown will decide whether the Crown official did you wrong, no, you're not going to get any other form of justice in England other than Crown justice. It's like, okay, that's fine. I'm going to go outside and tell 500 people that you just told them. Too bad. There's only one court, Crown court. If a Crown cop rapes you, you take him to a Crown court, and his Crown buddies will let him go. That's okay. The Crown steals people's children, and the Crown officer who touched my, property, took my child. Yeah. He's not going to get in trouble because the Crown's going to cover his ass. That's okay. We were just wondering because there's 500 people outside who want to come here and ask you this. So either we could have 500 come in here and ask you the same damn question. Or I'll just go outside and tell them that you basically told them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
And once they start realizing there's 500 people, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 people outside asking the same damn question, then they'll say, holy shit, we got to do something about this. Right now it's just me and Bali and 50 people, which was great because Bali only gave them a week's notice that I was even coming, if they even gave them a week. So it was great that 50 people showed up. But like I said, you people are going to get, just get this very simple concept. You just do 1, 2 sentences, 1, 2 questions you want to present to the courts. Where does a man get redress when a Crown has done something wrong? When a Crown officer, a Crown magistrate, a Crown official has done something wrong? And don't tell me Crown Court. Any other answer but Crown Court. If I hear Crown Court coming in, I'm going to laugh. This crowd behind me, 500,000 people, they want to hear something other than a Crown Court. If you don't have something other than Crown Court, guess what? These 500 people, 1,000 people, we're going to create our own courts in this public building. We're going to put in court clerks. We're going to access this court. We're going to close at 4:30? Good. We're going to open it up at 4:35. And we're going to keep this court going until midnight. And we're going to conduct the people's business. If you don't want to conduct people's business, if you only want to conduct Crown business, conduct your Crown business from 9 to 5. And we'll take over from there, from 5 to midnight. We'll take this building over, and we'll occupy it. Just like Bali said, it's funny. He says the Royal Courts of Justice lets everybody walk around the building once a year and check out all the rooms. And I said to Bali, why don't you go down there? What day was that, Bali? Hey, Bali, you there? He might be sleeping.
So, honestly, I appreciate your time, respect your time, and your information. I'm naive to this. I'm new to this. So basically, the Queen's benches. You don't when you're going against Crown. You don't have any of the Crown officials, none of the masters, none of the practice masters that are involved in your case. You appoint your own people to have your own court in it, or do they have to be involved?
What I'm saying is the Crown magistrates and the Crown judges are competent to hear matters in common law. They are competent to hear matters before Queen's bench. They are competent. They are trained. They do know how to do that.
Yeah, but they're biased. But what it's saying is they're basically biased because they're getting paid by the same person. That's paying this person that you actually put a claim against.
Yeah. But this is what I'm trying to say is when we went to the Royal Courts of Justice, there's one day a year that any man or woman can walk into like all the rooms of the Court of Justice. So I said to Bali, why don't you get your friends down there to London on the 22nd or the 24th or 28th? The man told us, the security guard said, you could come and tour the whole entire building. You could check out all the rooms. I said, why don't you find some empty rooms? Why don't you go 6 miles of hallways? I said, there's got to be a couple of empty rooms. I said, go find a room, like a room 703. Room 703 is empty. Make a claim for that room. Say nobody's using that room? No, nobody's using that room. Good. We're going to set up a clerk's office there, and we're going to set up the People's Court. And we're going to start running Queen's Bench out of room 703. It's a public building. The Crown got all the other buildings, all the other rooms. Is anybody using room 703? No, then we're going to use it. It's just like a park. So the Boy Scouts are occupying 90% of the park. Well, they left this little swing and this little slide that they're not using, so I'm going to use the swing and the slide. It's that simple. So that's what I said to Paul. He's like, wow. He said that you could walk around the whole entire building like once a year, one day of the year, and you could check out all the rooms. He's like, yeah. I said, well, great. Bring your little group of 50 or 100 people back down here. And
go to all the nooks and crannies and find the room that suits you.
Find some empty courtrooms. Find a courtroom that hasn't been open for 200-300 years.
Yeah.
Find a room next to it. Find it. And just say this is a public building, and the public is going to start holding the People's Court here. We have Crown Court, good. We're going to start the People's Court here.
Fuck it, sticking a broom cupboard if there's a fucking room.
Yeah. Right. I don't care if it's a broom closet. It's the only room they got available. I said start your start to occupy these public buildings a little at a time. Start doing the People's Court. That makes that simple. It's like, there you go. Then you say, what do we need a People's Court for? It's like, well, I say anybody on the Crown side is causing harm to man or trespassing on man's right by kicking in their door under Section 23 or 28. You know what? We're going to have a court to fucking bring that man in and say, why did you put a bullet in that Jewish baby's head? All on kind of Section 28 means we can. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, you know what? You're still liable to man. You're still liable to the people, and you will pay for the crimes.
Yeah, you want to get your ass in the broom cupboard, mate, because you're going to get it.
All right. You can only do it so long. Just because these Crown officials are making all these crazy Section 23s, 28s, whatever the hell you said.
Yeah, it's bullshit, yeah.
Right, just because they wrote it doesn't mean that you're not going to be liable, because when you came to my house, you broke a 10,000-year-old Ming vase that cost $1 billion, and I want compensation. It's like, well, no, under Section 28, we can break anything we want. Oh, really? You know what? You're still going to be held liable to your fellow man. And so that's what I'm saying to these folks all over the country, and I say on the radio all over the world, that you folks are going to have to start occupying these public courthouses, and that's why I always say, why the people in the United States, I really don't want to deal with people in the United States.
Totally agree, mate. We're too complacent over here.
It's not as bad, believe it or not, man, in England as it is in the United States. You guys are so much further ahead of us than the United States people. U.S. people you talk about complacent. USA people, they're the most complacent animals on planet Earth. They'll tolerate so much. No, you English people, no. You people actually get involved. I do seminars over there. The places are always packed.
There's a few individuals over here. The majority of the country are sort of very
disturbed. Right.
You go first.
Every place I went was packed. I'll put the pictures of the people who were at my meeting on the end of my website. It looks like a UNICEF, like a UN UNICEF Christmas card of like all the nations of the earth. I mean, even a gay guy was standing next to me. I mean, you had these blacks, Indians, you had all kinds of people, little people, big people. You had white people. You had all kinds of people who came to these things. It was incredible. So, like I said, it's not just like some rebel-rousing, crazy white man convention. Like, oh, we're gonna, all become, kick-ass. We're all gonna become militant. Like over here in this country, you got like that crowd. You got that crowd that's all a bunch of white guys running around with rifles, saying that we're going to, take over the courthouses violently. So the people I attract are the people who look like a UNICEF greeting card. When people all over the world are just like, no, we don't want violence. We just want to get these problems. We want to get some sort of solution, some sort of answers that are nonviolent. Because believe me, if I was violent, England would kick me out in a heartbeat. They wouldn't let a violent guy. You've seen what they do to anybody who says anything hateful over there about somebody. They throw those people out of the country so fast, it's not even funny. But the Crown officials like, nope, you know what? He's saying, okay, people say the Crown is evil, tyrants, horrible. Okay, fine. They are. They're doing a great job at it. Okay, now you've been doing a great job of standing up as a man and combating the evil? No. Well, good. Let the evil keep winning then. Don't do anything about it and just sit there and suck your thumb and take it. Or you people have to learn how to say, no, we're not going to take this anymore, and this is how it's going to go from here on. We're going to find a happy middle somewhere.
I went into court Thursday at 1:30 p.m. I was supposed to be there at 1:30 from what the judge verbalized last time. And I showed up, and it rolled around 1:35. The man wasn't there. There's a whole bunch of people in the courtroom. all the lawyers and stuff were walking around doing their thing. And I stood up and I said, anybody in this courtroom have a claim against I-Man, Mark Hollingsworth? Please come forth and state your claim. And nobody came forth. I said it like 4 more times, not right after each other, but in the span of like 15 minutes, 10 minutes. And then I wrote down on a piece of paper. I went back and looked at the piece of paper, and I forgot to put woman, and I just put man. I put what I said, and I put the time I was there, and I asked the bailiff to come over and give it to the clerk in the court so he could timestamp and date it. She said no, and I was like, okay. So I just walked out of the courtroom, went down to the clerk's office, had it timestamped and dated, got 3 copies, walked back up into the courtroom. Still hadn't started yet. It's probably about 1:40 now, 1:45. And I didn't know who the solicitor was because the girls weren't there that were there last time. So I didn't recognize anybody. I recognized the bailiff, though. She was the same bailiff. They told me no last time that I wanted to give the judge a piece of paper. And I asked one of the lawyers that walked out through the bar, he said, who's the prosecutor? And he pointed at the guy in the glasses. So I walked over to that guy and I said, sir, are you the prosecutor? And he said, yes, I am. And I handed him one of those sheets of paper. And he looked over at the judge's clerk, and the judge's clerk looked at him and said, no, we're not doing that, shook his head, shook his hand out, and he tried to give it back to me, but I pulled my hands back. I was on the other side of the bar, and I walked out of the courtroom. Then I went in my car, or I went back to the court clerk, actually, before I got to my car, and I made sure that they were going to enter that into the case. Now, was that the right thing to do?
Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit the day when it happened. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about this the day that it happened. And that's what I said to people. You got to give them, and when you walked in there, you said you were looking for the man or woman who summons you into court at 9 o'clock. And I say to people all the time, it's like, well, let them know that you're present and that you're here for the scheduled appointment at 9 o'clock. And you say, like I said, 3 times that you made yourself known to the court, that you are now present in court, and you're here to settle any matter of any claim of a wrong or a debt. And if no man comes forward, make sure that you go down to the court clerk and say, I made my presence known to the court, and that no man has come forward with a claim that I've done something wrong. Now, what you were going for was traffic. Now, what's going to happen, I told you, is they're going to suspend your license because they're going to say you failed to appear. So the problem is what you're doing works fine as long as you're not in breach of a contract. And they're saying that you were in breach of a contract, so they're going to find you in default because you didn't appear to put your, case before the court and say that, no, I'm not in breach of a contract. You didn't let them know that you were not acting under license at the time of the stop and that you were in the wrong, under the wrong jurisdiction. Yes, there might be a venue where they could hear matters of traffic and of doing wrong, but the traffic court had no jurisdiction over you. So for them to summons you into court, they summons the wrong person. They summons the licensed driver. And you were not a licensed driver at the time of the stop. That's what you should have put in your notice, that you've got the wrong person. I'm a man transporting going from point A to point B with my property. I'm taking my property from point A to point B. Well, on that day, I took my property from point A to point B. And there was no harm, injury, or loss to my fellow man. If you believe I was this person acting as a licensed driver, well, this court would be in error. That's what I said. That's how you should have brought it to their attention before you just go into traffic court and you start playing under common law rules. It's like, okay, those are common law rules. The problem is we're not going to do this today because this is traffic court. Some other day we'll play under the rules of common law man, but we're not going to do that today. And that's what somebody told you. We're not going to play this today. This is not the game before the court. The game before the court is licensed driver game. That's what we got going on today. This licensed driver game is going to occupy this venue from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. If you'd like to do something in the court of claims, make a claim, we do that on Tuesdays. But today is Thursday, and we do traffic court here. No, we're not going to play that today. And that's exactly, I think, what you said. Somebody said, no, we're not going to play that today. Because a court is a place where people go to play games. So that's what I said to you should have done. But like I said, you're going to get more practice. As I said to you, somebody like you, I said, God bless you. You're going to get lots of practice. You know, so you're going to make a lot of mistakes. And eventually, hopefully, you'll live long enough to get it right. And, oh, man.
So how can I correct my error?
Tom, did you see if your license was suspended yet? You could go to the Georgia website. I'm sure you can, because I could do it here in Virginia, and I could find out the status of my license. Did you go to the Georgia website and check out the status of your license after you did that little stunt?
No, I did not.
Did you ever go to the Georgia website and see the status of your license?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I did. I went to the Virginia website, and I even got a +2 as a good driver or something, whatever +2 means. I guess it's better than a -2. But I actually got a +2 on my when I checked my driver's license status, so that's good. You know, I'm sure plus means good and minus means bad. So, yeah, but if I was you, I'd go on the Georgia website, you know, and check out your status. That's what I would do. See if the court suspended your license for failure to appear.
Okay, and if it is suspended?
Then you worry about curing it. Then you worry about saying, you got to address the court by saying, oh, I'm sorry, yes, we were playing traffic court that day, and I'm sorry, I was evoking common law claims court. Oh, sorry about that. Let me make it clear one more time for this traffic court. I was not a man acting as a licensed driver at the time of the stop. So you have no jurisdiction over me. I was a man going from point A to point B in my property with my property. Now, if you folks would like to make a claim against me, I believe your claims court is open on Tuesdays and your traffic's on Thursday. But no, there's no business for me in traffic court. So, I'm sorry for any misunderstanding, but I certainly don't, was not acting as a licensed driver at the time of the stop. I did not produce my license to the officer at the time. I did not show him a license at the time. I do not believe that there's any requirement of a man to transport his property from point A to point B under a license. If I want to transport my property from point A to point B any place on planet Earth, I believe the man has that capacity. And man can do as as long as he doesn't harm another man while he's doing it. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move from point A to point B on planet Earth with my property. I was in London for 2 days. So the first day, I took everybody down to the Court of Justice, the Royal Court. So we got pictures of everybody walking around the Courts of Justice. And the second day, we brought everybody back into a meeting hall, and we explained what we were doing. And these people were begging for, like, templates. I said, okay, you want a couple of templates? Here's a couple of templates. And you should have seen, man, as soon as I put a couple of templates up on the screen, everybody was coming with their cameras and cell phones taking pictures of the template. I said, look, people, don't go word for word verbatim what this template says. Learn what these words mean. I said, because you're going to get challenged on them, and they're going to try you. And see if you could make heads or tails of what I wrote, but don't think that this is some sort of a form that's going to break all the walls down for you. I said, Bali will tell you. I said, there's another guy who came to one of Bali's seminars in Coventry, not in London. We were in London. I said, and the guy said there was like 50 or 150 of you folks that went in with the simple claim, I, a man, claimed the wrong of trespass, see Exhibit A. And he said every single one of them were rejected. And I said to Bali, that's great. And he's like, what? No, it's bad. No, it's great. Every man gets rejected. I said, you let me know when any man on planet Earth just went after the object of his desire, say some beautiful woman, just walked straight up to her and said, honey, you're going with me, and you're going to live with me for the rest of my life, and you're going to give me sex twice a day, and you're going to pump out 3 kids, and you're going to cook and clean and do everything I order you to do. You understand that? No man on planet Earth. It never worked that easy for a man. So when you're a man, I said to Bali, you tell all these people, if you're a man, you know how to handle rejection. Because a real man knows it don't come that damn easy. So he said, yeah, they said, oh, rejected. I said, good. Now, how does a man handle rejection? He comes at him with what? Candy or flowers or a nice greeting card. What do I tell you people to do? Write a nice card to them, to send them a nice letter, write a sweetness to them, right? I don't say come at them with bitterness and anger and frustration and fear. No. Make believe you're courting a woman. Make believe you're pursuing her. And make believe you're prosecuting, because that's what prosecuting means, to pursue. You're pursuing her. You're prosecuting her. You're courting her. How are you going to do it? How are you going to win her over? You got to act like a man. Now, yeah, can a man just come at them with a gun and say, we're going to take over, and this is the way it's going to be? Yeah, you can do that with a woman. Yeah, you can say, here's a gun, and I'm going to take over, and this is the way it's going to be. Or you're going to kill them with kindness. You're going to say, well, here's a lovely letter. I believe that I'm a man, and I believe that somebody rejected this, and who's the man or who's the woman who rejected or interfered with my right to access this court? Who wrote this? Who wrote this that I'm rejected? Who believes that I'm a reject, or who believes that this paper, who believes such a thought? Why did somebody make such a claim? Who trespassed on my case? Just write something nice and sweet. You got to learn how to handle rejection. See, so these people all ran in with this one-page claim, or this 2-sentence claim, and they were all rejected. And they're like, well, fuck, that didn't work. Of course it doesn't work. It's a form. They see this form coming, and they go, oh, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one, here's another. You know what? They'll say, you know what? Reject. Now, let's see out of that 150, the one person or the one man, the one woman who knew how to handle rejection and did the next step. Because the other 149 are just going to go back home and suck their thumb and say, well, that didn't work.
Yeah, you screwed me.
Right. Well, not me. I mean, nobody screwed anybody.
That's the general.
These are 150 people that just pulled it off my website. I didn't screw nobody. They took the form off. They took the form off my website. This I am man claim wrong trespass Exhibit A. They took it off of the Jesse and Jonathan thing that I put for free for everybody to read. So they thought that they were going to take it and they were going to change their name, change the exhibits, and they thought it was going to work like it worked for Jesse. The only problem is when Jesse went to court, I beat her up for 10 days verbally, mentally. I just beat her to toughen her up. And I said, this is exactly how you're going to say it. You're going to point, you're going to stand firmly, you're going to, square your shoulders, you're going to flare your nostrils. You're going to act like a fucking man. You're going to make a damn claim. Somebody's trespassed. Somebody's done you wrong. You require me to. I order you. This is the way. I don't give a damn. That's what you're going to do. You're going to play it just like that. You're going to act it all the way through. It's an act. So act like a defendant. Act like a victim. Act like somebody that's been done wrong. Act. But just putting a piece of paper in there and just saying, well, when you come to court and you're a cupcake, it's like, that's not how a real man would act. That's not how a real man would pursue or court a woman. He wouldn't do that. That's ridiculous. He's a marshmallow. No woman's going to he's not going to earn her respect. It's an act. They want to see if you're really a man, if you can really pull this off.
Yeah,
just like
I have a notice that I'm preparing for an officer. I actually did something stupid and called my father in to get transported to a mental hospital because I showed up at home and he was running around with his clothes off and I didn't want him to go outside and get arrested. So I called 911 and they sent police over, and I knew he wasn't going to go peacefully because he was still out of his head. And so I handcuffed him to a pole so he wouldn't get beat up, trying to get away from these guys and stuff. And
And they came and then, took forever and put foot shackles on him and then switched the handcuffs over and were walking him to the car. I thought I was going to get to go with him to admit him to the hospital. But then he spit on two of the officers while he was in my house. And then once in my house and then once in the driveway. And then they arrested him, and now he's got 2 counts of sliming, which is assault with bodily fluids. And he's looking at 2 years. So I was going to be his next friend because he's just scared. He doesn't have any memory of the event. He was blacked out for a couple of days.
Yeah, they're probably going to go pretty easy on him. They're just going to say he was not in his mental state. He wasn't in a proper mental state, that he was, incapacitated at the time. There's a, chemical imbalance or whatever.
So
whatever.
I should go with the property and man aspect. I should just.
No, they're probably just going to, since it happened in his home, and it didn't happen in the public. You know what I'm saying? These men had to understand the dangers that they were in when they crossed into somebody else's jurisdiction. It's just like I said. If you go into somebody else's castle, you better know what the Queen of Hearts is going to do to you when you cross into her threshold, and when you cross into her jurisdiction, you better understand. Oh, isn't this the Queen that always yells off with their heads? Yeah. Then why am I here, messing with this lady, playing with this woman? Doesn't she kill everybody? Yeah. Well, what makes me think I'm going to be any different? So, like I said, you just say, thank you for showing up. If there's a man who claims that my dad spitting on him has caused him any loss or injury or any kind of provable damage, any kind of tangible damage, not mental damage, can you please give us a bill and we'll compensate him for the dry cleaning or whatever. And you try to compensate. You just try to compensate them for what your dad did.
Can I read you the letter that I was going to send to him, and you can tell me if it's bad or good?
Okay, well, what I'm trying to say is, you know and I know what your dad did wasn't, like, the right thing to do, wasn't proper.
Oh, no,
so what
not at all.
say, you just write a letter basically saying I was not in my full mental faculties, and, if I did cause harm or injury to any man, can you tender me a bill so I could settle a debt?
Okay. I do have that written out to the officer. I wrote, greetings. I was a man that asked for help getting my father to the hospital. He spit on you. I accept full responsibility since I was the one that called you here. And, any verified claim, bring it to me.
You can say liability, not responsibility. Say you bear all liability. You assume all liability.
Okay.
Just because, like I said, if they pass it off to the legal department, if there's certain words you use, like, I assume all liability, then they're like, oh, a lawyer wrote this.
Mm-hmm.
You say responsibility, they just said responsibility, then you just sound like Joe Sixpack.
Okay.
So sometimes I try to sound like, the people I'm talking to. Like if I'm talking to a 3-year-old, I'll say goo goo and gaga a lot, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I try to get to the level of the person I'm communicating with. And that's what people seem to say to me, that I have, an ability to do that, no matter who's talking to me on the phone. I always had that ability. When I worked for tech support for Sony and Dell Computers, I had that ability. People call up, and I don't care if it was a gay hairdresser from Harlem or a wheat farmer in Iowa. It didn't matter if it was a housewife in Jersey. I could always get to their level. And whenever all the other tech supports ran into the wall and said, I can't get through to this guy. And then I got the phone. I remember it was a black gay hairdresser from Harlem, man. I said, I said, would you shut the F up, you half a candy-ass sissy, before I come up to New York and I slap you across, your beauty parlor, sweetness. Oh, it was so funny. It was the supervisors, they were listening to see my tactic on how I handle tough phone calls. It was so funny watching like these 3 supervisors in this booth up in the air looking down at the floor. And I looked right at them, and I was calling this guy every N-word in a book, and I was going off, and this guy was cursing everybody. So he finally got rounded around with me. It was great. And by 20 minutes later, he was saying, hey, man, you come up to New York, I'll give you a free haircut. Come out, we'll hang out together. I said, yeah, maybe I'll take you up on it, So then at the end of the phone call, the supervisor said, we should have pulled that plug so many times on you. We should have fired you 100 different ways we could have fired you. You don't talk to people like, but hell, you know what? I don't know how you communicate with people and you get the message through and you get the information. He was trying to do a spreadsheet. You know, he's trying to use Excel, and he was trying to set up his beauty parlor, or whatever you want to call, hair salon. He was trying to set it and do it, you know, he couldn't figure it out. So, you know, so I just had to just curse that crap out of him to calm him the F down. I said, now hit A1. Now click this. Now, don't give me no shit. Don't play stupid. It's that key on this. It was so funny, man. You know, the supervisor was like, holy crap. It's like, they said, we were going to pull the plug. We should have pulled the plug, but we couldn't believe you. It was actually working. He's like, yeah, you're going to find this in our training manual. How to talk to these people. You know, so like I said, I remember a couple of them, like I said, like this week, you know, farmer. I remember this, you know, because like I said, the supervisor came by and said, I don't have a clue what you two people are talking about. He says, but the farmer loved it, and his computer's up and running now, and, you know, he's got the spreadsheet going, you know, how much milk production, and he's happy. So keep doing what you do, Carl. So, see, I've always had this ability to get down on their level. So if you're talking to an officer who is spit on, you got to understand it. You know what? You know, he didn't sign up to get spit on. And you're like, you know what? If there's anything I could do, you want to make a donation in your name to the Police Benevolence Association. Is there something I could do to compensate you? You know, let me give me the address to Boys Town, and I'll donate a Christmas present. Is there something I could do? I'm sorry that my dad disrespected you in that manner. Is there anything I could do to make it right? Stuff like that. So then when you go to court, you can see that you guys, hey, you know what? He had a bad day. Every dad's got a bad day. You know, and they'll say, oh, okay, you know what? He acted like a man. He's manning up to it. He's assuming all liability. All right. We'll go easy on this guy.
He can't really speak for himself in court, so I was going to be his next friend. I mean, he could, but he's not, he's an idiot. So,
yeah, well, an idiot just means somebody not in the same society. You know, it's just, you mean he's just out of it. He's just whatever. He's just not in it right now. He's just someplace. Yeah. That's what you got to say. You just got to say he's not in it. You know, he's not with us. You know, he's just in his own way. You know, he's only got a couple more spins around the sun. He's going to be dead in the ground. Go easy on the old guy.
So when I'm speaking, can I say that he's a man, or does he actually have to put that on paper himself?
You do it. You just do it for him. Say, look, we now we got to bring security guard. You know, we got to bring security system in our home. Next time I have a problem like that, I'm going to dial up Brinks and let them put up with this bullshit. I ain't going to get the public involved with this anymore. Now we're going to settle this all on the private between me and my dad. We ain't going to call the public in for assistance anymore. That was a mistake on my part, and I won't do it again.
I like that donation idea to the police force or something. I think that would be right up their alley.
Yeah. Like I said, you're trying to man up. You're trying to make right for the wrong. That's all. You know, and you just say from now on we're going to get a private. We got a private security system. We can go sign up for Brink Security for a year. Show them that you signed up. So anytime we have a problem now with him, we'll get some professionals in here to fucking help me take care of any situation. I don't want to get the public involved anymore. The public resources shouldn't be wasted and abused by his fucking nonsense. So we'll from now on we'll take care of it on the private side. And now you know better. Your dad goes nuts, let him go nuts. It's his house, let him do what the hell he wants.
Yeah.
He's a man. He's got the right. He wants to, like I said, man, he wants to kill himself. You don't bear no liability. Nobody is responsible for another man's actions. He's a man. He's 18 years old. He knows right from wrong. And that's just the way I look at it, man. I'm very, very black and white. And if you might say, Wolf Call, that's a little harsh. No, it's black and white. Law is very simple. He's liable for his actions and his inactions. That's his house. He wants to tear it down, burn it down to the ground. God bless him. He wakes up the next day and says, what did I do? Oh, well. That's what happens. You want to be an asshole? That's the price you pay. Believe me, I've been an asshole my whole life. Believe me, I've paid big prices for being an asshole. Oh, well. It's got me to the point where I'm at now, and I'm very happy at the place I'm at. So
I was going to send a nice letter to each of the officers that got spit on, and then I was going to ask for a pre-trial hearing, sit down with the magistrate and see if, show them the letters and say, hey, I'm willing to do anything. I just want my dad to get better instead of being incarcerated for 2 years.
Yeah, that's all. Because they let him go, right? On his own recognizance, or did they put him in your custody?
Well, he was in the mental hospital for like a week after that, and according to him, someone told him that the charges were